Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly K. I'm from South Africa, living in the Netherlands, and this is Grizzly True Crime. We are on day 16 of the Letecia Stauch trial, and it's Friday. Happy Friday to everyone. Thank you so much for choosing to watch here with me. I hope you saw my summary video that I made for you today. If you didn't, go check it out, okay? After this or tomorrow, whatever, because it will get you up to speed as to where we're at with this whole week of analyzing Letecia Stauch's mental health, and it's a lot. It's a lot to take in, you guys. Okay, so we've got about 8 minutes to go until court is set to start for day 16. Are you ready? I'm ready. Are you ready? Okay, thank you, Arizona Lily, for watching it. I really appreciate that you watched it already. That's great. I hope it got you all caught up, and welcome to anyone who's new here and checking out the trial with us for the first time. Welcome to Kelly, and yes, special welcome to all my patrons. Oh my word, thank you so much to everyone who's joined on Patreon, to all my members, my moderators, of course. Thank you, mods, so much for everything you do. And yes, I replied today to all you wonderful people who bought me coffees. I don't think I'd make it through this trial without those coffees. So thank you so much. And I will reply to your very special PayPal messages soon as well. Okay, so let me just share the screen so we could just monitor the court as well. All right, that should be good. Sharon Grant from South Africa. Thank you so much. How's it? Gisela, ready for the night shift? Yes, we are ready for the night shift. So Sharon is also from South Africa. That's where I'm from. So we're the same time zone. And yeah, it's night shift time because for me, it's almost 5 p.m. This is when the trial starts for me, and it goes until about 1 a.m. And then sometimes we still snark it up afterwards in those members-only streams, which we might do today, depending on how our energy levels go. We might do that. And so, yes. Okay, let me just get everything ready here. We've got the horror hog ready. Horror hog is ready, which is needed rather than just the trigger bunny. We have the trigger bunny and the horror hog. So, yes. Okay, I'm just monitoring here just in case, See, sometimes they start early. So what we saw so far would be mental health experts for the prosecution side. Now, if you don't know anything about this case, this is the case of Gannon Stauch, an 11-year-old boy who was murdered on January 27th, 2020 by his stepmother, Letecia Stauch, who's on trial. The reason I could say it like that instead of the usual not, innocent till proven guilty thing is because the question isn't whether she did it or didn't do it. The question is, was she insane at the time of doing it or not? So we've seen Dr. Christine Moore testifying and being cross-examined, and she encountered Letecia Stauch in jail. She did her intake evaluation and then saw her a few times after that. We've heard from Dr. Jackie Grimmett as well. She was absolutely brilliant. Oh my word. And she was Scottish. Everyone was trying to figure out, is she Irish? Is she Scottish? Where's she from? She was really great. And yeah, she informed us about Letecia's references to Twilight and making up stories about talking to vampires and being able to summon them by pushing a little button in her jail cell. So that's where we're at with that. Just letting you process that in case you haven't heard it yet. And then we also heard from Dr. Loandra Torres, and she agreed with Dr. Grimmett, even though they separately diagnosed her. Dr. Grimmett said she believes that Letecia Stauch, based on all the time she spent with her, has traits of borderline personality disorder, and she's got narcissistic features, right? And they didn't find that she was insane. They didn't see any signs of D.I.D, dissociative identity disorder, or anything like that. So then Dr. Loandra Torres also said she found that she would diagnose Letecia with a personality disorder, and it's touching on borderline with narcissistic features, and that she had notable entitlement. I think we've seen that. Notable entitlement, lots of malingering, so much lying that I don't even know. Now, what we saw on Wednesday for day 15 of the trial was 3 videos. I think it was 3 because they showed 3 separate things. I'm still trying to figure out because they fast forwarded, right? But we saw 3 clips so far, and from March 24th, 2022. So they said there's March 24th, 2022, 1 Stauch, 2 Stauch, 3 Stauch videos. Then they're going to show 3 from June 29th, 2022. So that's probably what we're going to see today. And we already saw so much. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I was exhausted yesterday. So tired. I know we saw each other again yesterday when we talked about the Anna Walsh case. But my word, that trial that day on Wednesday was so exhausting with Letecia. Oh my gosh. Cherry Letmore says Dr. Lewis's only had one other woman, D.I.D. I don't know how to decode that. A patient. There we go. Patient. One other woman, D.I.D. patient. Yeah, and from what I remember, when I wrote that book about Ted Bundy, I remember the name Dr. Dorothy Lewis. I should have looked that up a little bit more. Welcome, Squally. I think she is one of the ones that said she believes that Ted Bundy has dissociative identity disorder. Okay. They talk about a delay.
I guess we'll just see what the physical condition of the defendant is. Did you get to talk with her at all this morning?
Briefly, like
The defendant?
on the walk down.
Okay.
I'm just setting up my screen here as well to get you the best views possible.
Okay.
Thank you, Holly. What conditions the defendant in? Tell us.
Okay.
Drink some water here quickly and there's no problem.
Okay.
I guess we'll see where we are. We'll give her some time. We'll see where we are, and this morning maybe touch and go, and probably need a high sign of some sort if she needs to leave quickly.
When Deputy Roberts goes back over,
Yeah,
something that signals her.
Yeah, we just need to figure something out.
Yeah.
Okay. Then court will be in recess for
I'm right here.
indefinitely, I suppose. Hopefully just only a few minutes, and then we'll see where we are.
Ooh, what's going to happen? They're talking
Is there
about
anything else that we need to take on?
the state
Just
of
so
Letecia.
the court knows, we're going to be playing lengthy clips this morning.
Ooh,
I
lengthy
think
clips.
one's an hour and 14 minutes, one's just under an hour, and then the rest are shorter clips. So I plan on playing those longer clips straight through and then asking questions afterwards. So Dr. Torres probably will come back here like we've been doing in the past. So if something happens during a clip, I don't know.
Yeah.
Just let me know and we'll hit pause or something.
What's going to
That's what I'm trying
happen? It's going to be drama today, you guys. Thank you, Jan Martin, my diamond.
Yeah,
Oh, my
it sounds
word. I
like that
saw it.
first
Thank
one
you
would
so
be
much. Thank you so much.
Play that first one, and then that would be about break time.
Yeah, I've got some introductory questions. We'll play that
Okay.
hour and 14 minutes, and you're probably right. We'll probably be close to a break.
Okay.
As you can see,
I'll
I'm just trying to
probably-
make
I guess
the view very
agree
nice for
that
you, okay?
It's gonna be a while, but a little bit.
We're waiting.
No, I was gonna go back. Somebody go back and check on the
Right, we'll be in recess then, and go from there.
Oh my word. What's going to happen, you guys? Sorry, I'll be back right now. Just stand by. I want to make sure everything is nice and sharp. Just did a bit of a reset, you know. I'm right here. I'm right here. Okay, so I don't know what's happening, but they said court's in recess. They want to see how the defendant's doing. And all I can just hear the defendant is acting up. Okay, so I don't know what's going on. Yes, go on without her.
Might be.
What is she
Until
doing
this is
today?
not a sweater vest. This is a full sweater.
Well,
Oh.
but you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying. It,
yeah.
you know,
We have a hot mic going on here.
yeah.
Yeah, now she's going to pull her crap.
But you're right. It probably
Oh,
wouldn't look-
yes.
looks like it's gonna get warm.
Thank God.
Oh,
Let's also just make sure I'm not.
Like March.
was
Nothing.
nothing.
There we
Yeah.
go.
That's all right.
It was gonna be.
Yeah.
It was
We're
gonna
listening
be
in.
I think a fast fire year.
Yeah. Yeah. But hopefully this is getting us out of that.
Yeah, because we weren't even supposed to get that way.
It was, we were up at we live up in London. So
We're just listening in at this point.
Where
We getting snowed
I
up?
live in a more bluffs area and
I think that's what happened. I'm not
didn't
T-Pain.
say anything about it. It's supposed to get windy and kind of cloudy last night.
She probably summoned
Last night.
Alaskan
smoke?
vampires.
A little bit. You know, it was about 35, 36 degrees. So it
Do they
didn't
know there's a
feel-
hot mic, you guys? I can hear Will cook. Hey, Will, we can hear you. Thank you, Sam Panther.
Okay.
Yes, Heidi says LS is starting to see reality and acting insane. Did they switch off the mics now? Nope, nope, we can still hear. This is so much drama. I told you, you guys, we need so much coffee for today. We need to get ready for this.
Yeah.
She's flipped. She's done
What's that?
behaving. The peanut butter threatened her and attacked her. If you guys don't know the reference about the peanut butter, she wrote the judge a letter while she was in jail, and this was already in 2020. And she said that she has threats in her peanut butter from other inmates. So I'm like, they were threatening you in the peanut butter. Does it mean it's chunky or what? Is it just you want smooth peanut butter? Should I mute the
Red.
court? Yeah, there, your mic is on, bro. We can hear you.
These are red. Off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know, they're off.
No, we can hear you.
I do go for my house, you're letting us know this would be hot out at our table.
It shouldn't be.
They're red, they shouldn't.
We can hear you.
Yeah.
The lectern is still on, but that has to be,
Yeah.
but so they may see, if they're hearing Mr. Young, that'd be accurate.
They heard me. I was talking with Will.
They heard me. That's us,
They
guys.
shouldn't.
That's us.
Oh, yeah. Say something into that mic.
Oh. Mr. Allen.
Yeah, no, that's not on.
I don't know. Yeah. Oh, we should listen. You
Mr.
guys are saying
Alciano, you say something into that microphone?
she got a vampire movies mixed up. It's
Yeah,
more like 30
no,
Days
they're
of
not
Night, Not
on.
Twilight. Thank you, Hope and Fear.
If you want, you can put them on the floor.
Okay, I just sent them a text to see, they just called me and said.
You can still hear them when they,
Yeah,
We
when
can hear
they're,
everything.
sitting there. Cause I heard both sides.
yeah.
Put them on the floor.
Yes.
I just got a message.
Okay, just put them on the floor.
They just got a message. Grizzly True
But they-
Crime says.
Unless it's.
Thank you, Jazzy Whippet.
unless-
See the mic from the podium.
No, it was.
Yeah.
We haven't had the issue yet.
Yeah,
They're on.
they should be off. Well, they are off.
Yeah, that microphone's on and the podium's on. That's it.
Okay. That should resolve that.
Doesn't resolve it.
Okay. Court will call 20 CR 1358. People versus Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Couple of things before we start. I think the plan is that so the prosecution knows what the process is going to be. If Mr. Tellini asks to approach while the video is going, stop the video immediately. I'm going to excuse the jury. That's sort of a sign that Ms. Stauch is not feeling well and they need to be taken out of the room. So that's the process that we'll have. Don't wait until the last minute, okay? Because it's going to take a few minutes for all of that to happen. So, and I know that you may not have control over it. I get that. You're not feeling well. I understand that. But if it feels like you're going to throw up or something like that, you need to let your attorneys know when that feeling's coming up. Okay.
Oh,
Anything else?
Just one other issue. I'm not asking for the court to make a decision. Just started thinking about it. I did contact Ms. Strobel, Patty Strobel yesterday. She did confirm that she has documentation that she visited
thank you, Dana.
out on March 20th over WebEx.
Sorry, one more
Our
thing.
intent would be to call her just to verify that she had a visit, but not to go into the context of that visit and what it's about. I do not believe that would be a waiver of attorney-client privilege or open the door to any. And I'm just putting so that the court can consider this, and obviously the court's decision on the degree of waiver that would be is going to make an impact on whether or not we call Ms. Strobel or not. She is currently up in the write-in office of the public defender's office. She would be available with this notice as soon as possible.
Sure. Well, and I've been thinking about it, and here's what I can tell you. Because this is it's a first as far as I know, because of the COVID impact and because of WebEx, because prior to 2020, there was no WebEx at the jail. And then once COVID started, there was some. I might be inclined to allow testimony only that a visit occurred, for the simple reason that if this had been in 2019 and the issue had been raised and Mr. Young had come forward with the visitor log, it would have showed a visit. And I don't know that that necessarily would have waived attorney-client privilege. However, if there is any testimony that they found Gannon's body in Florida, I think that likely would, because it conveys two facts. Number one, Gannon's not alive. And number two, Gannon was found in Florida, which brings in all kinds of issues about, well, when was the last time that the defendant knew that he was alive? When was the last time, or where was Gannon the last time that the defendant saw him? So that may be an issue. It's not something I'm going to decide today. I know you'll want to have an opportunity to make a statement on it as well.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to make a brief record about that.
Sure.
This whole thing comes up based on the questions of Dr. Moore, in which the defendant was notified that Gannon's body was found in Florida. The gist of the statement that the defendant gave to Dr. Moore, whether she knew about Gannon's body being in Florida yet or not, is not really material. The material part of that statement is that she said she was never in Florida. Right. That's the important part. The subsequent cross-examination from Mr. Cook says, hypothetically, what if her attorneys walked in, which led to that whole thing about a walk-in visit. The issue of a WebEx visit is really immaterial, and the relevance of the statement, again, is her denying having ever been in Florida where Gannon's body was found, and we've obviously heard testimony that she was in Florida, very close to the place that Gannon was found. So I think going into a position of potentially piercing attorney-client privilege opens up a huge problem potentially for this case, 35C issues potentially as well. And I think because of the issues that I just laid out, I think it would be not a good idea for us to allow that kind of testimony in this case, given the circumstances that we've got here. Obviously, you've got a decision to make as to whether you allow a late endorsement or not, but I did want to lay out that factual basis as to why it really works going down that path with as much danger and peril that it would pose to what we're doing here.
Well, and I'm glad that you raised the argument in that fashion, because some other factors that I was considering here were, number one, throw out the evidence that that potentially places the defendant in Florida at the time that this occurred. There's also evidence that she was in Florida on other occasions.
Exactly.
So to state, I've never been to Florida. I mean, a jury could disbelieve this trip thing after Gannon's disappearance and still believe that she was in Florida some other time. The other issue is that when Mr. Cook was attempting to state certain facts, and I said, you can't do that. And he asked the hypothetical, if she had been there and if her attorneys had told her that Gannon's body was found in Florida, would it make a difference regarding your opinions in this case? And the witness said no. So I just have to weigh all that out.
And I understand what Mr. Al is saying as far as I get it. Our position would be more that we were inferring that there could have been an attorney visit before. And then the way that the redirect came across, that the log showed that it wasn't there.
Right.
Well, it was.
Oh, I know that.
It was an attempt to make us look like we had been, dishonest with the jury regarding that. And so it would be more of a correction of that as far as like, and I understand it may not
Right.
be the most relevant thing of all, but because it appears now that we were, intentionally trying to have a possible attorney visit, but that would just correct that aspect.
Yeah.
And it would be solely for that. And I agree, it's a little tangential. But that would be what it would strictly be.
Yeah. And do they have records of the time?
So we have that, Judge. So
Oh.
there was a WebEx visit. It was
Okay.
at, I think, 12:30-ish in the afternoon on March 20th. For purposes of laying out that timeline, the media started reporting on it at about 12:15-ish. I'm giving you rough estimates here. Seems difficult to believe that they were able to get that information that quickly, get a WebEx set up, and then do all those things, but it could happen. The point, though, is still that Mr. Cook, I don't think he was intentionally trying to mislead the witness, but he still used specific words, which was, what if her attorneys walked in? That's the issue.
No.
And the other thing that it is verifying there was a WebEx visit by her attorneys at 12:30. The other possibility would just be a stipulation to them that her attorneys did have a WebEx visitor on at 12:30 on 3/20, and then there's nothing else other than that. And I think that would solve, the issue. But part of, the thing is that things are fluid.
Right.
And we're getting information in proceeding on it. And the time frame and how we're presenting the questions is also different. Generally, generally it would be a walk-in visit. So if you're given information that there was a visit, and then the question is phrased that way because somehow I blocked disassociated that we get WebEx back. But so I don't think it was Mr. Cook doing that. But like I said, I think the judicial stipulation could solve all of the problems and not present some of the issues that we have. But I'll let, I said, that's just something to think about.
I think it's something that everybody can think about over the weekend.
Yeah.
And obviously the other issue would be, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the witness's name. That was Dr. Moore. Dr. Moore, I don't know whether she has the date, but I don't know that she has the time. She must have, because it's been referenced in in a lot of other questions. So there must be a time as to when she had this conversation with Ms. Stauch. And again, it wasn't immediately obvious to me at that point in time whether or not that conversation would have occurred before the WebEx or not. But there's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts. I think we can talk about it further on Monday. It's not a decision that has to be made now. It looks as though Ms. Stauch is feeling better. So I think probably our time would be better used by moving forward with what we have as opposed to debating what we might do.
Yeah.
And go from there.
Just to clear up your questions, though, about
Yes.
timing of everything. The WebEx visit on WebEx that day on March 20th was at 12:35. Dr. Moore's notes is dated March 20th at 6:27 p.m. So
Okay.
it would be after the
Okay.
visit from Ms. Strobel.
Thank you.
The one thing that I want to just have as a point of consideration is that if we then go into a stipulation or the court makes some statement to the jury about that there was a WebEx. There's no indication, and nobody's alleging this from defense, but we also don't want it to appear that we were misleading the jury, which we weren't.
No, I know that.
And if that sort of a stipulation comes in, that potentially could lead to a juror thinking that we were intentionally misleading the jury. And I know that's not Mr. Tling's intent. So we just need to think about those dynamics as well.
No, and I think that's fair. So we'll,
Maybe I'll, after this, Alan, maybe we can come up with something.
Yeah.
Something
Yeah.
that can satisfy both of us. Something, there was a WebEx edit, but the log that Mr. Young was looking at didn't reflect that. So, and we'll talk, and I think maybe we can come up with something to take this out of the courts.
yeah, and I know that, see, 320, that would have been right on the precipice of all of the changes. So it was new for everybody.
It was.
So, okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. It sounds like you're going to ask Dr. Torres some questions. Dr. Torres, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Dr. Torres was there on Wednesday.
Does he have a trash can?
We love this judge. Yes, Randy, we love this judge. Please like the video and share so other Grizzlies can come join us, or new subscribers, new viewers, especially those poor people on mainstream media watching those terrible views. Go call them. Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry. I'll put Dr. Torres on the stand as soon as the camera's on. Yay. Hey, Mace. It sounds like Letecia. Oh man, he's feeling her forehead. He's feeling her
All
forehead.
rise for the jury, please.
He's like, "Are you okay?" She's like, "I'm not okay today." Please let her not vomit, because then it's going from the Ring to the Grudge to the Exorcist. Okay, immediately. The day's starting off quite dramatic. Yeah, literally manipulating the entire court. Just don't puke. Please don't puke.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the delay, but has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the testimony of Dr. Torres. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young.
Thanks, Sharon. Good morning, Dr. Torres.
Good morning.
We're going to show a longer clip here of your forensic interview with Ms. Stauch here shortly. But before we do that, I want to ask a couple questions about the forensic interview itself. And you, as a forensic interviewer, a forensic psychologist, what are you trying to accomplish, especially when you ask an individual about the reason why they're there, the crime or the event that happened that puts them in that situation?
At this part of the evaluation, what we're trying to do, or what we're trying to get at, is the defendant's story, their perception of everything that had happened to them, what they were thinking, what they were feeling, what actions they took. This is important to an evaluation of insanity, because as an evaluator, we are trying to get at what symptoms of mental illness, if any, might be impacting those emotions, those behaviors, intentions, motivations, and the perception of reality at the time of the actual offense. So it's important for us to get from the defendant's own mouth their story.
And so is part of that role where you may ask them questions, much like a lawyer might do in a cross-examination? Wait a minute, you said this on such and such day, now you're saying this. What do you mean by that? Is that something you would do in a forensic interview?
That can come up, and it's going to depend upon what the inconsistencies might be. There can be inconsistencies that are maybe less relevant to the particular issue of sanity, in which case we might not ask questions about that. But if there are inconsistencies that are important to our understanding of what they're trying to communicate to us, then we will ask about it.
And in Colorado, would it be common practice to have an attorney present during this forensic examination and the attorney cross-examine the subject on inconsistencies and things like that?
That is not common practice.
And why is that?
I believe I may have mentioned it the other day, and we don't allow attorneys to be in the evaluation room, particularly because we have concerns that they might try to interfere or try to influence the defendant one way or the other. This would go for defense or prosecution. Since we're there as, since we're there as neutral evaluators for the court, we want to have our own opportunity to ask the defendant questions.
And during the course of a defendant, and we'll just talk about Ms. Stauch for now, as Ms. Stauch's telling you the circumstances surrounding the event, and then the actual event, according to her itself, are you or Dr. Gray suggesting potential mental illnesses that may have occurred during that event?
No.
Why?
Again, we're not trying to feed the defendant or Ms. Stauch any particular information that she could then give back to us as it pertains to issues of mental illnesses, diagnoses, symptoms that might be present. We want to get her version as purely as she's able to give it to us.
And would that be standard practice for forensic psychologists, forensic psychiatrists, Friday, in Colorado, not to do that, not to suggest diagnoses to the subject as you're interviewing?
Correct.
And so with that, Dr. Torres, we're going to play this video clip. It's about 1 hour and 14 minutes long. You're more than welcome to sit back here during if you like. But Your Honor, at this time, we would be publishing People's Exhibit 725 in its entirety.
Over here.
Yeah, we're going to play it from over here.
All right, so this may be the most difficult part of the day. To talk to us about what happened on the day of the event. Maybe things leading up to it.
Where do you want me to start out?
Well, where do you think it begins?
Well, I told you guys before that I was going to leave, right? And I was just waiting to get everything in order. Get back somewhere else where I could be, mentally okay and not have to deal with like these people that wanted to find out about this car accident. So I had to escape from them. So I started planning to get a place to stay. I was going to work as a flight attendant, get all that information like I told you guys for landed back. Then stopped working at my job. I thought I was okay again. I really got into it. I wasn't because I still was in Colorado. So no matter where I went in Colorado, the mob, the mafia, I got people looking into it, investigator to find out where he's from, but I had to get away from him. You know. So I got a new job and all that, was get ready to go work as a flight attendant. It came back in January, you know, I think it was around like the 9th or 10th, I think it was, when I picked them back up. I picked them back up from the airport. That was that, like, you know, transition periods, getting everybody back, you know, in the mode, in the routine and all that was. Then we went on this cruise. We went on a cruise of January 16th. Me and Albert and the kids stayed at home by themselves with Harley and the babysitter. And it was weird because, well, I get to the port from Lauderdale, but they had lost my bag. So I was like freaking out thinking that one of these people had took my bag because I changed my whole route of where I was going. So instead of going on that one cruise, we hopped on another cruise because I didn't know if like they had got my itinerary for where I was going. And the kids were at home, you know what I mean? So I changed my whole itinerary to go to Palm Beach. You know, I really went to Fort Lauderdale. And I kept telling Albert, I was like, I thought I saw that guy, like, I know they're following us. And he was just like, no one's gonna go to that stream over a car. Right. So we end up going on the cruise. I changed the whole route and everything. And we come back from the cruise. Well, the moment I get back from the cruise, Gannon approaches me and he says, he was like, your friends came by in that black car looking for you. So I started freaking out because I know the same black car, they came to Red Elementary in and search and find me. So I told him, I said, look, can you explain what the car looked like? I wanted to see if it has a black car too. Well, it could be Edgar's car, you know. So he explained the car, and it definitely wasn't Edgar's car, but Edgar had the Beamer. I just started getting my paranoia was getting really bad. So I wouldn't go to the mailbox. I wouldn't go wherever. I was going to work, and I was putting, like I said, the visors up in my car because I thought that they could see me. I'd go take breaks at work and freaking out because I just started this job at District 20, and I didn't want them to think, you know, like I was just losing my mind or something. So I'd go to my car and try to like figure out what to do. So fast forward, those were like 2 or 3 days. It was Raina's birthday, January 22nd. So, you know, we're celebrating her birthday. Well, I rode all the way to get Albert's mom because I was scared to stay at home by myself. Like, I didn't know if they were going to clear our house or not. Prior to that, like, I got in trouble with the Colorado Sheriff's Office because I made a call to 911 and told them I thought somebody was in the backyard. Well, they send people out and they find out that there was nobody in the back. They say there's nobody. I don't believe it. They look at my alarm status and they're like, you could get in trouble for making false reports to the police, right? This was right in that time frame. And so I rode to the airport to get Albert's mom on Elena's birthday, and I basically wouldn't like leave out of people's sight, you know what I mean? Like people that could be around that I knew could help protect me, whatever. Fast forward on a couple of days, you know, I was trying to go to work. This would be all over the place, you know. And so January 26th, that was the day that Kobe Bryant had died in a helicopter crash. And we were going to go to church that day. Well, there was this guy who was saying he was Michael the Archangel now. That's why we didn't go to church on January 26th. It was a Sunday. Now, first of all, I told y'all where my faith is with Jesus. We had a business card that said Michael the Archangel. So I'm like thinking, I even asked my, attorneys this, and they got some back and forth, like, why do you think this man was doing this. He was trying to keep us from going to the church, you know? Turn the car around. And so we're just gonna go on the hike because, you know, Kobe Bryant died. I love Kobe Bryant, you know, we'll just go on the hike instead. So we're on the hike on January 26th. And I'm like talking to the kids about everything, and the woman was wanting, he knew I was packing boxes. As he like, knew about the flight attendant or whatever. Trying to go with me. I said, geez, you have to wait till Wednesday. I said, because I'm gonna talk to your mom to make sure the flight attendant goes through whatever. Well, when we were on this hike, as we were talking about this, you know, like I think that happened earlier with the whole Michael the Archangel. That's when something started telling me that we don't have to be a white family to jump, because if it be a black family, it would never make TV. Which you guys know that would be definitely true because there's a lot of racism still in this country, you know what I mean? So throughout the day, like this kept happening with the whole Michael the Archangel guy, you know? And I'm like, why is this? I didn't know if the people were getting him to come and pose as Michael the Archangel and get him to come there, if it had anything to do with the side of the accident, that was a leg accident or what. The body told the kid and said, look, let's just go on home. You know what I mean? Like the day's been too much of a hard day. Let's just go. Gannon was complaining with his stomach because he had like poop all over. Whatever. Yes, like I told you, his dad didn't have a problem with it. Well, we get ready to go home. Realize I hadn't gotten dinner yet. So I leave him and back home, taking a bath or whatever. Me and Lena go to get food, have do whatever. Harley was at work. So we come back, feed him, do everything, you know, like a normal thing. My mind is still sitting there about this whole, I feel like it was God trying to tell me something, you know, this whole arching. You know, so my mind was stuck on that. So I was like, let's call it an early night, guys. Let's just, you know, accident happened today with the whole helicopter. It was just like not a good day that normally we have on. So then we leave. I'm like, we'll go get happy, let's come back. Call it a night. And I'm in the bed, just like relaxing or whatever. And I hear the alarm of fire, 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 fire. So I just immediately freaking out. The next 30 minutes of that, 30 minutes-ish, was a glare. You know, like a glare. So like, where I went, like I went into protection. And I got the dogs, Lena, and took her outside because they were the first people I saw upstairs, you know what I mean? So I was thinking get the safe people out first, you know. But I come back and get ready to run down the stairs to go back to get G, and I had socks on. So I slipped down the whole stairway or whatever. That's how my blood gets on the baseboard. I bust my head against the baseboard because I was running so fast down the stairs to get down to where I see smoke at this point. As soon as I see the smoke, I go into panic mode. Like, I was like having flashbacks for, you know, like all the fires I've experienced. I went back upstairs, went back out the front door again, and then realized Gannon's downstairs. Went back downstairs. And then I went back down the stairs again, and Gannon's on the sofa, and the fire is around the sofa. So I reach over to grab him, and when I do, he was like wrapped in the covers. So I grabbed the covers, I pulled the covers, and when we both go back on the fire, last part of that was just being down on the fire. I didn't remember anything again until we were in the truck, but all of us were safe in the truck. So like, I don't remember running out at that point in time. I know that I did because the alarm doorbell camera showed that we run out the house. But I don't know if I just like associated there, if it was just so traumatic. I don't know what happened from the time we went down in the fire to going out to the car, except my doorbell, the cameras still. So they have camera footage, go out, we get in the car and I just pull off. Because again, me, I'm a runner. That was it, to just run away. He's hysterical, Lane is hysterical. I'm trying to figure out what is going on. Is the house burnt down? Do we have a house to live in? You have to remember, for me, a fire is this side, and it eats me. So I go back to this house because there's this fire. But the gas tank was on empty, but someone kept telling me, just keep driving. Your car's just going to go on empty anyway. Just keep going. Don't worry. Your car's just going to keep going. Don't worry. Somehow, in between that time, I end back up to the house. Again, that was a gap that I don't remember. But I text Harley according to the messages and says, it's okay. There's a fire. Everybody's okay. And I send her a picture of the fire. Harley's freaking out, like, okay, I'm on the way home. Is Gannon okay? I said, and I wrote her back on the message, and I said, he has some burns from the fire, but everybody's okay. So Harley comes in, the house is like, smelling like smoke or whatever. We're opening windows or whatever. Harley basically took charge on that part. She started just opening windows. I'm like, Mom, it's okay, calm down. So I was all hysterical all over the place. And they all wanted to, like, everybody just be together, because to me, all I could keep thinking about was, if I couldn't have got to Gannon, we could, like, burn up on the fire, you know what I mean? So I was just all over the place. Well, we all decided to lay on the sofa together. That was on January 26th. So we're all just laying on the sofa together, just trying to, like, figure out the plan. Like I said, it's okay. I said, I'll have one of my friends. He goes by the name Guam. I'm not going to give his real name. I was like, I'll have one of my friends Guam to get somebody to come over and fix it. Not going to be a big deal or whatever. And then that's where this whole, like, video goes on. And then about the fire, why did he said it, whatever. I remember I told you earlier, I record everything. I wanted to have that too, I didn't know how it started. I was upstairs when it started. And so he's telling me that he set the fire, but he didn't mean to set it. It was like all of this. And we're just trying to come up with a plan to fix it. Now, you look at the video, people took it out of context. When I say we can sell the sofa, I don't mean you can look at our house. We have cleaning. You guys think the country flame talk, meaning we can get a new sofa. So that got taken out of complete context of what we were saying. Which I think my mental state, I was all hysterical. Well, we all were just on the sofa. I was like, I'm gonna get someone to come fix it or whatever. I told you. They brought the number to the garage. I said, hey, I'm going to go to work tomorrow, kids will be going to school. If you could get someone to fix it, just replace the carpet, whatever, I'll pay you whatever. So, like, I have memory, out and in up until then, right? But where the gaps came in was what happened during that time frame. So I hear the garage open at some point during the night. I don't know if I was having a nightmare, or I don't know if the garage was really opening. I don't really know because I was so heightened about this fire. So I kept going through the house thinking that there was someone in the house. And I kept running up down that the freaking garage kept coming open. I'd open the door to the garage, nothing. I didn't see the garage being moved or anything. Again, I don't know. I remember coming back in the house and I was just like, I woke up again. I guess that's when I text my boss. I don't remember this part. The message went to my boss that said, that my stepdad had died. I remember my stepdad died when I was 19. But I didn't snap back out of it until later on. That really wasn't the same day that my stepdad had died. So then I think I hear somebody in the garage again. Okay, well then I go out to the garage and I tell Harley, I said, Harley, I'm going to shut the door to the garage and lock it, you know, because if you shut the door from the inside and you come in through the garage, like nobody could get to the inside. And I was like that paranoid, you know. So I don't remember, but the doorbell on cam, I'm like walking out, I guess looking in the yard, just trying to figure out what's going on. But then I remember being in the garage naked. And so I don't know who was in my garage. So when I talk to police, that's how all the stuff came about being raped and stuff, because I having a flashback of that. I don't know if someone was really in the garage. To me, someone was in the garage because I was naked. When I say naked, like I was in like an evening bra, like, you know. And I knew the door had been closed earlier, but why was the door open that I had locked earlier in the day, like early in the night? When I get like that and I think somebody's around or whatever, I go into protective mode and I'll walk the whole time and I'll watch the yard and I'll be like on the zone of thinking someone's coming in the house, you know. I don't know neighbors in Colorado, like I know in the corner where I could call a neighbor, you know. And so the next thing I remember is Lena coming back in to brush her hair, which would have been at least 3 hours later, okay? I'm basing this my cell phone records, you know what I mean? I snapped out of it when Lena asked me, now you got to remember, like when Maria comes, they're in that world, but like they're not, like, it's protected. You know what I mean?
Maria.
I don't remember sending anything to the boss about my stepdad, you know what I mean? It was 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. So Lena gets up and I remember brushing her hair and I come back and I'm like looking around and I was like, oh, there was a fire. Why was I in the garage? Why was I this? That's when it started being like, did I dream this? Did this really happen? You know what I mean? So I go out to the garage, you know what I mean? That's when I grabbed my head and there was like matted blood on my hair. So I knew that I had really fell down the stairs. Like I had thought I fell down the stairs, you know what I mean? And so the matted blood was on my hair, whatever. So I just kept like messing with my hair, like trying to figure out what had went on. Well, I knew Gannon had burns on his arms. I evaluated him that next morning when I snapped back into it. I didn't think that it was enough to go to the hospital or whatever. As I was leaving, I had an extra cell phone. It was the phone I put in the dog food when I got arrested. So on that phone, I called in. That's how the call came in that Gannon wasn't going to school that day. They couldn't figure out like where this call came from. That's because it came in from the extra phone. Told them that Gannon told me he still was doing it. Upset. He doesn't want to smell around the kids when he has this accident. So we stayed out for the day. I realized on my phone that I had sent that message to the boss, and I was just like, what is going on? Like, I didn't remember sending it, but I don't know why was I thinking about my stepdad, what was going on, and I kept having these, at this point now, became flashbacks from the garage. And I was like, who was in the garage with me? But the whole time it was about Eduardo, which is the guy that Guam got to work to fix the carpet or whatever. That's who I kept like having flashbacks with in the garage. So we go forward, whatever. And I told Gannon, I said, he said he wanted to stay home. I said, no, you said my friends in the car came by. I don't want you here by yourself. You're going to go with me. I said, go grab your cover. You're going to go with me for today. I want you here by yourself. Now, typically, I let it get started by yourself because I researched Colorado law and it said that it was up to the parents and their discretion of how had to leave, we had to stay home. So I never had a problem with it. They would get off the bus before I get home, no issues. We had an alarm, you know, they had cell phones, everything. But so my paranoia was so bad that I was like, no, there's going with me. So we did the cover. I moved the cars. And don't remember that part, but it's on the camera. Moving the cars. And I drive the truck for the day. And go get a bike. Part of the moving process will be like that. I was glad that the truck was less for me to use. So me and him get in the car. I think it says around like no, before we get to 10 o'clock. Albert never writes the stats at all that night about anything. So the next morning, and he's like, oh my God, I'm fired, right? And I looked at my phone and I didn't see anything. So that's why at first I thought, did the fire really happen? Because I never got a message back from Albert, you know. But then that morning, he messaged back and I said, yes. I was like, he's okay. So that's when I sent a picture of Gannon in the bed that morning. Okay? So I was like, yes, he's fine. He's laying down. You know, he didn't go to school today. I called it in. I'm not going to work. I didn't go into explaining to Albert about me sending a message and losing my mind. Don't know what's going on about. I don't want him to be like, you know, freaked out 1,000 miles away. So I told Gannon, let's just go out shopping for the day. Remember, we go get coffee that morning. We go get like Dunkin' Donuts. I think they had me at Dunkin' Donuts. I don't remember going to the gas station, but they had me at the gas store. Just basically going about shopping for the day. However, when I get to the PetSmart, these black cars from that PetSmart. And we're seeing cars on the freaking camera at PetSmart. Gannon's got his switch in the car laid out. Remember, I told you he had burns in his arms and a few right here now. And I say they were very small. We're talking like centimeters, okay? They were anything that you would think that they needed medical attention. The car comes by PetSmart. So you see me on the cameras at PetSmart running back to the door, like looking out. My first thought was I wanted to make sure G was okay in the car because he was standing switch. Well, the car came back by. I go back into PetSmart, come back to the door. And like if you watch the camera footage of the PetSmart, you see me going back and forth to the door. Like, so how did they know where I was at this point? And that wasn't Edgar's car because Edgar has a Beamer. And it was not a Beamer. So I leave the PetSmart. Anything that I bought from them, again, I don't remember. I leave the phone. Now this is the only phone I had, which was Gannon's phone, because I was trying to hurry up out to the car. So I leave the phone at the PetSmart according to the GPS on the phone. So we go out and finish the day, we get Valentine's candy, and I'm like questioning Gannon the whole time of like, what did they built when they came to the house? What did they look like? You know, like trying to get the best information I could get out of him because he's pretty good at like his age, like, you know, like, okay, he's little. If you say, was it a purple shirt? And no, it was not purple. It was purple shirt. That's, you know, so I knew I could get good information from him. But then we were driving on the back road, okay? The only reason we took a back road was because this called 25 was backed up. And so we took a back road to go to Castle Rock. And this guy lived in Castle Rock. Go up and look at the site. Then we're going to ride by this address that was on that police report. And I was going to ask him to please stop. Like, whatever you wanted. Did you want money? Like, I didn't do anything to your car. I wasn't involved in this accident. Like, you have all my information. Now, the insurance had already deemed I wasn't responsible for it and that I was on a plane. So I was going to think about, you know, like, talking to this guy. I probably would have chickened out when I got there, but that was my mindset. So we go on this back road, which I think is called County Line Road. We go on County Line Road, and Gannon talk about with the castles, and so I'm like looking for the castles to try to like show them the castles because there's like some castles that are like. Then I got mixed up, and I was like, oh shoot, I don't have a cell phone to see how to get out of here because I need the cell phone, and so I couldn't figure out how to get out there. So I'm like doing U-turns, U-turns, and then I freak out because I thought the guy walking was my stepdad. That's why I was telling the police and the people that I was trying to like back the car up and go back forward because he could be dead. And I don't know if it was just from that morning because I sent my boss that text message or what, but he was on that road. So I backed the car up, go back again, and I'm freaking out because he's dead. This point is when I realized I'm not stable enough to be in fights or going to talk to people or anything. So park the car for a minute, take a break or whatever. I don't know how long the break was. I remember taking the break. I remember them tapping me on the back of the shoulder, like, T, we gotta go, like, gotta get Lena from school. That's when I sat back into it. And I remember driving the car back out the highway, like out of the county line road to go back to the house. I remember I told you I was talking again throughout the day. You said something about these kids that were bullying, not him, but Lena. And Albert wanted him to go do something to these boys. So him told that Lena got hit with something. I was going to go talk to that kid. That kid's mom was on Wanda. So we come back into the neighborhood, into the part where Wanda Drive was at. Now, rewind a few days prior to that, him and the kid had been called. They're like the Smartie candy and the like rolls. Or they had been called a few days prior, like fashion the Smartie candies and like they were doing drugs or whatever. My opinion was he should not hang out with kids. So I was going to go try to talk to this parent. But once I had this whole like, my stepdad was on that road, I freaking stopped the car at Wando and Gannon, how about you do this? Because he wanted a video game. I said, why don't you go to the mailbox, get the mail, and do your lap, and I will buy you that $60 game you wanted. I mean, they know we have been shopping and I only bought him at $20. So I told you I'd do points. And I'll give you points to give you the $60 game. So go to the mailbox and do your laps or whatever. So I don't know if Gannon got back in the car with me then or Gannon walked back to the house then, but we end up back at the house on January 27th. So if you see the videos, you see me like pull in, drive back, do all this stuff. I don't remember all that. I don't know if I still thought that I was trying to like, what was stepdad. I just remember I went in the house and I just sit down and was like, this is crazy. You know what I mean? The alarm says I kept going to the back door and all over the house and like up, down, and around, whatever. Well, what threw me off was when I got back to the house, right? The alarm showed there was motion in the house, but there couldn't be because I set the alarm for I left, but I put it on alarm stay. Because the dogs are in the house, people would say that could have been what triggered the alarm. No, our dogs are getting crazy. That's not what triggered the alarm. Couldn't have been. And so I ran downstairs thinking, okay, well, maybe Guam had Eduardo come over here and fix this, carpet or whatever. So I ran downstairs, whatever. At some point in time, like I said, I don't remember if Gannon walked back from the house or drove back with me. But Gannon comes back into the house. Said he's going to go play on the game. And I said, did you do your laps? And I remember us having that conversation. Then I go back upstairs to work out. What the police have about January 27th, absolutely not true because it's January 28th. Okay. So the day goes on through that, right? Everything happens. I don't know where Gannon's at. Call the police. All that was going on. Everything that happened on that time was going on. They bring me in our house with, I think it was like 15, 20 body cams. You can clearly see, and I watched these body cams until I made myself sick, that you can see these body cams come in and nothing is out of order. Nothing is happening. Nothing is wrong at all. And I've watched them over and over and over until I've obsessed on them, you know. When Harley comes home, Lena come in that day, we were going to go eat sushi. Gannon is not a fan of sushi. So at this point in time, I'm like, we'll figure out something else again. Gannon usually is home by the time that if the sun's not down, it'd be 6 o'clock. But it was raining. So we get in the car, they have us on the car raining, like leaving in the rain. So right there across the street, ask this neighbor if we've seen him. No, you haven't seen him. So we pull back up. I start freaking out. I'm pacing the house. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. Because I'm like, he's doing this flipping hiding challenge. Now, reverse back to this hiding challenge. They have a YouTube channel. YouTube channel, their mom and stepdad made. And like, if you find their YouTube videos, Cool Kids Tube is their YouTube channel. They would do these hiding challenges where like Elena would be in the box. And they were pretending like they were getting shipped all these places. We went over to and the mom. Nothing we thought was bad about the kids wanted to do YouTube videos. Flashback to work. So I said, he's doing this hiding challenge. So at first, police were talking to me. I'm just sitting there like, man, he said, do you want, and I know this because I saw it on the video, do you want me to check the house? And I said, yes. Because I knew hiding challenge police had trained. You can't tell me this many police came in the house and didn't find him. You can't tell me that. That's because it was not true. So they did all this, whatever. The night goes on. Robert calls me back, and I'm wreck at this point. I'm telling him about this craziness, and I'm telling him about the garage. It's all over the place. All the stories, it kind of like started like throughout the day. It was convoluted. Rain was all over the place. And I was going back and forth like this and the fire. So he sends the officer back to check on me. According to the report, the officer comes back to check on me, and at this point is when I got scared. At this point, I know Gannon enough to know when his meds wears off, he's gonna eat everything. At this point in time, we haven't even eaten dinner. I haven't even fed the kids. We never even made it to our dinner trip. So that's when I became really, really, really worried. All of us are in the house, and we're like, they went on different searches, whatever. I stayed at the house to make sure of anything, you know, like if anyone called, if anyone done anything. That was the last thing on January 27th before it hits January 28th. January, you'll keep on January 28th. Do you want to keep on January 28th, or did you need it? Okay. So then January 28th, which would hit 12 a.m. in the morning, right? The January 28th comes on. There's people like whatever, there's a knock on the window. My bedroom window, right? So all of us had decided that we were going to all sleep upstairs. The reason for that was I get paranoid like that, and the only way I can protect Harley and Lena is I have them near me. You know what I mean? So I'm like, look, all of us are sleeping up here. We're gonna all be up here. I knew I wasn't going to get much sleep, but for the kids, they were going to sleep upstairs. I dozed off for a minute. There was a knock at the door, being at the window. So the knock at the window happens, and I literally like go to the window, but I don't see anybody. I remember getting in the car, driving out, because I, like, maybe that was Gannon, maybe it was. Yeah, video shows me driving out of the neighborhood, like out of the yard, but coming right back or whatever. Or I can't remember. I don't remember that part, but I do know the video shows me like going out to the car or something. And I come back inside. I keep hearing the same loud noise. And so I laid out like this, hear the same loud noise, and I know Edgar was on his way back over. Edgar Edgar wasn't gonna be there when the police was there. Because he didn't want any problems or whatever. He was like, I'm gonna just go out and look, what does the black car look like? I knew Edgar was gonna be on his way back over that morning because they were gonna help me move all the stuff to Florida. That was his whole plan, to show back up that morning anyway, not even knowing what had, like, that Gannon was missing. So Edgar was coming back for that morning anyway. So I thought Edgar was getting there early or whatever. But I didn't see him out there outside. When I laid on the sofa like this, heard it again, I forgot. At this point, I think someone's in the house. Now, I didn't have my handgun on me because when the police came earlier, if you look at the footage, they had my handgun in the car. They searched the car, searched everything on the body cams. And this is what we came up with between, you know, me and like putting details together on my team. My handgun was in my car because it was on the video. So I don't know if I went in the back door or if he came in through the garage. But I kept telling him I keep hearing someone in the house, and he was like, "No, you're just paranoid. You're just afraid. You don't know where Gannon's at." So then me, Edgar, Angelica, that's Edgar's family, and Lena were all in the house. Harley, Lena, I think Angelica was laying down, and Ty was on his way back. I go to school in Florida. Ty was on his way back here. Whenever that noise again, I realized my handgun is in the car. I said, I never drove my car, it was in the car all day. Me and Edgar jumped up, okay? We hear it, and I start going down the stairs slowly, and I went back up the stairs. And I was like, down the stairs. Now, I don't know who's downstairs, what's going on. I don't even know if anyone's in the house or if it's just the people looking or what's going on. When we go back down the stairs, Edgar has the other handgun on him. Crossing over the front stairwell, someone in it looks like a cape. Okay? So it's like a cape wrapped around them. Goes straight into the back bedroom. As soon as I see him go to the straight back bedroom, I'm going to instantly go into protection mode. I went to go grab the gun off, like from Edgar. And I thought the person in the cape, I didn't know who it was. I happened with the whole Michael, the archangel, the whole thing had happened with my stepdad. And when I grabbed it from him, the gun hits me and then hits the person in the cape. At the time, I didn't know who the person in the cape was. Oh, standing on top of the bed. I didn't know at the time it was standing on top of the bed. Until later on, when I sat down with my attorneys and we put it together and realized it, I didn't know until that point that it was Gannon standing. Because prior to that, I thought the whole like cape thing. We've put it together over and over and over, and I sit and I cry with them. I did this with them and everything. The only thing that comes to my mind is that the way the cover was wrapped, that's what had to look like the cape, was the way that he had the cover wrapped around him. They can see what they want, whatever about me. I never would purposely hurt Gannon or hurt anyone that I would have thought it would have been Gannon. Never in a million years, okay? Never. Had these kids all over the country. If I was going to do something like that, it was somewhere in another country. Like, come on, like people want to kill people doing it because they want to take someone's life. That's not what happened. They paint me as this monster and I did all these crazy things. I never once knew it was Gannon. I, in fact, didn't even know it was Gannon until later on. The reason I did is because Lena, I guess the noise woke Lena up. If you read the report, Lena told you that she helped carry Gannon's body. That report in her interview, she says on that Gannon's body's not moving. That's because she was there and she helped carry Gannon's body to the car. I couldn't get him up the stairs. I didn't even know it was Gannon at that time until I moved him over. I lose it. Like, I am all over the place, like, screaming, crying. That's how Lena hears me. Lena tells me, now Harley's still asleep. She hasn't woke up to any of this. Harley's a hard sleeper. Lena helps me tote Gannon up the stairs. I'm throwing up, like, blood, the side of blood, the side of him. Like, I literally don't, Gannon is still alive. Gannon is barely talking. Okay? We try to get him up steps. We did. We take him upstairs. I'm like, all over the place. We get out the garage to go to the car. Not blank out. Because at this point, I think I was in complete and utter shock. And I know I'm throwing up because I see all this later. So when I tell you I know I'm doing something, I sit back and written a timeline and looked at everything and figured, this out because I was just on it. I remember being in the car on the passenger side and we were taking Gannon to the hospital. But I was on the passenger side, okay? Now my leg's bleeding, which if you look at the footage from the hospital, you can see where I got hit with a bullet, okay? So my leg's bleeding. And that's probably why there was a little bit of my blood on the car. I don't know at this point. I don't know if she went back in the regular party. I don't know anything because I remember waking back up in the car and being like, there's no palm trees. Now, you say, what is palm trees? In South Carolina, when you go to the hospital and there's palm trees, it's on the Grand Strand. That's why it's called Grand Strand. The beach, and then there's palm trees. I didn't see any palm trees when we were in the car, so I didn't think I was on the right road. I was in the passenger seat, not in the driver's seat. Next thing I know, when I wake back up, I hear a loud noise, like a howling noise, like a loud noise. And it reminds me of like when my grandpa died, and he made like this noise. That was the noise I heard when I wake back up and I'm in the garage, in the car. Now we look at camera footage, and my car does go out 5 minutes. So leave the neighborhood. So what we put together is that it must have been when I went out in the car hearing the noise, that must have been when Gannon took his last breath and I was still out of it. Go back in and park the car. Or come back to until Lena must have came back outside to the car. And Lena's asking what's going on, what's everything. I go in the house. Harley's face, Lena's face, they're all just like white, like they've seen a ghost. Like they don't even know what's going on. Police, like the whole world, as if this ain't really going on. Like there is no way this happened. Like there's nothing wrong, y'all. Everything's fine. He's gonna be fine. He's gonna be home. That's when I started going through like all the motions of, going to go get this person, because to me, it wasn't really going on. Like this was, you can't even compare this to a nightmare. To have gone through that, you can't compare it to a nightmare. That is far from a nightmare. And to know that he was speaking to me and Lena as we were trying to take him off the stairwell. And then it was like, none of it was real. So I just started going into different personality of like, this ain't really going on. We got to find him. I don't know what to do. I guess somehow I go on to the airport. I don't remember any of that, but I'm on footage going on to the airport. I'm on footage just talking to people and saying like, we're going to find him. Like, I don't really like remember that vividly. But I know I did it because I've seen it. I'm not going to lie and say I didn't do it because it was there. Like me talking to people, me doing it. I got just disassociated, and I was like, this is not real. That there is no way this happened. So Edgar, another male, he's a family member, and I'm not going to say their name. somehow during this mix, when I was like going crazy trying to go get Albert, and I was screaming at everybody talking about it's an accident, it's an accident. I think they have one of the things reports where I was like, I didn't ever know it was Gannon because I really didn't. It was someone in a cape. The reason he was taller was because the bed was sitting, like, you think a twin bed. He was standing on the bed. So to me or to whoever I was, thought that was a person in a cape. That's the only reason at all that the girl would have went. That is the only reason. And like I played this back, like I said, 50 million times in my head. Like, was I in the right mind to have turned the light switch on? No. My mind was in the protective mode because he wasn't there. He wasn't there. Where was he at? Like, this was somebody in the house. It was probably someone trying to molest him. It was probably someone trying to hurt one of us. Add that into what I was already going through with my stepdad earlier in the day. Maria could have thought it was my stepdad. She could have thought it was anyone who was trying to hurt anyone else in the house. She's going to protect. That part of me go into protection mode to protect everyone else around me. So there was never a moment. There's no murder. There's no hurt. There's no intent. Look, I had everything I wanted in my life. Career, this, that, you name it. There's no reason to hurt anyone in my home. I gained absolutely nothing out of hurt a child. But abuse, negativity, from kids, crazy as an evil stubborn, I took care of this kid and it wasn't so like, go do that. No, I had to carry him upstairs and he was dying. I could never in a million years tell anybody what it was. I was not okay. I was not okay before because I felt working down with someone in a cape. Like, how do you even explain that again, small, that you think it's someone in a cape? You can't. You know? But then what happened after was even worse because I never even moved again. I'm not going to incriminate anyone, the male person. I'm not going to do that. Because it wasn't any intent there to harm anybody. There was no intent for anything. I went crazy thinking I could raise him in the bed. I was driving him around the Burger King, trying to get him Happy Meals. I freaking took him back to GameStop to get that $60 game that I told you about that I told him to get earlier. That's how freaking crazy I was going. But I was like, he's going to wake up. I don't know if y'all know Andrew Womack. I tried to find Andrew Womack's house. But he brought his son back from the dead from 5 hours at Memorial. And I grew up watching the Daily Gospel. And Andrew Womack, so I just kept thinking, like, God gives people powers to bring it back. I'm like, this is not supposed to be happening. All I feel, not even believing this is even happening. That's how my mind shifts. The older male person finally at some point told my mom that I had completely lost it. Because I told you my mom came out here. My mom, brother, they were all like, you have lost it. You can't bring somebody back from the dead. They already knew, but they weren't going to, involve themselves in it. Like, you are going crazy. You need to go to a hospital. I didn't have anything to do with body being moved. I really kept saying he has to get back to China. That's where his grandma and grandpa have a farm. That's where he is. We're like, the person couldn't carry him anymore. And the whole thing was for him to be buried in South Carolina. It wasn't to be like, something else. That was a horrid thing. I was not well enough to get him there. That's why the male person is the person who tampered with evidence and who Never been lying. That was not me. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that. I didn't know with him and fired weapon and did do this part. I'm telling you. It was him. I started the first case that goes in the house. And then freaking, you think about a cape. What if colors are on a cape? Red, black. What do I think about? What was going on in my mind during the day for my stepdad? If someone was trying to molest him, if someone was hurting these kids, just going through my brain. Or I never, like, I didn't even have my own handgun on me. I don't even like guns. I can't even shoot a gun. Not even me. Maria can shoot a gun. I can't shoot a gun. So like, yeah. And like, someone to get to hear the truth of it is like the hardest thing because people are like, oh, why didn't you turn the light on to see if someone's in a cave? Like, I sit there and told my therapist and people that, like, do you think I had that thought process? There was never even a thought to be like, hey, that's not even a thought I had. The innocent thought is when Maria comes, it protects whoever's in this house. That's exactly what happened. There was no intent, there was no hurt, there was no ill will, there was no anger, there was no passion. I looked up every definition they have in this book because I was just on it. None of that is right. That's not what happened. And you can't even say, like, there's no self-defense because you don't even know. I thought this was someone else. Like, how do I know who this is? I'm not in the right mindset to decide, to make that decision. I didn't know right or wrong to who this was, what I was doing. My mind goes to, there's kids in this home, there's Lena, there's Harley, and one of my kids are missing. That's the mindset. That's the truth. So I don't know if I've heard, read, seen, whatever, but that is 100% the truth. It was on January 28th, not January 27th. I don't know why they're all wrong.
And so we don't know how body ended up in Florida. Am I correct?
No, so, okay. So leaving, so police came, they helped me pack. So because people were going crazy in the neighborhood, they were like threatening to kill me, like all this. So the police allowed me to leave. They came and helped me pack. There's body cam footage of them packing the van up with my clothing and the police are there. They allowed me to leave. Okay? I'm still in that mindset of like, I don't know what, like, this can't be going on. This is worse than a nightmare. This, in my mind, it kept being like, I'm gonna wake up and this is just one of these bad dreams. Like, that's how it kept saying, like, this is not happening. Like, there's gotta be some camera pops out any moment for some show or something. I don't want to call it denial. It was more so of like, it was not reality. That was not. So they helped me load the car up. There was another male person who, and again, I'm not going to say their name because at the end of the day, they're still my family. He was trying to protect me and was like, you need to stop. You need help. Like, you've lost your mind. And he was trying to protect me. I'm trying to protect him. I just kept saying, I'm going to Florida, and I'm going to drop myself off, and then I'm going to go to South Carolina, because I knew that's where LaRonda and Zach lived. And I just kept yelling that to them. LaRonda and Zach live there. I got to go talk to them. And I know this only through their interviews, what they said to my people. I just kept yelling. Got to get to LaRonda Mac. Somewhere in my brain, I guess it recognized LaRonda Mac or Gannon's grandparents, his mom, dad. And like, oh, those were the only people that ever helped me. So like, one part of my brain was like, just kept that I gotta talk to them, I gotta talk to them, I gotta talk to them, you know. So I get in the car. I don't remember really driving. Like, they have me on stores where I go and stores to buy stuff. And I swear on my breath, I don't even remember going in these stores. I'm not even a driver to ride on planes. So for me to even be in a car that long, that's how much I was out of this world. And then at some point in time, I'm supposed to like meet them and they call me and they're like, you're losing your mind. We're not going any further. We're not going to South Carolina. I could not pick Gannon up, carry him, because my mindset kept saying, I'm taking him to South Carolina, to his grandparents' farm, so he can have a proper burial. Because if we would have been buried, like, if Robert would have had control of it in Colorado, we would have never, like, be involved in anything. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I just kept saying, let's go to Loandra Max. They can make a good decision. If they don't know what to do, they can help me bring you back to life. That's when the mill person intervened and kept saying, you're losing your mind. You can't bring somebody back from the dead. And I have to protect them too, because I'm not going to go out saying their name. Common sense, you can put two and two together, the mill figures that were here, but you never hear it out of my mouth. At the end of the day, still. And he was just trying to like figure out why I was going crazy and help me at the same time figure out like this is really reality what's going on. But that was the only reason he ended up in Florida, because when they left me, he never wrote, like, his body was never with me, his body was never in the car. They pulled the whole van apart and seen that there was no DNA evidence at all. And then the was never in the van that I drove myself. Never. Ever. It wasn't until I get to Florida and I'm telling everybody, like, we have to bring you back to life, Loranda could help. Those individuals who flew on an airplane and went to Florida after they got off the airplane, listen, I could not pick Gannon up to carry him anymore. That is the only reason. Or else, I don't know. My investigators have asked me, what was your plan? Was you just going to pull up at the farm in South Carolina? And I said, I didn't have a plan. There was, in my mind, that's probably what I was trying to think about doing, is getting to Loandra and Max, but like, there was never a plan. Like, I don't know if I was going to pull up there and, you know, lose my mind, tell them what had happened. I didn't know. I just knew running has been part of my life. So running always makes things disappear. Like, it's not real. So I was under the impression that this was all just a nightmare, that as soon as I got away from this, I was just going to snap back into it, and this was not what it was. But it never happened that way. Then I started, like, when I was in South Carolina, I was telling people crazy stuff. I wasn't eating, I wasn't sleeping. I just kept saying to people, it's not what you think, this is not what happened, he's going to come back to life. And like, all my friends in South Carolina kept being like, what do you mean he's not going to come back? He's going to come back to life. What is going on? And I know by this point, I'm no medical professional, but I know for a fact that I was in a form of psychosis, because I never in my life have been through hallucinations. I never in my life have been through the things I was going through to explain that. To think there was a person in the cave, to think that this person was harming somebody. Never had been that height. And it caused me the ruin. I can see it's not about me, it's Landon's life, Luna's life, Harley's life. Like, I don't know. One decision that wasn't even right. Every single day. So yeah, to me, sometimes I do check in our reality, but like, this ain't real, too bad. And with all my heart, I took care of it. Oh, literally gave him enema. Freaking took him to school, did schoolwork, did everything. What? If anything, you know, whatever was weight loss 2 years. Then people make up these things about stab marks. It's not stab marks. Those were from the fire. I've looked at the autopsy report to the point that I've memorized it. They say like 1.2 centimeters, 1.4. We're talking centimeters. That's from the fire. I don't care what they say. There was never anybody doing anything, slicing, dashing, whatever the hell the news puts on there. That's not true. They were marks from the virus. Which was exactly what I told them. They were on the arms and chest. Just what I told them when I was going through these stories and my brain was so convoluted. It all went together. And I was talking about the rape. I was talking about the garage. I was talking about marks. I was talking about the bleeding. Like, I was like shocked that all of it went together in these crazy. It was almost like I was talking a word salad all over the place. Nothing was coherent with any of those things. Didn't really understand what was going on. That ain't no approach that people take to get out of crime. I've never been a felon, never been that. You don't just wake up one day and decide to start murdering people. It's because it was not meant to. He was missing. Everything in my mind was bad. She was raping him, she was molesting him, she was got him here, she was got him. I watched this body cam footage so much, so like, everybody's like, well, where was he at that night? They opened the one closet with the ornaments and stuff. I swear to you, I see it move. I see it move with the cover. And I'm telling everybody on my team, I'm like, y'all don't see that. Y'all don't see that. That's where he was hiding at. That's where he was at the whole night of the 27th. How did that guy miss him? How did he come in there with freaking body cam, trained to find people, trained at kids hiding, trained at that, and miss that? How? That's why I go back and forth with everything they how. Because had he not blaming this on him, because God knows I would never blame them, someone else like that. Had he done that, the outcome probably be different. Yeah, absolutely. How am I supposed to know that it's not some person in the house getting ready to or take another kid, hurt me, hurt Harley? Does that read things like that? She doesn't think rational. She doesn't think let's do this the right way. She thinks I'm about to hurt anybody that's about to hurt the people I love. Wow.
Remember, guys, when she stops talking, it's time to rub her nose into her hair. Ew.
Hard been pain like you just don't know how bad I just do want to sit down with Landon. I'm gonna change my mental state. But you gotta know in your heart it's not her getting it. Me and grandma teaching kids never heard like I have no history of anything. Like even the FBI testified on the stand and the prelim was like there's no
Liar.
history of any kind of
Liar.
and
Only a bit of DV and battery.
say that like because I was the one that always came to rescue him for everything. And now I don't even get to like even talk Lena goodbye. I don't get to say anything. And they have to she has to think that the world I heard her brother, like come on. Like, oh, but I looked at the autopsy report and it said like within the jaw, and it was like far away. And I'm like, but I always like try to sit there with them, try to piece together any of these pieces I'm missing, like what what point am I missing this part? I'm missing this part. Everything is like, the evidence is all consistent. You're gonna listen, if you're gonna kill somebody, you don't shoot them in the jaw. Murderers kill people. Most female people who kill people are psychopaths and they poison people and they do all these harm. When not even knowing it's them and it hit them in the jaw. And they paint it as this murder. Just listen, so like some children, like, come on. Never had a scratch on their body ever in their life. Ever. Don't just that happen. And try to get these people to like understand that is the hardest thing ever. Because had I not, maybe if I hadn't been going through it, I was going through the day thinking my stepdad was still alive. Maybe I like trying to replay everything. Maybe it's like I wasn't worried about these people not letting stay home that day. You know, maybe you wouldn't have left because I thought the whole car situation, people trying to follow me from the stupid car accident thing, like, and I tried thinking that might have switched, that might have kept me from being at the state I was in. But then they like painted this whole thing about cleaning supplies. If you guys have seen the receipt, the carpet. I mean, I've memorized the receipts. It's trash bags, carpet powder, candy, nothing in there ever sent anyone to get cleaning supplies. Pull up the receipt all day long and say it. But it's not true. Right?
I can understand it's a lot. Also had a very long day. We'll probably be stopping here at this point in time. A little late.
You guys hear like a lot of like stuff with numb to like what people do and stuff. Whatever you do, please just don't ever take the whole mindset these people took. You won't ever find it in my history. Ever. You said ever, nothing like that comes to children.
I do appreciate you, Waffle.
Worked pretty hard to consider all of the
You're saying a lot, but I don't deserve this. At all. Some people will be deceived. They're like, oh, I have nothing to do with it or none of that. From the beginning, I got and out of it at CJC in the beginning, and I kept being like, this is not real. But at some point, it hits you, and you're like, okay, no, those cameras aren't coming out. No, this is really going on. And people just got to see me, and they're like, wait a minute, something right. Like, you are like, only to follow rules. You don't do this, you don't do that. Like, just don't make any sense. And so, I know last time you guys know that they were like, I was part of the deal, but like, once they got to know that that's not who I am, things got easy. Like, they weren't, I say easy, but you know what I mean? Like, they didn't think of me like, of how this is. They started more and more being like, there's something we're missing, and I always just feel like you just have no idea what is actually missing from them. It's not because someone, that's not true. Whether you want to call it that on paper, that's on the Bible ended. There's 100% no determination. Me not turning the light switch on or turning it on, off, on. Me determining who was there, who was not, caper, under the cape or not. There was no determination of life after that. And I've read that, every part of that book I told you I read it. There was no determining life because in the reason these kids in this house, they need to be protected. So like whether he was alive that day or not alive that day, I still struggle with that. Like I'll still be at the jail, like thinking he's there, having these nightmares, doing whatever. And I'm like, I don't even know when it will stop. Like, I don't know where to ever stop. Like, he's dead in those things.
Okay, it should be done now. 30 seconds or less. What is she doing now? It's tissue time. Ew, what is she drinking? Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll take our morning recess.
Yes.
I'd like to have everyone back in the jury room at say 10 till 11. We should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case with yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And we'll see you back at 10 till 11. All right, for the jury, please.
The judge knew everyone needs a break after that. Sure. Yes, I do, Floating Lotus. Yes, I do. Yoga Healing says, poor Tisha's sick. Did someone do to her what she did to Gannon? Place I'm way behind. Thanks for the epic coverage. Well, no, because she's alive.
You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay. All right.
She looks
Right,
really
court
like the
being
ring.
recessed then.
All rise.
She's looking like the ring right there. Okay. Ew. She's scratching her hair. Okay. Let me just quickly take this off. Actually, I just want to play this. I hope it doesn't double play. I know I always say that, but I just want to play this for just like a breather and to remember while we're all here enduring all of this, okay? Okay, so that was really a lot. They're coming back at 10 to, so we only got 10 minutes to do a quick debrief. Let's start with Archangel. She literally said Archangel, and the Archangel had a business card. So I'm just gonna say random words that she says because, like, the Archangel, okay, Michael, like he was talking to me, telling me not to go to church that day, but then he also had like a business card. I'm like Quincy. Did he also have baggy pants and pink boots, perhaps? Wow. So yes, we are all here for Gannon and his family. That's what we are doing this for and watching this trial for, and I cannot wait for sentencing. And I hope that that sentencing is life imprisonment with no possibility for parole and not a mental institute where if she's proven that she's now recovered and no longer insane, she can get out. We don't want that. Okay, let me speak for myself. I don't want that. How about you? Cliff notes needed. Okay, we always got these little in the tea break or the recess or the timeout. We do bullet points, right? So she was waiting for protection when she heard someone in the house and all of this kind of crap. Okay, if you guys are lost, I can't go through all of this now because we don't have enough time. But let's just touch on a few things. Okay, there's this guy she brought up, Edgar. Not Eduardo. That's another one. Okay, there's Edgar. And someone in the chat about 2 days ago said, what about Edgar? They're going to bring that up. And I'm like, there's no Edgar. It's Eduardo. Then they reminded me, no, there is an Edgar. Then I remembered, actually, we had looked at something like that before, an Edgar. I remember something like that. So then start digging, right? And Edgar is someone that Letecia made up when Al Stauch divorced her, but, okay, he divorced her. So I say that she made it up at that time because it matches. He divorced her and the divorce was finalized in, I think, September 2020. Well, okay. And that's the moment where she's like, I'm going to throw him under the bus. So, no. Edgar, she says, is someone that Al owed money to. And Edgar is the one who took Gannon, hurt Gannon, whatever story she makes up next, right? So there is actually an Eduardo, there's a Quincy, there's Angel, there's the Cash Betty lady, and there's an Edgar. Did I miss anyone? Whoever else the other person is in this threesome, because she only mentioned Angel. So it's her and Angel. Who's the other one? Okay. So there's that. She lied so much when she said, my stepdad died when I was 19. He literally died when she was 21. Okay. If you missed my Patreon post from yesterday, go check it out because we did a deep dive on when exactly did her stepdad die and how did he die? Could she have been like responsible for this hit and run? Short answer is it doesn't seem so. It's some other lady that rode into him when he was walking in the middle of the road. Alice something or other. She was 21, I think, and same age as Letecia. But yes, okay. So there's that. There's always room for theories. Like, did she say her name was Alice? But anyway, they say that she wasn't charged or anything. So apparently it was another lady. But she said, my stepdad died when I was 19. No. You can't even get that right. Can't even get that right. This girl says, Cape, anyone? Oh, Cape. Yes, Uncle Matt. Thank you, Maurice. I missed Uncle Matt too. Eduardo, Edgar, Uncle Matt. Angel, Cash Belly Lady. Craigslist guy. Unknown male that she mentions today. Some other person, and she just can't say the name. She's making me really feel like really sick and like really angry and really sad because it's so horrible to watch her. I mean, I was ready for today. I was like, got my shield on, let's go. But like, I don't think I was ready for what we just saw. That was so much. That was so much, right? Yes, I see there's 1% voting that they think the information is true. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so the things that she said, as we say, she's got a grain of truth or a pinch of truth, whichever word you prefer. Okay, it's the same as salt, right? Okay, little bits of truth, I think, in everything she says, and it's really scary when she's talking about being naked in the garage, but that means to her wearing only her bra. She's talking about carrying Gannon up the stairs and that he was barely breathing and having Lena help her. I don't think that's true. I don't think Lena was helping her carry Gannon's body around. It doesn't make sense either based on what she did to Gannon. But I worry about that story quite a lot. She's talking about flashbacks with Eduardo, and she's also talking about Gannon, so victim blaming. She says he was standing on the bed and she thought it was someone in a cape. And that's the only reason, basically, that this happened. And she also blames it on Maria, the one personality that she can't access. Because remember, Maria can only be accessed through some kind of drug induced state or something else. Or when she sees, hello, just show her red or black. Just show her. When she sees someone wearing red or black, or that reminds her of her stepdad, who she calls Jackass James, by the way, then Maria goes into this protective mode. So is she blaming the murder on Maria? But yet we can't access Maria. You know why? Because Maria is the one who speaks Spanish, and I bet she can't speak Spanish. So she can't lie with that one. Can't make that up, okay? So it really hurt to hear her say that they were going to eat sushi that night. Now, this is the night after she had murdered Gannon. That night, January 27th. Yeah, we were going to eat sushi that night, but Gannon wasn't really a fan of sushi. Well, I wonder then why you told Harley, let's go eat sushi. I mean, it just is sickening to me. It's almost like, I don't want to say a celebration for her. It's just weird how she's like, oh, we can go eat sushi. Because, I mean, Gannon's not even a fan of sushi. Yeah, he was dead. And to talk about him like that after she'd murdered him, wow. Wow. And she also obsesses over those body cams. She mentioned it at least 3 times, where she's like, I watched the body cams over and over and over until I felt sick, and more and over. That's just the control freak, She's just watching everything to see what they missed, to see maybe where she messed up. And what was really scary was also hearing her describe his autopsy. That makes me mad. Why is she able to see it? I know it's part of the file. I get it. But, oh, man, that makes me mad. When she is obsessing over Gannon's autopsy and saying, those were not stab marks. They're not marks. He was stabbed 18 times. Again, even if you were to clap your hands 18 times, it's a lot, okay? If you ever want to do that, just to understand how much that is, it's a lot. It's really scary. 18 times. I know some murderers stab even more than that, which is very scary. But he was stabbed 18 times, okay? There's one knife missing from the butcher's block in the kitchen. I'm trying to find where, I think it was Detective Bethel or one of the other detectives said it, but like, yes. And someone had also emailed me something about that. So I'm like, yeah, it rings a bell because they mentioned it somewhere there. Yes, so stab, like, wow. And she's saying those are burn marks. That is a huge red flag to me, because we all know about this candle incident on the Sunday night, and then the really weird picture she took on the Monday morning. The Monday was January 27th when she murdered him that afternoon. And how weird is it when she says that she saw Gannon standing on the bed, she thought it's someone in a cape, and she didn't even think to switch the light on. It was broad daylight. According to the police probable cause affidavit, that they think that she murdered him between 2 and whatever time they got there. It's probably between 2:15 and 3:30, if one had to be that specific. But they say between the time they got home and later when she'd called the police, right? Yeah, and Sumisu says overkill because she hated him. Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah. We've gone through this before. Yes, her previous... Oh, my word. Her previous arrests. And she's like, I've never done anything. There's nothing in my background. Oh, just a little bit of battery and DV and theft and, grand theft, all kinds of stuff. Just a tad. Wow. Yeah, she said she did realize it was Gannon that she killed. I mean, and the way she said that he took his last breath, she's admitting she was there. She was the one who was there when he took his last breath. But the way she tries to rope in Lena and Harley and saying they were there, and then there are no receipts and no proof of her asking anyone to buy cleaning products. Well, we've seen the receipts in this trial now. So, man, this person can lie like I've never seen. I've never seen a creature like this in my life. It's also scary when she says, this unknown person says, you need to stop, you've lost your mind. I really worry that that's Gannon that said things like that. Because who's the unknown person? We just don't know. She initially said, I never once knew it was Gannon. She said Lena helped get Gannon's body to the car. Poor Lena. Can't you say that? Lena was 8 years old. Are you insane? Yeah, well, no. Let's not ask that question again. No. Okay, so how much time? We're almost there. Yeah, they're coming back any minute now. They said at 10 to. She's so dangerous, Christine. You know what's so hectic was when she started rattling off stats of how female murderers normally operate. They normally poison. Yeah, you did poison him. You literally Googled, Letecia, what to do if someone accidentally swallows poison. And she drugged him. So that was scary. Then she's like, murderers don't just shoot people in the jaw. I mean, come on. Okay, but they might have blunt force trauma that cause such massive lacerations and then stab 18 times. Does she forget about that? Wow. Esther O'Neill says, I'm only catching part of this. Looking forward to your recap, G. Yeah, we got to recap all this on my word. Katrina, thank you so much. What about her college degrees? Can they be verified? Apparently not. I've got lots of Grizzly sending me emails and they're just like, no. Even the timeline, when she says she graduated, no, she's not on that list of people who graduated. She probably just went to like a class, right? And there's a huge window in Gannon's room too, yes. Okay, they should be coming back any minute now. They did say 10 to. So I don't know if Letecia's now acting out again or what's happening. Yeah, and she's just too much. Yes. Okay. Again, I wrote you obsessed over body cam because she just goes on and on about it. She said, I'm not a driver. I ride on planes. Spoken like Kim Kardashian. Because remember, that's her role model. That's who she thinks she is. She thinks she's just like Kim K. So she's like, I don't drive. I ride on planes. Yeah, like literally your Tiguan, the rental vehicle, the van, they would disagree. And if you really don't drive, you ride on planes. Interesting how you drove all the way from Colorado to freaking Florida and then South Carolina. Wow, that was a mighty, mighty trip. You even beat Brian Laundrie at that freaking trip. That was long. That was like major cross country with no clothes changes. Okay, dodgy lady. Okay, they're back. Here they go. They're back. Oh, there she is. I'm like, where is she? Let's see if she stands up now. There we go. She always does. That too. Thank you for listening to my recap rant. Okay, we're going to make more notes. She's always like passed. Oh, sorry, I've got to put the sound on. Yes. She's always like passed out until they say, all rise. And then suddenly she's like, whoop, she's wide awake. Yeah, the judge is just, he didn't say anything now. We couldn't hear. He was just whispering something. Okay. Yeah, Tiggy One Airlines. There's no sound right now, as you can hear. And there's so much more I have to explain, spread love. Yeah, the court audio is on now, but all we can hear so far is
All rise for the jury, please.
there we go. Oh man, she's got a book stuck to her. I will look out for her, Barbara. I could see L. You say that's Landon in the blue shirt standing right behind L. Oh.
Torres, that's probably here in the microphone.
Look, she's sitting down already.
Thank you. May all be seated.
Thank you, Mia.
My bad. Sorry about that. All right, court will call 20 CR 1358. Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Young.
Thank you, Your Honor. You might be surprised, but I have some questions based on the last clip that we just saw. So the jury understands, is this the last time that you talked to Ms. Stauch on March 24th, 2022?
That was the first time that we spoke to her for our sanity interview, because we saw her again in June.
I meant because we saw some other clips that took place, and it looked like there was breaks and sessions where she would leave. Is this the last session on that day that you talked to her?
Yes.
Okay. And at the end, you said you're going to have her come back, and we're going to talk about June in a moment. But did she eventually come back and you asked her some more questions?
She did.
Now, in this particular clip, you and Dr. Gray didn't ask a lot of questions. I think Dr. Gray asked one with about 20 minutes left. And then you said some things towards the end there. Was that unusual?
It depends. Every case is different. Some defendants give practically a full account, almost in the way that Ms. Stauch did the first time that we asked them to explain it to us. Some defendants give a very brief account and require a lot more follow-up questions. So given that she spoke so much, there was a lot to process and a lot to think about and a lot to go through before we could ask further follow-up questions.
But as she's telling these things to you on the clip that we just saw, were you thinking that whether or not that was consistent, what you read in discovery or what you've seen other statements that she made about this incident?
Yes.
Why didn't you ask her those things?
During the first recounting, we usually don't like to interrupt. We like the defendant to just let us know the things that essentially they want us to know. When it comes to things of inconsistencies, that can come up the second time we go through it, or in this particular circumstance, we ended the evaluation that day because I think we had already been going for about 5 hours or 5 hours and a half. In some sanity interviews, we'll ask follow-up questions immediately based off of the notes that we're taking.
Is the entire contact that you and Dr. Gray had with the defendant, Ms. Stauch, on March 24th, 22, was that video recorded?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to her at any time off camera?
No.
During the course of her statement, she alluded to the fact that she's read discovery or read police reports. Do you recall her saying things like that?
Yes.
Do you recall her talking about the body-worn camera that she reviewed and things like that?
Yes.
She also alluded to the autopsy and said do you remember what she said about the autopsy?
I believe she said she had obsessed over it.
She memorized the autopsy report?
Yes.
Was that unusual in a forensic setting for someone that you're evaluating in an insanity evaluation, for them to be verbose on discovery and know everything that was been discovered?
Again, this is one of those, it depends. Sometimes people are more aware of what the discovery says in their particular case, and sometimes they're not, or they have less of an idea.
Do you recall her using terms such as psychosis, disassociated, things like that?
Yes.
And are those terms commonly used in your everyday conversations with people?
Not in everyday conversations with people.
She indicated a couple times that she's read the whole book and things like that. Towards the end of the interview, she indicated that I know right from wrong. I read the book from cover to cover. Do you recall her saying something to that?
Yes.
Did that give you an indication that perhaps she may have reviewed the DSM-5?
I had wondered, but I don't know if she did.
You know what I mean? We approach.
Okay.
Oh, what's going to happen now? The courtroom is so bright right now. Literally, look at this. Maybe you can't see it like this, but it's like bright today. Perimeter lights are on. Yes, I'm not T-Pain says, well, if she knew right from wrong, insanity's out of the window. Mm-hmm. That's true, hippie. That's true. But Rain, I thought it's disassociated. Okay, if you went here on Wednesday, you don't know what my pet peeve is. It's so bad. Like disassociated. It's dissociated. Little Miss X says, imagine 5 hours of yada yada yada. Well, it feels like we've been through 55 hours after that video. Yes, we've got sidebar now, so there's no sound in the courtroom, just in case you're wondering. Let's see if we can make the court just look a little bit normal. Yeah, there we go. It's better. That's better. Okay, what are we arguing about?
Sometimes we have to have conversations with the judge.
Yeah.
Dr. Torres. I apologize for that as well.
I look a lot different than he does.
Okay. So we were talking about her knowledge of using words like disassociation, right from wrong, and psychosis. Are those not necessarily the right from wrong, but is disassociation a term that is in the DSM-5 in regard to dissociative identity disorder?
No, it's dissociation.
And does it state in the criteria in the things that might be apparent in someone who suffers from that mental illness, the terms of people may disassociate?
Yes.
And what does disassociate mean in general?
Disassociation is it's a term that is used when a person is no longer able to integrate things like memory, perception, awareness. It can be seen in a few different ways. I mean, we talk about dissociative amnesia, so not integrating memory, forgetting that you've done things. We've talked about more normal components of disassociation that we just reference as absorption. So like when you're so absorbed in a task that you are not really aware of what's going on in your surroundings. But pathologically, there's amnesia, there's derealization, and then there's depersonalization. Derealization is more of a feeling detached from reality. Things seem more like a dream than they do actual life. Depersonalization is almost as though you are in your body observing yourself, but you don't feel integrated.
This is going to sound like I did this on purpose, but I didn't. But for instance, when I called you Dr. Gray, is that a form of disassociation?
I would not say that.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you then what it is, because I'm afraid of what the answer might be. The fact that she gives you this version of events, and we talked about how as she's giving it to you, you may be reflecting back on the police reports and the discovery, thinking that it's not consistent. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
When she brings up this thing about going to church, kind of at the beginning of the interview, based on what she's telling you happened on January 26, 2020. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that? There's police reports that indicate
Object stating facts that are not in.
Well, the question's not all the way done. So let's wait until we get to the end of the question before we take the objection.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the police reports in this case that talk about surveillance video in that neighborhood and monitoring 6627 Mandan Drive during this entire time frame?
I'm aware of them, yes.
Do you recall reading them?
I likely read them, and I don't remember very specifically what those might have said.
But needless to say, there's reports that talk about movement from that house during a specific time frame. Do you recall reading that?
Yes.
And certainly, if she had gone to church that morning, we would see the vehicle leave on the video camera. Is that right?
Yes.
And you probably don't remember if you read that report or not, but do you remember reading anything about her leaving the morning of January 26, 2020?
I don't remember that.
The other issue is, are you familiar with reports with regards to her vehicle, the Tiguan, and the GPS data that was on that Tiguan?
Some of it.
If she took the Tiguan to church, would that be reflective in the GPS data?
I would assume that it would be, but I don't remember specifically reading that.
Well, what do you do as a forensic psychologist when someone's telling you something that you know is not consistent or is flat out not true?
Occasionally, we might specifically ask them about that particular point. As I noted, it depends on the relevancy to the question that we are trying to answer, which is what is her mental state at the time of the offense? So this could be an example where what was happening the day before was less relevant for us. As evaluators, we're not there as investigators. We're not there to fact find. We're not there to find out, is what she's telling us the truth or not, but we are paying attention to whether there are inconsistencies in self-report from one conversation to another, as well as in the other data that we have, because that speaks to issues of credibility.
Well, I'm assuming when she brings up about this Michael, the archangel, handing out business cards, and that's what caused her to go on the hike, that something may have been going on there. What was your take on her telling you that?
You know, that particular point, I did have a question about it, but ultimately I don't think that it comes down to very much. It doesn't seem to be an issue of psychosis or dissociation. If it is true that there was an individual there handing out cards, it was just another point in her day.
Okay. Do you recall her talking about the video? The court reporter needs to take a drink. Wait. Okay. Do you recall her talking about a video that she made with regards to the burns on Gannon? How she video recorded everything.
Yes.
Is there any significance as to when the video stopped recording?
I don't know.
Do you recall the video?
I don't recall that video specifically.
If I told you, and this is to get what your opinion is of it, okay, is if the video stops after Gannon says, "I'm worried about my burns," and then she says, "Well, tomorrow," stops. Is that any significance to you in your evaluation?
For the purpose of our evaluations, it just helps corroborate that there were burns on Gannon. I don't know about the severity of the burns, but it's interesting that he was worried about them. And then in terms of stopping it at tomorrow, I wouldn't know what to make of that.
Okay. She alludes to her stepfather several times during her narration here. What did you and Dr. Gray take from that?
The references to the stepfather, to me, sounds like she's trying to tell us that she was having flashbacks of her stepfather. At this point, I think we've established her self-report that she had an abusive childhood. So that is our take specifically whenever she mentions him, is that she's trying to make that point.
And does she refer back, as she mentions her stepfather, as to why she would text her boss at 4 a.m. or close to 4 a.m. that morning saying, "I'm not coming into work because my stepfather just got killed in an auto accident"?
Mm-hmm.
What was your take on that?
I think it's curious that it happened at that early in the morning. When Miss Stauch was talking to us, she told us that she doesn't remember specifically doing that, and that she knows that that happened because it's in discovery.
And that was going to be my next question. Did Miss Stauch appear to refer to things that are in discovery as she's explaining her accounts?
Yes.
And in that particular moment, did it appear to you that she's trying to explain as to why she would say, my stepfather just died, I can't come into work?
It's possible. I would say that whole interview, the first time around, we had concerns that she was explaining evidence more so than trying to give us her version of what occurred, which is something that we tried to address the second time that we spoke to her.
And we're going to play that later, maybe this morning, maybe this afternoon. During the course of her interview, she repeatedly said, my team, my attorneys, we came up with this. What was your take on that?
Again, it was concerning for us as evaluators because we picked up on that language as well. As I noted earlier, we are trying to get a pure version of events from a defendant during sanity evaluations. So when she says things like, this is what we came up with, it does make me wonder a bit further what that means, because it does sound like, again, trying to explain the evidence that is available.
Is it consistent with how she did on the psychological testing that stated she was exaggerating symptoms?
I don't know that I would say those two things are specifically consistent, but I think that throughout this case, there were concerns about Ms. Stauch's credibility, whether it was in regards to the way that she told us what happened that day, given the inconsistencies, in addition to the exaggeration of mental health symptoms on the testing that we did.
She talked to you about falling down the stairs. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
And then later in the interview, she talks about being in the garage naked and noticed that her head was matted with blood. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you recall reviewing a report by a SANE nurse in this case by the name of Van Ness?
Yes.
And were there pictures associated with that report as well?
I don't remember.
Do you recall the SANE nurse mentioning anything about any injuries to her head?
No,
Did she have any injuries to her head?
not that I'm aware.
During the course of the interview on several different occasions, she wanted you to know that Gannon was killed on January 28th and not January 27th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
From reviewing the police reports, what is your understanding as to when, at least from the police reports, the killing happened?
The police report suggests January 27th.
And would that have been sometime between 2:30 to 3:15 that afternoon?
Sometime in the afternoon.
And so it's real clear that she's telling you it didn't happen then. It happened the early morning hours of January 28th, sometime after midnight. Is that what your recollection is?
Correct.
Which would mean the police had already been in the house. They looked around the house. She told you she memorized the body worn camera as well. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
What was your and Dr. Gray's evaluation of that?
For us, again, the timing of it was less relevant to the question that we were trying to answer. We do note that there is that discrepancy in terms of what the police reports say and what she is saying.
Was part of her, well, was your opinion was that she was trying to convince you that the police had it wrong?
At least in terms of when the killing actually occurred.
And is that something that if someone truly suffers from dissociative identity disorder and they're having some kind of amnesia because they go into a different state of mind, would that be consistent with that?
I would expect if somebody was dissociating, there would be more of that loss of time and potential disorientation, um, switching from one state to another.
Would that individual make it a point to say the police are wrong, they got it all wrong, this is when it actually happened?
I think that's going to be an it depends.
Okay. I seem to ask a lot of those questions. I apologize for that. Now, when she's talking about the incident that she says happens on January 28th, 2020, sometime after midnight, just so we're in reference here. She talks about, we all decided that all of us were going to sleep upstairs. Do you remember her saying that?
Yes.
And she's referring to herself, Harley, and Lena.
Yes.
And then she goes into the details as to what she thinks happened to Gannon.
Yes.
And she somehow says, or she tells you that a person by the name of Edgar comes by,
Yes.
and Edgar has a relative named Angelica.
I don't remember.
Oh,
Again, from review of the police reports and the surveillance video that's monitoring 6627, did you ever see a black BMW show up with two individuals come out and go into the house?
I don't remember seeing that.
She talks about her and Edgar going downstairs. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what do you recall her saying that she sees as they're going downstairs?
She says she sees someone in the house, someone who's wearing a cape.
And in your expert opinion, is that when it happens, a triggering event occurs and she changes into Marina Sanchez?
It's a little hard to tell from her self-report. It seems as though that's what she's trying to imply to some degree, because she talks about going into protection mode, and she often references Maria as the protector. And at the same time, in her self-report, it seems as though she's explaining what she is seeing, presumably as Letecia Stauch, in terms of seeing someone in a cape.
And that's what I was going to ask you about, is someone who has dissociative identity disorder, are they going to be able to recall what happens as a different person? I know that's a weird question, but I think you understand what I'm saying. Once that triggering event happens.
In terms of how Ms. Stauch has explained her dissociative identity disorder, she doesn't have access to Maria. She can't tell us what Maria is thinking at any point in time. So I would think that if Ms. Stauch had dissociated into Maria, there would be a lack of awareness or understanding or memory for that period of time from Ms. Stauch's perspective.
And would it be common if someone is truly legally insane at that moment? Would it be common for them to say, I blacked out, I don't know what happened after that moment?
That happens a lot.
Does that happen a lot in criminal cases?
I suspect it happens often enough in criminal cases.
Where insanity is an issue.
Where insanity is an issue, it's common, I would say, for people to have periods of not remembering, especially if they are having some sort of acute mental health crisis at that moment.
So in this particular case of Ms. Stauch, if she had dissociative identity disorder to the point where it turned into a severe mental disease or defect as defined in the insanity statutes, would you expect her to have recall of the events that took place after she went to a different persona?
I would expect her to report more loss of memory for those things.
I think that answered, I think we're saying the same thing. So you wouldn't expect her to give you details about Gannon standing on the bed with a blanket around her?
Not if she was dissociating at the moment.
And did she ever explain to you and Dr. Gray how she could go from protected mode, where Gannon was part of this protected mode, to killing Gannon?
We never asked her that question specifically. However, her self-report to us implies that she didn't know it was Gannon and that she thought it was somebody who had come into the home, possibly an intruder.
But as she talks about Maria, is it clear that Maria Sanchez, based on what Mitch Stauch is telling you, knew who Gannon was and that she was there to protect him?
That's my understanding.
And as she's telling you about this tall person who she perceived to be tall because Gannon's on the bed, do you recall her mentioning that that's what she talked about with her attorneys and that's what her attorneys told her?
I think she did make mention that that was part of the conversations that she had with her attorneys.
And the circumstances of how Gannon was found in Florida?
Yes.
Do you know the bedding material that is wrapped around him in this suitcase?
Yes.
Is it consistent with what she's telling you he has wrapped around him, this red and black blanket?
I don't remember the colors of the blanket.
At some point, she says Lena wakes up. And she says Lena actually helps carry Gannon after he's been shot up the stairs, the car, and the garage. Do you remember telling you that?
Yes.
Did you review the interview that was conducted with Letecia Stauch with regards to this investigation?
I did.
Do you recall the last time she said she saw Gannon?
I don't recall the last time she said, but I don't think it's consistent with being present or carrying a body up the stairs.
If she would have said that in her interview, you think you would have remembered that, especially when Miss Stauch says it here?
Yes.
Do you remember other interviews that Miss Stauch gave where she talks about Lena coming home from school and that she had to do her laps and went to the mailbox and rode her bike and didn't come into the house?
Yes.
She goes into the fact that she tried to bring Gannon back to life. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is there any significance to her saying that to you?
We considered that. So I would say that it does have some significance. However, as it pertains to the issue of insanity, again, insanity is such a narrow focus. This is stuff that would have happened following the actual shooting. So it doesn't speak so much to the time of the offense as it pertains to the issue of a murder. In terms of the charges of tampering with a deceased human body, it has more weight on that. So it was interesting to us that she said that she took the body from one place to another and then even was hopeful to find this Mr. Womack to have some sort of resurrection.
And do you recall Lena saying anything about that in the review of her interview about them driving around trying to bring him back to life in the car?
I don't remember her saying anything about that.
Do you remember reading any police reports or seeing any surveillance video of that happening?
No.
She also tells you that she got hit in the leg with a bullet. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
What was that all about?
I don't know. We didn't follow up on that.
Had you read or seen any medical reports or anything that said she had been shot in the leg with a bullet?
No.
At some point, she says that Harley and Lena's faces are white, like they just seen a ghost. Do you remember her saying that?
Yes.
Would you expect Harley to recall that if that actually happened?
Yes,
Would you expect Lena to recall that if that actually happened?
possibly.
When she was talking to you about Gannon talking to her and Lena as they're going up the stairs, do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
She said that she was switching, or she was having different personalities at that point. Do you recall her saying that?
As they were going up the stairs,
Yes.
vaguely.
Any relevance to that, to your opinion?
If the events occurred as Ms. Stauch has said that they did, to me, it would not surprise me that somebody might go into some sort of shock. And if she had a mental illness like a dissociative identity disorder, it wouldn't surprise me if that would cause some sort of a reaction or exacerbation of symptoms. And at the same time, it's unclear to me from Ms. Stauch's report who she was dissociating into, or what exactly was occurring, how much of it was her or one of the personalities that she shares worlds with, as well as when events occurred, when she looked at the body to find out it was Gannon's body, given some inconsistencies.
I'm going to use the word you used, if this happened, if she's switching personalities and going through this associated state, would a family member notice that right away?
I would think so.
Would Harley notice that right away?
I would think somebody would see something.
Would her brother Dakota Lowry notice that right away when he got it?
Potentially.
What about Al Stauch when she picks him up at the airport hours later? Would he notice something like that?
I would think so.
In fact, in the DSM-5, does it not state that family members would certainly notice something obviously strange with an individual who suffers from dissociative identity disorder?
I would think eventually, if it was a severe presentation of dissociative identity disorder, we've talked about how sometimes it's subtle and it's not readily visible to other people when somebody's switching from one state to another. But that being said, family members might notice a loss of, well, family members might notice that person reporting a loss of time or even seeming to forget things that happened in the day, potentially even forgetting who they are. It just depends on how the specific illness presents in that person.
She talked to you about not knowing how to shoot a gun. Do you remember her saying that to you?
Yes.
Was that consistent with what she told you earlier about how she took the gun away from Edgar and shot this intruder?
It is somewhat inconsistent, and at the same time, I could see somebody saying that they don't know how to shoot a gun, but still being able to carry out that act.
Is it common for people who own guns not to know how to shoot them?
I would hope that people who own guns know how to shoot them.
Do you remember saying that she memorized the autopsy was wrong, it was only one gunshot?
Yes.
You remember attributing the stab wounds to saying they weren't stab wounds, they were burn marks?
Yes.
What was your take on that? Her inconsistency with what actually happened in the death of Gannon Stauch?
Again, it was noted that her self-report of the events didn't line up with the police reports or the other evidence available.
And did she ever mention to you anything about blunt force trauma to the head that was in the autopsy report?
No.
She goes into talking about whether or not she moved Gannon's body afterwards. Do you recall that?
Yes.
She said she didn't want to incriminate anyone, and so I'm not going to tell you a person's name. Do you remember saying something like that?
Yes.
Did you see any indication in the police reports or anything that you reviewed indicating that someone helped her move Gannon from A to B?
No.
Is it pretty readily noticeable in the police reports that Gannon's body was taken to the Palmer Lake area first,
Yes.
that his body was then picked up,
Yes.
and then later drove to Florida?
Correct.
And did she tell you, did she at any time explain how all that happened?
No.
In fact, Dr. Gray, I believe the question that was asked with about 20 minutes left was, so you don't recall going to Florida, or words to that effect? Do you remember that question?
Yeah, he had asked how the body ended up in Florida, or we were trying to clarify her statements because she seemed to be suggesting that she was not involved in that.
And again, she indicated that she wanted Gannon to have a proper burial in South Carolina on his grandparents' farm. Do you remember saying that, her saying that?
Yes.
Is that inconsistent with not moving the body to the East Coast, I guess?
It would imply that at the time of the shooting, or around the time of the shooting, that she had some thought that the body should go to South Carolina. We know it didn't end up there.
Okay. But in your opinion, is that kind of inconsistent? One hand, she's saying, I didn't have anything to move in the body. The second hand, she's saying, I wanted to have a proper burial in South Carolina.
Again, I feel like both of those things could exist separately from one another. It's just interesting to me that she would have had the thought that the body needed to be moved, given the circumstances.
And do you recall her telling you and Dr. Gray that a male person, a family member, helped her move the body?
Yes.
And do you know who that family member was?
No.
Did she ever tell you who that family member was?
No.
Do you know who the only male family member who was here at that time was?
I think it might have been her brother.
And would that have been Dakota Lowry?
Yes.
You just have a second, Your Honor. At some point, she says, I know I was in a form of psychosis, hallucinations, person in a cape.
Yes.
Is that common for someone to say those words if they are truly, in fact, experiencing a psychotic event?
Only if they have good enough insight after the fact to be able to relay that information.
And she said that she read certain books cover to cover. Do you remember saying things like that?
Yes.
In specific, when she was talking about, I didn't know right from wrong, I read a book cover to cover. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Did it lead you and Dr. Gray to the understanding that maybe she did some research prior to coming in and giving you this statement?
The verbiage that she used during the interview suggested that.
And when she said that, is that when she said, I'm telling you the 100% of the truth. It was on January 28th, not January 27th.
Yes.
She showed emotion, what appeared to be emotion during the video. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did that happen when she would talk about what others were saying about her?
Yes.
Did she show any emotion when she talked about bringing Gannon up the stairs and his last breath that she talked about?
Not in the same way.
Does that contribute to your initial diagnosis of, correct me because I'm going to wing this, is it borderline narcissism?
Yes, a personality disorder.
Is that the narcissism you're talking about where she cares about herself?
I think it can be expressed in that manner.
She talked to you about CJC, which is the jail, right?
Yes.
Not being real. Do you remember her saying those words?
I don't remember that so clearly.
We won't ask questions about it, or I won't ask questions about it. Towards the end of the interview, she says, females who kill people are psychopaths. They poison people. Remember her saying that?
Yes.
Do you recall from the autopsy whether or not Gannon had quite a bit of hydrocodone in his system when he died?
I remember reading that somewhere.
Now, she comes back on June 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Was that date already in plan, or how did that date come about as for her coming back for you and Dr. Gray to interview her?
That was the soonest that we could set the interview, given some vacation time, but also we were waiting for some documents, I believe, from Mr. Tellini as it related to possibly interviews with family members. We were waiting for something else in addition.
Okay. And so up until this point, had you made an opinion with regard to Ms. Stauch's sanity?
Not yet.
You're still gathering information?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, I'm going to play a portion. Let me see how much time we have, Your Honor. Do you want to start it now, or do you want to wait and?
Counsel approach for a minute.
Yes.
Julie says, I can't believe how many trials are going on in respect to parents killing their children. I know, right? Damn. That Lori Vallow Daybell one, whew, that's a lot. That's a lot too. Finding out so many horrible details as we go along there too. Letecia, females who kill people are psychopaths. They poison people. Yeah.
We're going to go ahead and start the video.
Ooh,
and then we're gonna
yay.
take a lunch break. So if you want to have a seat in the back, you can do that.
Video time.
And so for the record, Your Honor, this is going to be People's Exhibit 728. We're going to start it at 57 minutes and 33 seconds. And we'll stop it when I see you look at me and tell me to stop it.
Oh, buckle up, everyone. Damn, that's bright as well. Is this bright in court, by the way? Look at it, look at it.
Around dark, Harley comes home, we go to stuff we're supposed to get, or whatever. And at some point, we were gonna go eat sushi. That's when we started. Go to bed. Friday, maybe 5, 16 or whatever. So then we started looking for Gannon. One of us text Albert. I don't have any of the contact numbers of anybody that was there. So when the police come out, which was not till, I thought, must have lost track of time, but I was just confused because he was doing the 5-day challenge. We were to come out fighting by dark because we would have to eat his dinner. He just wasn't there. So I was just so confused. Like, I know him well enough to know he was going to be dinner. So that's why I didn't get worried. So when it got really, really dark, because at that point in time, I'm like, hold on. But then it was raining outside, leaving. Wasn't sure why maybe didn't walk home, so we tried to go find him. But that's when we called the police. The police showed up, which would have been hours late, but they know I never left the house. So the cops came out, looked around the house, they did interviews. Because I couldn't figure out where this hiding spot was at. Because when we did whenever all the YouTube challenge rules, we went over like, don't do this, don't do that, don't hide in certain spots that you can't breathe. Don't, you put yourself in a bind. And the kids have their own YouTube channel, so they did this when they went to their moms too. So. It almost felt like this wasn't really going on because I'm like, okay, now how in the world did you hide? And the cops have came in here. They're looking for you. They're looking through the house. They went in the cars. They're like, we go in the cars. I gave them permission to go to the house. Or if anything out of order, they walked in every room. Anything out of order, anything here, anything there. Because nothing happened. Nothing's out of order. So that's when I just started being like, okay, where is this hiding spot? I thought at the time maybe it was just like at a friend's house. And the only thing I know is that guy had people going to that junior kid's house or whatever. So it gets dark and we're all just sitting there like trying to figure out what's going on. I was in a little bit of a shock because it wasn't like if this would have been Lena, like who went to a person's house, go to strangers or whatever, then I'd have been like, it wouldn't have shocked me. But it being Gannon going to a stranger's house, that would have shocked me too. So I couldn't really figure out why. So you come back out to check on me because that's when I started panicking. Albert sends the police back to check on me. That was late night, like 11. So police come back to check on me, and I'm just in a panic at that point in time. And he's like, "Well, we're gonna put people all around the house." There was a like. And this had been going on hours of searching the house. We're all upstairs because I told Harley and Lena to sleep upstairs with me because I didn't want the downstairs. I wanted in my stuff here. But I remember going on the sofa. I don't know how long it was I was sitting on the sofa. I kept hearing knocking sounds. Well, if you ask for like the one footage of where my car just goes out the driveway and comes back in or whatever, that would have been around the time of the knocking sounds of what we did together. And that was that time when we did it. So I heard the knocking sounds and I kept trying to figure out was there someone at the door because I thought they were trying to, if I had walked out to the garage to leave at some point, but then if they'd have been knocking on my door, on my window, who would have known that was our bedroom window? Like, why were they trying to get me to go outside? I just kept going up and down the stairs, going in the room checking. One of the times I fell down the stairs, that's how my blood got on the stairs, because I would like hit my head with socks on running downstairs or whatever. That's how my blood got on the stairs or whatever. Kept hearing knocking, I kept going and searching, I kept asking girls, they hear that. Then Ty's dad came by. We're still coming during the night, like during the late night or whatever. At some point, I remember laying back on the sofa and just kind of like dazing out for a while because honestly, I thought this was all just like from the nightmare I was talking about. But then, hear the noise, I run down the stairs. I don't know exactly how. My handgun was inside a car. I already, like, earlier, like, is this your handgun? Yes, I told him, no, be careful, there's a handgun in the car, like, all that stuff. So, I don't know if he had the opposition, I had got possession of them. I said, I don't know, but at some point, somehow, I saw come across the, like, vision down the stairs, it's like someone's in the shadow. I seen a shadow running across. I ran back up the stairs, started freaking out, and then came down the stairs. There's a shadow, there's some moving object, body moving in the house or whatever. Then I didn't hear anything, and I heard a loud noise when I was back upstairs. If you've seen the views of the house, there was top floor, bottom floor, so I was going up and down trying to figure out, you know, where these noises were coming from. So I heard the loud noise upstairs. And his room was in my room. So when I was in my room, I heard it all again. At some point in time, either I grabbed it from Edgar and it moved like someone in a cape. Or you look over. How I have, my stepdad used to wear these like, are you familiar, if you're familiar with like the Native American culture, they were these like regalia things. He had this whole red and black thing, and dad's shirt killed his mom. And it was like someone in red and black. I don't even know how quickly it happened. I just kept hearing the Ecclesiastics 3:3 in my head. Ecclesiastics 3:3, Ecclesiastics 3:3. I'm still, like, you know. Because obviously, my stepdad, when he died, he got carried 602 feet on the car. He got hit and died. My son's around the road. I'm sure it was fast. But that was just what it kept saying. My head, make it fast. Ecclesiastics 3:3. I don't know how long had transpired after that, but when I came back through, Lena was freaking out. She was just standing there. I don't know what I said to her, but then she tried to help me take Gannon upstairs. Take him to the hospital. If you look at Lainey's report, you'll see she talked about trying to help carry Gannon. We just had her days all running together because so it was very traumatic for her too. But when we tried to take Gannon to the hospital, to the car, and go outside, I don't know how long I was sitting in my car. I just was in the passenger. Like I was in and out. One minute I could see myself on the passenger side. Next minute, I couldn't figure out who was driving the car. And I didn't see palm trees when we tried to pull out. And That's why I think I must have thought I was in Carolina, because there's palm trees going to the hospital. If you've ever seen a picture of like how like Rodeo Drive goes down with palm trees, that's exactly how it looks in Carolina. Then you go down to the beach and the Grand Strand Hospital there, which I've been to many a times. Yeah, that's Grand Strand. Then on, I think I was complete and was shocked because I was trying to like get a better life. Because if you think about it, like there's a lot it went on in the Bible where Jesus was able to Jairus' daughter bring her back to life. Many situations where he gave his disciples the ability to bring people back to life. I know at some point in time during that, Maria felt a threat. What she does. Child molester, who hurts children, someone who rapes women, not to mention what was going on in the garage. That's the way she protects me. Eliminate the threat. For one, me and Lena are sitting there trying to go to the hospital, like, I'm realizing, like, what is going on. Mode kicked in of the I tried to give them food. Even when at the GameStop, they tried to get the footage from GameStop. I don't know if they got it or not, but I was trying to get in the game. I already told him he was going to get it for $60. Edgar was with me during that time, but I don't know where he went during that time. Well, going back through and I was sitting in the car again on the passenger side. I go back in the house and everybody's just like Lena's like white, like a ghost, like she's seen a ghost. Just kept telling everybody he's gonna be okay, he's gonna be fine, and they're just asking me questions like, where is Gannon at? He's gonna be fine. Find him. Because I didn't. What had happened during that traumatic experience, I wasn't real to. You gotta imagine if you were just somewhere and all of a sudden you're trying to bring somebody back to life and then now you don't know where he's at and you're telling everybody it'll be okay. Coherence, all a gap. A little bit of coherency, a gap. As you can see, if you look at the evidence from then on, it just spiraled. Telling people about people out getting me. What was going on? I was trying to piece together what had really happened. You know. At some point, I know it was Maria telling them about Mike was dead. But that was not what she would have done. Eliminated someone who the molested. So the stories that are on the evidence are all over the place because I really didn't know how to put together the pieces. I had time memories here and time lapses there, and then visions here, visions there. One minute I was in Carolina, one minute I wasn't. And then I thought it was just a nightmare I was going to wake up from. I thought there was going to be cameras just pop out. Like one horrible, cruel joke, you know. Talking in like word salads. Talking like this, that. Googling going to Disney World and like, so I have no idea I even done. I have no idea what I was talking about. Talking about like evidence somewhere it has searched on my phone. I think it was February or January or something. Trying to find what to do when someone gets shot and went in shock. Like, I don't remember even putting any of that stuff in any of the searches, but all of the things that had happened over my life just all was in one, was in and out during this.
And I stopped it at 113.41 just because I thought that might be a good spot.
Okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our lunch break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 1:30. We should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. If you go out for lunch, try not to get blown away by our Colorado breeze. And we will see you back at 1:30. All rise for the jury, please.
Yes, you can see Al now on the left and Landon behind him. That would be Gannon's biological parents. Al is yawning a lot now. Landon's wearing blue behind him. Aaron, that's what we do over here. We recap exactly what she said. We make bullet point notes. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. You may all be seated. I wanted to make a record about a couple of things. Get to it.
Mr. Tellini is ready to say something. You can see it. He's like, objection. Michelle says, did she think she was on Punked? Jeez.
Nope, I guess not. I already made the notes. Exhibit 728, 727 and Exhibit 728 have been officially admitted. When my court reporter came in this morning, she gave me an extra sheet because mine ended at 726. So I was adding some things in.
That
But it
was the
looks
sheet
like I
that
got
came
it.
from us, Judge, just so that
Okay.
you were tracking with that, yeah.
Okay. And we have not yet gotten to 729 through 734, but it looks like those are Dr. Lewis's, so we'll deal with that on Monday. So I'm okay there. I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page regarding exhibits. And then I wanted to talk briefly about something that occurred. I don't remember what time it was. It was about an hour ago. It was when Mr. Young had asked to approach the bench. This was after Ms. Stauch had responded no quite loudly in response to a question that was asked of Dr. Torres. Ms. Stauch, it's been a long trial.
I'm sorry.
And I
couldn't hear I didn't.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's make sure we're all on the same page. It's been a long trial. I know it wears on everybody. And I know that it has to wear on you especially. I also know that you're not feeling well today. So I do know that too. But remember what I told you a couple of weeks ago about the conduct I expect in my courtroom. You can't just blurt out comments or express your disagreement with someone. I've already given you an advisement of your right to testify. You do have a right to testify. And when it comes time, you can testify if you want to, and you can tell the jury what you want to tell them. But you can't do that while you're at counsel table. You just can't start talking from counsel table. You can't express disagreement with anything that is being said by a witness, or even agreement with anything that's said by a witness. So just be careful going forward, because again, I could have you removed. That's not in your best interest. It's not in your lawyer's best interest, but it can occur. So just remember that, and I'll leave it at that. Is there anything else that we need to take up at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Defense?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Court will be in recess then. Thank you.
All rise.
Damn, they switched the court off quick. Okay, sorry, I'll be right back. Thank you so much, Dragon Tears, for me. Really appreciate it. And now, hold on. Someone here in the corner. I'll be right there. Okay, wait. That's why. Let's just play something quick in between. Okay, hold on. Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like and share. Okay, there we go. I'm back now. Hold on. Okay, that's good. Did a double play? So, wow, okay. So the judge has disciplined her once again. I never heard her say no during the video. I didn't hear that at all. But apparently when they asked when they asked the witness, Dr. Loandra Torres, about something, apparently Letecia said no, like disagreed out loud. So that's interesting. That we all missed that, right? Was it double trouble? Why does it do that? And only with certain ones. Like the outro never double plays. Okay, sorry about that. Anyway, it's just naughty intros. So what triggered her outburst? I don't know which question it was. We're gonna have to go through the whole freaking thing again to even see. If you guys catch it, please tell me at what point it was. Although you won't be able to tell the timestamp really, based on a live stream, but we'll find it at some point, I'm sure. Flower Goddess says, Letecia never stands up when the judge is talking to her. Some nerve she has. I know, right? Yes. So, Nourish the Unicorn says, can we rewind? You guys can. I'm not going to rewind right now. You can literally just go back, scroll back with your finger, but you're going to miss this recap then. I would recommend rather doing it during the lunch break, which is now, but I'm first going to recap a little bit. Then I'm going to also have a lunch break, okay? They said they'll be back at 1:30. Am I correct? 1:30? Did I hear that right? Okay. Sandra Lynn said about an hour ago. So take note of that time. So about an hour ago. Wait. Flapping through them pages. Disciplining Letecia. I'm going to write approximately around plus or minus about an hour ago. It would be at 2 hours and 12-ish. Okay. Coffee Bar Lady says, was it when the video was playing, all of a sudden there was a loud no? Yes, that's what they're saying. Yes, I mean, maybe we all just thought it's part of the video. Probably. Welcome to membership. To all the new members, we're going to have a members-only stream after this today. I feel like I've got some energy. So even though the trial will end normally at 1 a.m. for me, we'll have a quick debrief afterwards and we can snark it up and all of that. So welcome to all the new members. Slow mode doesn't apply to you. So that is why as well. Sometimes slow mode, the chat's still quite fast because we have a lot of members here. Yes, a little before 1:30. I like that. Paul Senior, thank you, everyone. So I'll also be back a little before 1:30. But for now, let's just quickly do a little recap here. Just hold on one second. Yes, okay. So we're going to do a member stream after this, just to confirm. Okay, yes. I've already set it up, so this stream should lead you there, just so you know, and you'll get the notification. All right, so let's recap all the crap we just heard. So I'm starting from the top, okay? We had a little tea break, and I recapped a little bit, but there wasn't much time. I had 10 minutes, right? So now I've got more time. So I first wrote Archangel, because she said Archangel. And it's this Archangel, which is Archangel's fault, that she didn't go to church that day. Like, which day? Is she talking about Sunday, January 26th? I think that's what she's talking about, which is the day of the candle incident. But now she's apparently hearing not only the devil, but also an archangel, and then also all the voices in her own head, as well as having visions upon visions, hallucinations, just all sorts, because remember, she's shopping in the DSM-5, really. She's doing a little window shopping, just a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Okay. I just want to see this comment quickly. Connie says, I'm so excited to be here. That's how I read it. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here, Connie. Thank you to everyone who's here. And for choosing to watch it here with me. Okay. So let's look at what else we've got here. So yeah, she says he had a business card. I wrote that down because I'm like, what? Why do all these characters she makes up, have business cards? Like Quincy had a business card. Now this archangel has a business card too. Okay, she was waiting for protection, and this was during the candle incident. She said she was just waiting for protection from the archangel. Okay, but then she talked about again the fire. So I didn't write this down. We've been through that a million times. Her story about the fire alarm, and then her lack of logic of how to deal with that fire if there really was one. Running out with the dogs and Lena. She grabbed a dog. Lena grabbed a dog. They ran out. Right. So she's kind of saying that again. Angel says need something stronger than coffee after all this BS. I recommend espresso. Thank you so much. And Wild Sage says, hit the like, guys. Yes, please. It does help the stream a lot. It helps other people discover the stream. There's still lots of people that are watching on mainstream media that has really crappy views, like Angles of the Court. So invite them over. If you like this video, maybe they'll be like, see an alternate way to watch this trial. You know what I mean? And they can come chat here with us. Okay. So she was waiting for protection, but then the dogs and Lena and them, she took the people upstairs out first. We know about her story here. But then there comes this other one where she says it was her blood on the board. And she's talking about that wooden board that was found there at South Perry Park Road, Douglas County. We've done extensive map time. Make sure if you are brand new here, hey, welcome Salty Tequila, that you check out the live stream replays, because I've made sure, don't be intimidated by seeing it's 8 hours or whatever, because it's got timestamps in the pinned comments in the description box, as well as if you hover over the video. So you could just go to key moments, okay? There is a character limit in the description box, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would put 1 million more timestamps for you if I could. But anyway, there's a lot of timestamps there for you to navigate. So go check it out if you want to see map time and Letecia's, story about the board. She said it was her blood on the board. She called it a baseboard, and she said she hit her head. Wow. And that escalated so quickly that she said she hit her head and that she had blood in her hair. That was just sorry, what? Ginger Snap says, I seen that no comment was in regards to the doctor being asked by the prosecution if Letecia read the DSM-5. It probably is that, actually. Yeah, that's a good point. We should go to that. Thank you, Ginger Snapped. Yes. Okay, so continuing on. She said there was fire all around the sofa. Now, that's a new story. I mean, earlier with the FBI Special Agent Grusing and anyone who asked her, she could not describe the fire. Was it high? Was it low? Was it a small flame? What was it? Now it's all around the sofa. I don't know if that's true either, but there is a lot of soot almost on the sofa and around the sofa. We've looked at the pictures and it's a bit odd. And then there's also the unexplained carpet piece that she cut out, which looks really, really dodgy. So I don't know what's going on there. With that one they found in the trash, we looked at that on Wednesday, so day 15 of the trial. Okay. Welcome to membership, Jacob. So then she said she records everything. Now, remember when Al was on the stand and he had referred to, actually, he was on the stand, but it was after we heard some calls between him and Letecia that the FBI had recorded, with the FBI guiding him. And when he said to Letecia, did you do to Gannon what you would do to me? In reference to the candle incident. And we were all like, what does that mean? And then when asked on the stand, he said manipulation. And the manipulation that we deduced in chat was that it would be recording stuff and holding things against people. So manipulating them with what she'd recorded. And here she says, I record everything. So yeah, whatever's convenient to her. So she can weaponize whatever she's recorded and twist it to suit her own narrative, right? Leanne Brown, thank you so much for your 99-cent super sticker. I really appreciate it. And thank you so much to everyone who's been buying coffees as well on buymeacoffee.com. I really appreciate it. I need the coffees. I'll never say I have enough coffees. I need those coffees. I want to get one just now. Okay. So, continuing on. She said, my stepdad died when I was 19, and she was looking down and fiddling with her hands there, but she's lying. He died when she was 21 from a hit-and-run accident. We can go over that another time. I've got it all on Patreon. If you want to go see the articles that I found and just see my little breakdown of it, that's on Patreon right now for $1. It's right there. Okay. But at some point in another tea break or something, when we have some time and we're not recapping so much BS, that she said, because there's a lot to talk about. We can go over that. But he was killed in a hit and run accident. It wasn't her. It was some other lady called Alice, I think her name was. And she was also 21. And that was when, Letecia was 21 and her brother was 7 years old. Yes. Monogamous apostate. Welcome to membership. I'm looking forward to see all these new faces in the members only stream later. Very excited. Very excited. It'll be your first. For many of you, it'll be like first members only stream. You're like, what is this here? It's where we get snarky if we need to. And we just vent a little bit sometimes, watching all this stuff. So then she said she was naked in the garage and that meant she was in a bra, which, okay, very odd. And it still feeds into our suspicions of, was she having an affair with someone called Eduardo or some person? And did Gannon catch her doing this? Because that's another weird detail, that she's naked in the garage, but like in a bra is what she's saying. So just remember, ladies, if you're wearing a bra, you're naked. It's like, okay, Letecia. But also I worry about at what point was she naked in this garage. I'm not going to believe her timeline just because, like, yeah, if you had murdered someone and stabbed them 18 times and shot them and blunt force trauma and all that stuff that we know she did, like, your bloody clothes were probably, what were you doing with them? I don't know. Tracy Owen, thank you so much for your £2 super sticker. Welcome, Simply Complex, to membership. And Salty Tequila says, you're simply the best. Better than all the rest, to quote Tina Turner. Thank you, Salty Tequila. And welcome, Dale. And by the way, for anyone watching the replay, if you're like, stop reading out your stickers, this is a live stream, so we engage. That's the whole point of live streams. You engage with the audience. Otherwise, there would be no point but to sit there, record a video, and have no feedback whatsoever. So we're here watching it together, so just bear with us. Bear with us. We're all Grizzlies over here. Malibu Surfer around 104 mark. No shout. Really? At about 104. Okay, wait. Let's just write this down. So at plus or minus, you mean 104 since the beginning, right? I'm writing it down. We could go look at that if I have time. Otherwise, in the break, go look at that, guys. Okay. Mods, if you are here, just welcome all the new members. Otherwise, I have to interrupt too many times. So welcome to all the new members. Really appreciate it. I'll read out stickers when I can, but I just want to get through this as well. Okay, welcome. So she said, okay, that Lena was brushing her hair. Like Letecia, she was snapping back into it. That's how she describes what. Is that how she thinks, like, she's describing dissociative identity disorder or hallucinations, or what is she talking about? But she's like, I was snapping back into it. Okay. And then Lena was suddenly just like awake and brushing her hair. Really? An 8-year-old at 3 a.m. is just like, time to brush my hair. I mean, that doesn't make any sense, really. Anyway, and then she talks about Eduardo, and basically Eduardo was flashback. She's explaining away who Eduardo is. So shame, the guy with the pink boots, with all the marks on his face, with the mustache, okay, with a little tool belt. No, he's actually just a flashback. He's someone that worked for someone else. He did some work around the house, and he's just a flashback. Sorry, what? Lee, thank you for your €5 super sticker. You say, any idea why she changed Gannon's date of death by 1 day in the interview with the forensic psychiatrist? I don't get the point. I don't know about that either. Why in the hell? I mean, it's a bit odd that. I mean, she did move his body on that day from home to the airport on the 28th to South Perry Park Road in Douglas County. So that all happened. So it's like she was done with him on the 28th. Sorry to say it like that, but you know what I mean. So that's interesting as well. Which woman? The woman's name is Landon. Crazy just because Landon is Gannon's mother name. I don't know, just creepy. Which woman? Because the other woman she made up was Angelica. Wow. Okay, it's about 2 hours and 6. Okay, that's what the judge was saying as well. 2 hours and 6 from the start of the stream. Thank you so much. All right, so continue on. She said she hadn't realized that she sent the message to her boss until late. Oh, really? Because you told Special Agent Grusing, and thank you for the sticker, by the way, and just every detective and just everybody, even Al, that you didn't send that message. You booked off from work already prior on the Friday. But now she's like, I don't know. I was like, just so what? Dissociated is what she's trying to say. She even said disassociated. Anyway, that she didn't remember sending that message at all to her boss. But she said to her boss, she can't come to work that day because her stepfather, was killed in a car crash, which again, that happened when she was 21 years old. So it's a bit of an odd excuse to use. And I also don't really get why she needed that excuse, meaning if she books Gannon off from school because he's not well, why can't she book herself off from work saying, my stepson isn't well, I need to look after him, I can't come to work today, or just say, I'm not well? Why the need for such an extreme excuse? That's a really big red flag, don't you think? Okay, then the way she talks about taking that picture of Gannon in the bed, that was weird. The way she talked about it was like, I don't know, man. It just felt so dark. Wild Sage says Colorado man called Jeremy Webster just failed his insanity plea, had diagnosis of, is that bipolar, BP? Yeah, so many have failed this insanity plea. So many. I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer didn't get it. Jeffrey Dahmer. John Wayne Gacy. No, none of that. Yes, welcome to all the new members. Really can't wait to see you later. Thank you for being here now. So we carry on. She said, I think they have me at Dunkin' Donuts. So meaning that's the point. That's what Dr. Torres was saying. She's read the discovery and she's explaining evidence instead of actually just talking about her recollection of events. So she's like, I think they have me at Dunkin' on surveillance. So she's only explaining what she knows they know. You know what I mean? So yes. Then she said she was buying Valentine's Day candy with Gannon. That's so weird on January 27th, 2020. Valentine's Day was far away. Why are you buying Valentine's candy on January 27th, 2020? It's weird how she mixed in Valentine's Day with this whole thing. Because she also was going to buy that bicycle from the Craigslist guy for Elle. I'm still not 100% sure if she said Valentine's Day or his birthday. We must just check his birthday, then that could rule that out. But like, I think she said Valentine's Day. She's very obsessed with this V-Day thing. Oh man. By Valentine's Day, of course, she wasn't arrested yet. She was arrested on March 2nd. But there was already calls being recorded between her and Al, because remember, Al was like, you know how I feel about you. I just said Happy Valentine's Day. I'm like, man, it must have hurt him to say that. Because at that point, he was already like, who is she? Pat Brooks, thank you so much. I really appreciate that $20 super sticker. And Donna Stewart says 2 hours, 8 minutes approximately when they approach the bench. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, so for anyone wanting to look at that after this recap during lunch break, go have a look, okay? I'll also go have a look in lunch break to see if I can see it. So, she talks about this accident, which I think is this story she made up about somebody, lying in the road. That was the Craigslist guy, which became Quincy Brown. And all of that, and some kind of accident and exchanging insurance information. That was one wild story she said there, which still makes me wonder about this blunt force trauma that Gannon had. I don't know if she did some sort of a hit and run thing out there, South Perry Park Road or what. I'm not sure, because she brings it up a lot. And then again, she said we were going to eat sushi that night, but Gannon is not really a fan of sushi. Well, how convenient that that's the night after you murdered him that you have plans to eat sushi. Thank you so much. Yes. Estelle, you know what my pet peeve is. Hold on. To disassociate is pull away or cut off is an action, which she was explaining about when asked. But the disorder is called dissociative identity disorder. Exactly. I can't believe that Dr. Torres also messed that one up. You get psychologists and psychiatrists here and there that mess up the name. It's not disassociative. It's dissociative identity disorder. Because one dissociates. Disassociate is a whole different thing. But if you've been here for the whole trial, you already know about this rant. Okay. She talked about this Cool Kids 2. I'm not sure what she's talking about. A YouTube channel. And she said they do this hiding challenge. And she thought that Gannon was doing this hiding challenge. I find it really strange that she keeps going to these stories about, well, she thought that Gannon was at a friend's house. Or she thought that he was hiding because she murdered him. Like, why is who's still believing that at that point? Who is believing any of that? literally no one, right? She said this. Well, we hadn't made it to dinner, and that's when I became really worried. Really? You became really worried only when you didn't get your sushi? Like thinking she's Kim K or something? On January 28th, she's talking about this knock on the window that she heard. We all decided we were going to sleep upstairs. That's not even on January 28th. That was January 27th. Anyway, going into the early morning hours of January 28th. We heard that from Harley, right? Yes. Edgy. Yeah. My life as seen online. That's what she's doing. She dozed off for a minute. She hears this knock on the window, and then she's thinking it's Edgar. So she introduced this character, Edgar. She already started with Edgar, which is different from Eduardo, the Craigslist guy, Quincy, Uncle Matt, Angel, the Cash Belly lady, and Barbara, the fake FBI agent she made up. This is a different one. Edgar, she made up when Elle was filing for divorce, and she decided, I'm going to throw Elle under the bus now too. And Edgar is someone that he owed money to, and he's the one who took Gannon. Okay, so there's all of that. Then she said, I never once knew it was Gannon. Who she was. I would finish that sentence with who she was killing, right? I never once knew it was him. That was a scary sentence. She said that Lena says, I mean, the way she said, Lena says she helped move Gannon's body to the car. No. Don't bring the 8-year-old into that. Don't bring Lena into that. That's just very, very sinister, very scary stuff. Oh, my word. Yeah, Miss Martin says she was naked processing the body. Whew, so scary. Right on says she was buying chocolates for the antioxidant. Sorry for flashing that up so quick. Yeah, sure, says Jenichi. Sure. All right. Then she said Gannon's still alive, barely talking, and she is puking blood. That, again, I'm going to say is very scary because some of that's going to be true that Gannon, because she did many things to kill him. Blunt force trauma, 18 stab wounds or sharp force injuries, right? And then shooting at him 3 times, of which she missed twice. But she said Gannon's still alive, barely talking, and she says she was puking blood. Why would she be puking blood? But he would be, unfortunately. That's very, very scary. Okay, so sorry, that needed a bit of a trigger warning there. Sorry about that. She said her leg was bleeding because now she apparently got shot in the leg. By who? By who? What, you missed twice and shot yourself in the leg? Literally, she's shooting herself in the foot right now with all the things she's saying. Okay, welcome, Kathy. Now, she said she hears a howling noise, like when her grandpa died, in the garage. Again, super sinister thing to say given the situation. Yes, Janet says there's bits of truth in her lives. That's a scary part. And especially when she talks about Gannon. It's very scary. RD says, will we ever know the truth? Well, I mean, we've seen the evidence markers in Gannon's room. Well, damn, the court was streaming the autopsy photos, so I don't know if you saw that. We blocked it out on this channel, but damn. So there's that, the autopsy report, the toxicology report. We've seen the body cam footage of the officers walking through the house. So will we know the full truth? I don't know with any murder if we know the full, you know? It's only the killer really that does. And then, of course, the victims who's no longer with us. Welcome, Angie. Oh, sorry, I missed one there. Jennifer, thank you so much for your $10 super sticker. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. Okay. So this howling noise, like when her grandpa died. Now I want to know how her grandpa died. How did the grandpa die? And why was he making a howling noise? That's scary. We got to dig there. My word. Pat Brooks says, thank you so much for all you do. You're the best. I like, that's one of my favorite emojis. On my phone, I use that one a lot. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Okay. And we're continuing on. So she talks about Lena asking what's going on, that Harley's also there. They're so confused. About what? While she's moving Gannon's body around? No. She's lying. Okay, then she talks about being there when Gannon, she knew that he was taking his last breath. Very scary, very scary. Very true. She was the only one who was there. She talks about Edgar and another male. She won't name this other male, right? Okay. She said Letecia was screaming that it was an accident. It was an accident. Okay, so suddenly Edgar and some other male are there. or an unknown person. She at one point said another male, and another time she said an unknown person. And we later heard about Angelica. Yes, indeed, Edgar and Angelica. A relative of Edgar's called Angelica. She's not creative with names at all. So there's Eduardo and Angel. Now there's Edgar and Angelica. You see? Oh, she must just stop making up names. That's why she probably started with the Twilight crap, because she's like, I don't know what names to make up anymore. But anyway, I saw this like vampire episode, so let's go with those. Jasper and Justice and who knows who all. Anyway. And little Lucia and Tisha and whatever. Harmony. Okay. So like Justice and Harmony, you could see these little themes with the names she chooses. Oh man. Okay, so then she says that Gannon was standing on the bed and she thought it was someone in a cape. And she doesn't know how to tell Landon, Gannon's mom, about this. Like, why would she believe me? That's a weird thing she said, because she's actually always thrown Landon under the bus. But here she's like, how would you tell her that you think it's someone in a cape? But yeah, he was found in that bag with 3 blankets, of which they're implying the prosecution that one was red and black, which is apparently Letecia's trigger. I'm sure it is now. She must look behind her today, because there's someone sitting behind her wearing red and black. TV? Maybe. Yes. Thank you for your sticker. Yeah. Exactly. It's Mumbo number... Hey, it just says Mumbo number 5, y'all, with all the names. Mm-hmm. It sure is. Joey Love says, and thank you, I believe she yelled out no because she was referring to the Bible when she said, I read the book cover to cover. Interesting. That could be it, yes. Because they were like, is it the DSM? She's probably like, no. It's the Bible. The other book that I was reading. Oh, man. The other place I get my inspiration to try to manipulate everyone. That one. Not the DSM. Wow. Okay, so then she says it was dark and she didn't think to switch the light on, but she murdered him in broad daylight from what we know, based on the police saying between when they got home around 2:15 and whenever she called the police at, 6:55 p.m. But we know Lena got home from school at 3:30 and that she told her to play outside. So I would think that's when she's cleaning up. So it means somewhere between 2:15 and 3:30 is when the murder happened on January 27th, 2020. Rabbit says, thank you, Grizzly K, Mr. G, and Fury for all your hard work. Fury is an awesome helper. Thank you so much. And if you are on Patreon, Rabbit, I've just posted some pictures of real trigger bunnies, like real bunnies, if you want to check that out. Yes. Oh, man. Pocket Leopard says, compared to living with a Switch, Gannon leveled up. Yeah. Okay, continuing on. So she said it was in the dark, yes. So she had to carry him up the stairs and that she was not okay. I can't believe she says that. I had to carry him up the stairs. It was just so hard. Like, she's not okay. Sorry, what? You're talking about an 11-year-old boy that you murdered. You're saying that you were there when he took his last breath. You're talking about howling sounds. You're talking about carrying him up the stairs. Then you're pretending Lena's helping you, which is so sick. But then she's like, and I was not okay. Like, as if that just is so traumatizing. Like she's a hero or something. And we've seen this happen many times. Do you guys remember in the Gabby Petito case? How Brian Laundrie wrote in his little freaking notebook about he's practically a hero. It's like a mercy kill. Remember that? That reminded me of that. She said she didn't even move Gannon's body. That's what she said afterwards. Like, yeah, right. We saw literally from the house to the airport, then in the Tiguan to South Perry Park Road in Douglas County. Then you went to fetch it again by getting your family members to help you rent a van, which they didn't even know why they were doing that for her, right? It's just like, oh, shame. She wants to get out of there, pack her stuff, or she's doing sinister stuff. Moving it there, picking it up again, and then just moving it all across the country, moving Gannon's body from Douglas County all the way to Florida. And she's like, I didn't even move his body. Because remember, she's not a driver. She rides on planes. Yeah. Map time would beg to differ. Big time. Adventures with Jackson the Guinea Pig. Welcome to membership. So we continue on. We're doing quite a recap now, okay? She talked about this. Well, the one thing I couldn't hear her quite say, I have to listen again, but she said there was a hole in his, and I couldn't hear if she said head. It sounded like there was a hole in his head. And I'm like, sorry, what did she just say? So I wrote question mark. And she said this male person tampered with evidence. I don't know if she's referring to a personality state or if she's referring to this other unknown male person or if she's talking about her brother, because she's just ready to throw everyone under the bus. Okay. She talked about red and black colors on the cape as well, which would be mostly on Gannon's blanket, I would assume. And then she talks about Maria, who's the protector. Okay. Maria, that personality who's a protector. But as someone said in chat, wait. I wrote it down here somewhere. Just hold on one second. It's not there. I want to say who said it, man. I can't see it now. There we go. Donna Adams said, all alters are there to protect. So in dissociative identity disorder, from what I understand as well, it is a coping mechanism from major trauma in childhood, usually formed before the age of 7 to 9. So it is a disorder in which it protects people from trauma. So when she's like, Maria's a protector, I've seen some videos on people with D.I.D. and they talk about, roles, like someone being a protector. So I understand that as well. But I mean, she's talking about Maria. No, like knowing good from bad, but then also just, I don't know, it's too much. It's too much. Bless Mom from Texas says, gee, I wish you could interview Albert and Landon. Maybe one day. I'm sure right now they're just like not, I wouldn't blame them if they don't want to talk to YouTubers. You know what I mean? But maybe one day. I mean, we all are here for Gannon. We all love Gannon. And we want to see this creature be put away for life. Like, bye-bye. I can't wait for sentencing. Okay, and I hope it's for prison and not the mental institute. Yes, monogamous apostate, a cape. She said a cape. And she said that's the only reason, and she doesn't finish that sentence really, but basically what she means is the only reason that Maria was so protective and acted like that and killed, okay, is because she thought it was someone standing there wearing a cape. Now, based on the injuries, I don't think anyone was standing there like that. And we also know from all the coroners and all the, medical experts, everyone, forensic experts that testified, 2 events at least, like traumatic events, sinister events happen on the floor, on or near the floor, and then more on the bed. So yeah, no, that's also a lot of crap that she's saying there. She said this was, she before talked about this being like a dream, which was very odd because shouldn't it be like a nightmare? But here she said this was worse than a nightmare. This is not happening. She thinks she's on a show. She's waiting for the cameras to pop out as if she thinks she's being punked or that it's a reality show. But no, Letecia, you will never have your own reality show ever. Anyway, so she talked about this another male person trying to protect her. And she said, I'm not even a driver. I ride on planes. Now, this other male person trying to protect her said, you need to stop. You've lost your mind. I said it earlier. I worry that those are lines that like Gannon would have said, you need to stop. Like, what are you doing? Like, you've lost your mind. Like, what's going on? You're crazy or whatever it is. She said, I could not pick Gannon up anymore and carry him. And that's what she's talking about being in Florida. Okay. When she's already in Florida on February 4th, she says, and she did this motion, like I could not pick Gannon up anymore and carry him. What are you talking about? Like he was literally in a bag in the back of that van. Harley was asleep in the room and off she snuck out to get rid of this bag, chucking it off the Escambia River Bridge. Luckily like a dumbass so that it could be discovered later. And not literally to the like gators and stuff. It was not even fully in the water. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Okay, she said she had no plan. True. Yeah, your plan sucked. No plan. She said this was weird. These individuals flew there and got off the plane in Florida. Now who are these individuals? Yeah, these individuals, they flew there. Are you trying to say that these individuals threw the suitcase over the bridge? Like as if. Again, I should probably talking about Edgar and the unknown male. She said that running is like part of her life, and she doesn't mean like taking a jog, you guys. She means like her go-to mode is like running from everything, and that usually she'll come around after that, and everything will be fixed when she looks around. Yes, Rochelle says, of course she could not carry him anymore because he was in that suitcase. OMG. Oh, yes. I think Fury is trying to get my attention at the door. Okay. Anyway, she said, I'm not a medical professional by any means, but I was going through psychosis. I really do think she read the DSM-5, although we saw from some jail files, letters that she wrote to the judge and to other inmates and things it's on the members only playlist, but I do think we also went through it in one of these tea breaks in one of the streams, so it must be timestamped there. But she wouldn't go to the library in the normal library hours in the jail. So they're like, well, if you want to go, you're going to have to go in these hours, and she didn't want to go. So I don't know at what point she read the DSM-5, but it sounds like she did a little bit. She said about Gannon, as if she was so caring, I gave him an enema. I took him to school. No, you literally told everyone that he pooped his pants multiple times, like 3 times on this day and 20 million times on that day. All she talks about is how to humiliate him. Like he pooped his pants all the time. And she did not take him to school because she booked him off from school that day. So I don't even know what she's talking about there, right? So she said the stab marks, they weren't stab marks. They were burn marks. Right. So you mean the autopsy incorrect? All those medical professionals, forensic experts incorrect. It's burn marks. Now that's friggin' scary. Wow. So stab marks are actually burn marks, but yet they're all over his body, even in his back. Interesting. I just worry about her tying those two things together. What did she really do on Sunday night? Yes. Okay. She said she basically blames mental illness, for this murder. Wow. She's very obsessed over the body cam. Dr. Torres also noted that. Very. She's like, I review it over and over and over again till I get sick just about. And she's just reviewing everything. She wants that control. She wants to know what she got right and what she messed up on. She said she's got no history of anything. And she acted like, I'm so innocent. But she's got domestic violence and battery in her background, okay? And that's just naming a few. Just nothing. There's nothing there. Yeah, okay. Never mind just lying to schools and quitting and making up sexual harassment claims and all sorts of things. She also obsesses over the autopsy report. She said that murderers don't shoot people in the jaw. I mean, come on. Okay, Letecia, she says, come on. Murderers don't shoot people in the jaw. I mean, hello. Yeah, but they do blunt force trauma. They stab. And you did that. And then in overkill fashion, shot him as well. We don't know in what order the things all happened, but yes. She later said that female murderers are psychopaths and they usually poison people. Yeah, talk to the mirror. Talk to the mirror, Letecia. She denies asking Harley to get cleaning supplies and said that there's no receipts. It's just not true. We saw Harley testify. We saw the receipts as well. We saw what she bought, including, cotton rounds and elastics and everything part of that shop at the Dollar Tree. I'm trying to think which exact store she went to. Yeah. Ted Green says, everyone's wrong but me attitude. Oh, yes. You're so sus. Okay, we're almost there. So when they asked Dr. Torres things, wait. There's one more. She said, this was a good line that she said. Well, I was like, sorry, what? She said, they have no idea what is missing. They don't know. Yeah, they've never found the actual murder weapon. True, Letecia. They have no idea. But they do know that there's a knife missing from that butcher's block in the kitchen. And no, they didn't find the weapon. Wow, so smart. Hey, so smart. But there you are on trial. You got arrested quick. March 2nd, 2020. She was arrested. They hadn't even found Gannon's remains yet. His remains were found on March 17th, 2020. So Dr. Torres noted that she memorized the autopsy report, that she said things that were inconsistent and flat out not true, that she was explaining evidence more than recollection of events, that Ms. Stauch's credibility, they asked about Ms. Stauch's credibility. She said her version of events and her exaggeration of her mental health symptoms were made her lose major credibility, right? So, Letecia said that Gannon died on January 28th. I don't know. As I said earlier in this exact recap that we're doing now, in this lunch recap, maybe she's saying that because to her, he died on that day, even though she went to fetch him again, because that's the day she dumped his remains, that night. She took his remains to the airport, then picked it up again and dumped it in South Perry Park Road. So maybe she's like, he didn't die on the 27th. He died on the 28th. Well, where did you put his body on the 27th? We all want to know. Was it in a suitcase in the storeroom? Because that seems the most likely. And she's like, they would have checked, these trained professionals. No, you literally reported him as a runaway. So they're not doing a forensic examination at that point yet. They're looking for a runaway child, you know? Oh, my word, she's such a dumbass. It makes me mad. Like, who's going to believe that? She said, yeah. The prosecution brought up that Edgar has a relative, Angelica. So we've got Eduardo, Edgar, Angel, Angelica, Quincy, Uncle Matt, the Craigslist guy, Barbara, and Cash Betty Lady. Someone in the chat also said most alters, when it comes to, that means it's not alter egos, it's alternate personality states. There's a difference, right? With people with dissociative identity disorder. Most alters don't know the others until they integrate. And that's what makes that disorder so hectic and so distressing and confusing, as Dr. Grimmett said, because there is sometimes, especially, when one is just discovering about D.I.D, there's sometimes where the alters are not talking to each other. That's the point of dissociative identity disorder. It's like amnesic walls. So for Letecia to be like, Maria is doing this and, Harmony is doing that and little Lucia, wow, did you integrate by yourself with no therapy whatsoever? You broke down those walls, or what happened here? Lady T, from South Africa, how's it? Thank you for your hard work, G. This is my favorite true crime channel. Thank you so much, Lady T. I do love to be a favorite. And thank you so much. Duck says, so they know he was shot in his room for sure. I don't know if for sure, but there was that that elderly man. He was an older guy that testified, that forensic expert. He showed the Blue Star pictures and everything. Remember that? Yeah, he implied that he was shot in the room. Yes. Okay. He also said that there were 2 events on or near the floor and then the rest on the bed, right? Yes, and Pickled Toes grandma says she read the DSM-5 book and studied how to act loony. She went shopping in the DSM-5. She was like, ooh, I'm going to take a bit of this and this and this and this, and then I'm just going to confuse everyone because I'm just brilliant. Like, no. Okay, so her story is not consistent with what Letecia said. Oh, yeah. I wrote that because of Lena being interviewed. So, see, Lena was interviewed as we would all imagine she would be. I just know people are like, oh, we're going to see her. Probably not. She's only 11 years old. I don't think she's going to be at the trial on the stand. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I don't think so. Shame. She's only 11. My word. She was 8 at the time, right? So now she's the age that Gannon was. That must be traumatizing in itself. Welcome to all the new members. But Lena had an interview and Dr. Torres said her story is not consistent with what Letecia says about carrying Gannon's body and all that kind of stuff. That's just, it's horrible to think about, even that Letecia would even say that. Yeah, she said she got hit in the leg with a bullet, and then the prosecutor mentioned Mr. Womack. So we were all wondering now, who's that? Because she was talking about Mr. Womack and a resurrection, bringing Gannon back to life. She seems quite obsessed with that as well. I think that's just to try to make them think she's delusional or something. But anyway, someone in the chat said that would be Andrew Womack, a TV evangelist. And she did say she grew up watching gospel TV or evangelists on TV or whatever. I can't stand those guys. Oh, my word. Sorry. Not going to go down that snarky little avenue, but those guys, they're just like, give me your money. You'll be healed. I think it's just terrible. Leanne B says, she literally makes me mentally exhausted. The stories, lies, make believe, and blaming. Levy G, you're my favorite. Thank you so much. Yeah, she makes me exhausted too. Honestly, I've never slept better than through this friggin' trial. Like afterwards, dead, finished, like so tired. Trial Bubblus. If you guys don't know what that is, check out my second channel. Karin will explain it. And yes, that team on my second channel, Dieter, Lizelle, Karin, they're very busy. You haven't seen them in a while because they are working overtime, okay? So Dr. Torres also said, when asked about someone with dissociative identity disorder, if family members would notice all these switches and things. And she said sometimes it's subtle and not readily visible to others. However, family might notice that the person is losing time, or they're not remembering important things, or like maybe even, like a family event. Like, remember yesterday when we had, I don't know, grandpa over for dinner, and they might be like, wait, what are you talking about? Like, I wasn't there, or, things like that. So, but she did say sometimes it's subtle. Yes. Okay, so wait, what is this? Oh, yeah. I wrote Cassandra. Cassandra in the chat, because I'm like, wait, who's Cassandra now? Sorry. That's one of the chatters. I normally underline it so that I know it's a chatter. Otherwise, we think it's more of Leticia's character. Sorry about that. Cassandra said the only switching she did was switching cars. True. That's the only switching she did, was switching cars. Okay. So then, we're almost done with this. I mean, this is almost taking us through the whole lunch break. Are you entertained? She's like, I'm going to need a break after this just to get some water, just to get some coffee and all that. But let's just see the time. Yeah, in 45 minutes, court will be back already, right? 1:30, court resumes. Yes, indeed. Okay, so again, she said females who kill people are psychopaths and they poison people. And that is true. Most female, actually, she's talking about female serial killers, which is actually quite interesting. But female killers, I'm going to beg to differ there, based on all my true crime experience as a true crime YouTuber, my true crime YouTube degree. Oh man, but female serial killers are oftentimes poisoners. Female killers, I mean, that could be a whole range. I mean, look at Jodi Arias, you know what I mean? Like stabbing. There's so many. I'm not going to go through all this now, because otherwise we'll be here all day. I'll be like, and we'll name this one, this one, this one. But that could be a range if it's one time, and especially if you're killing a child. Like, oh my word. Let me just see this. But that's interesting that she says females who kill people are psychopaths. They poison people. That means she's talking about serial killers. So I wonder if she's ever killed anyone else. Has she? I would never want to give her that title. Not that it's cool at all. It's not a cool title. If you ever see the beginning stages of my podcast, and which is now all on Patreon, those podcast episodes. If you just type in podcast in the search bar, by the way, on Patreon, you'll find all those episodes. Okay, because now there's so many posts, you might not find it. Anyway, but I've always been like an advocate of saying serial killers are not hot, they're not cool, and they shouldn't be put on a pedestal, right? But I would never want Letecia to have that title, because she seems to want to have it, just like, oh no. Nancy says, Grizzly to crime. If the defense is claiming insanity, why is she allowed to have big books, etc., within hand's reach? She was hell with a can. She was. I'm amazed she hasn't acted out yet, actually. And I don't know why. What? Wildfire says, my ex would move my car keys and then put me down when I could not find them. Well, that's a douchebag. He gets the douchebag award for the day. That's horrible. My word. Did he think it was funny or what? It's like gaslighting. Just like, let's play some gaslighting games. No. Okay. We're almost there. So, I'm not T-Pain said, I'm going to put on my liar's seatbelt to buckle up. Got to put your seatbelt on for this liar. Yes. Okay. And she also, Letecia, remember her brother said that the family said she's OCD. And remember, we go on rants about let's not stigmatize. If someone likes to clean a lot, it doesn't mean they're OCD. One could be a perfectionist or like to have things in order or just be organized without having OCD if you like cleaning. So when people are like, oh my word, I'm like so OCD because you like to clean a lot. It's an insult to people with OCD, because OCD is obsessive compulsive disorder. It's the people with OCD suffer with obsessions, with compulsions, with intrusive thoughts. It's really no fun. It's not about, ooh, I'm keeping everything so clean, I'm so OCD. You know what I mean? But anyway, they said Letecia had a particular place for everything and she liked to keep everything really clean. And Letecia herself said in this interview, there was nothing out of order. And she thought Gannon was at a friend's house. She's talking about when the police were there on January 27th, 2020, after she'd murdered Gannon, after she'd cleaned up, when she told Lena to go play outside, she's like, there was nothing out of order. Mm-hmm. Oh, you cleaned up good, didn't you? Before you called the police. Because she first, when Harley knocked off, told her to take Lena, you go buy me carpet cleaner and this and this and this. They came back and then they went again. And Letecia was at the house cleaning like a demon. And cleaning away, scrubbing, and then putting those carpet scrub brushes in the dishwasher. I still feel so gross about that. I myself love cleaning. I'm like Monica on Friends, okay? Scrub brushes after cleaning a carpet, especially with what she was cleaning. No, don't put them in the dishwasher now. Ew. But anyway, she said nothing was out of order. And she thought Gannon was at a friend's house. Like, you murdered him. Okay. Sandra Lynn in chat said, we need a Letecia Knees translator. Letecia Knees translator. Okay. She said she doesn't know why her handgun was in the car. No idea. And was it even in the car? Because later we saw it was on her in the master bedroom. On that like shelf. Right? The chest of drawers. Yes, welcome to membership. And Nancy says, what about moving Gannon's bed over the huge bloodstain? Mm-hmm. No, that's right. Jessica Jones says cleanliness depends on the person. Yes. That's true as well, Rebecca. Her laundry room was a mess in those cop photos. Yes, indeed. Pandora's Karma says, my friend with OCD has to wear specific clothes on specific day or else she thinks bad things will happen. She suffers a lot because she can't be free to do something spontaneous. See? That's the point, yeah. Jenny Diver says, I'm not super impressed with this witness. I would rather hear from a more senior doctor. I mean, I can't really argue with that. And I was impressed until she botched the name. And she said, dissociative identity disorder. Come on. I will fire a therapist who can't even get names of disorders right. Come on. PTSD, CPTSD, D.I.D, dissociative. No. Dissociative. I was like, no, a pet peeve. So remember you guys, months ago, when we talk about the pronunciation police on my channel, there's always someone who's telling me, pronounce it like this, pronounce it like that, do this, do that. I'm like, I'm not your mouthpiece. I get so mad at that, but I try. And now I'm the pronunciation police. I don't know if you saw in chat, but I'm like, I elect myself as the pronunciation police in this trial. And I object to archangel and I object to disassociative. Michelle Simpson says, oh my word, where have you Grizzlies been all my life? We're right here since June 2021. Thank you so much, Michelle. Yes, and I'm not T-Pain says, the only obsession Letecia has is with herself. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, wait, I'm missing a few. Chrissy Love, welcome. I don't know if you upgraded or welcome on this platform I use. I can't really see. Thank you so much. And Crystal Ann 517, thank you so much for your sticker. Says, I'm diagnosed with OCD and my house is a mess, lol. Come on, but you're so OCD, right? It's just like fun and games. It's because you like to clean. Did you get mad when people say that? So we're almost through all these notes. You see, I take lots of notes for you guys. And I will be putting all these timestamps in afterwards, in the description box, in the pinned comments. You'll hover over the video and be able to revisit anything. Evie says, my favorite quote of the day from The Ring. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember saying that earlier. From the Ring to the Grudge, now Exorcist. LMAO, love what you do for us to be here. Thank you so much. Yes, I was saying that because they were saying Letecia doesn't feel well today and that they just hope she doesn't puke there in the courtroom. And I'm like, oh no, we're going full-blown exorcist now. It's going to be projectile vomiting and all kinds of noises. We don't want to hear those. No, thank you. Oh, she then was quoting over and over again 33 Ecclesiastes, which I put in the chat there. I don't really like quoting Bible quotes here on my channel, but I find it interesting which one she was quoting the whole time. And it says, a man of understanding trusteth in the law, and the law is faithful unto him as an oracle. Well, You broke the law when you murdered an 11-year-old boy. Sorry, but it doesn't matter what kind of oracle here you're talking about. Yeah, you're going to jail. El Paso County Jail for you. See you in 2023. See you in court. And then can't wait for the sentencing. And like, bye. And I hope everyone just forgets about it then, just honestly. And I feel very sorry for other inmates. Like, imagine new inmates as well that don't even know about her case or anything that come across her. It's going to be hell. Oh, no. Okay. G voting classified. Says, I just found your channel through this trial, and now you're stuck with me. We're all stuck here. Together. Thank you for being here. She said Jesus could bring people back to life, but the way she said it was so narcissistic. It's like, wow, you know, Jesus could bring people back to life, as if a psychologist has never heard ever such thing and doesn't know people can have these belief systems at all. She's like, Jesus could bring people back to life because, you know, she believes that she can bring Gannon back to life. Yes, she's a true narcissist, this one. She also talks a lot about the $60 game that she was going to buy for Gannon from GameStop. And she's mentioned it at least 3 times in these videos today. So I'm like, is that part of like Dunkin' Donuts, Petco, was GameStop somewhere in there? Are we going to see video here about that at all? Is it part of the timeline or what? Because I just also don't believe it. I think she was so angry with him playing with his Switch all the time. And that's probably it. Yeah, that's probably the exaggeration. I was going to buy him a $60 game from GameStop. I was going to do that for him. I don't think so. I think you didn't want him to play with his game anymore. And you wanted him to like you, and he didn't. He liked his mom, his actual mom, way, way better. And I think that really pissed her off because she's already so jealous of Landon. Oh, my word. Yes, Letecia will be the other's punishment. Absolutely. Sorry, the state, let's just see this. If she goes to the hospital, yeah, I agree. This will not be justice. And she could get out there too, I think. Auntie Lynn says, Letecia will be others' punishment. Mm-hmm. And then I wrote 30850 disciplining Letecia. That was disciplining her about speaking out at approximately, 206 from when the trial started. Wait, from 206. Oh, that's why it's really hard to find, huh? Really hard to find. 206. No, it's difficult while we live to find that moment. But when they approach the bench or something, we'll find it. Find it in the lunch break. And anyway, I'll timestamp it afterwards when the live stream is over. They're going to be back in half an hour, so I better go quickly get some coffee. Let's just do... I'll probably just rather leave the webinar. Yes. I'm going to just quickly play something for you for the tea break, which will be... trial lunch break. There we go. Where's it going to pop up? Okay. I wish I could play the other one, but it's just sometimes some of the music is not going well here. Okay. So I'm just going to put this banner on quickly. $1:30. Okay. So I'll be back within 25 minutes because I said just before past. Okay. I'll be back. Just close this quickly. There we go. Going like that. Cancel that. Okay. Are we good? Just hold on 1 second. All right. Here we go. So sorry that I don't have a countdown timer. For some reason, the countdown timer really messes with my computer. I have no idea why, because it should be so simple. But I'll be back by the time court resumes. So within 25 minutes, you'll see me again. And usually I'm saying I'm just monitoring the chat and everything. Okay. Be back just now. Don't go anywhere. The stream is still live. We're waiting for the afternoon session. I'm literally getting up to stretch my legs. Okay. And get some coffee. More coffee, please. Yes, please, for coffee. Okay, I'll see you just now. Hello, check, sound check. We always got to do that first. Sound check. Sound check. Oh, my word. Okay, I'm just setting everything up for us because court's going to start, and they said just before 1:30. So let's make sure we've got it here ready. All right. And we want the layout like this. Witness stand, courtroom, the judge. We're ready. Yeah, I know. I was muted. I will get a fine for being muted. Check, 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 check. Always first sound check. Okay. So we have the court on standby, waiting to see. We'll come back. It's now, and I'm frozen. Wait. Sorry. Okay, I think I'm back. It does this weird freezing thing. Why does it do this? Hello. See why we start early? My word. I will find the timestamp. I will find it. Okay. So let's just make sure. Yes. Okay. We're waiting for court. That's what we're doing right now. My word. OBS is so naughty. And I'm going to snark about it in the member stream because I think I know what the problem is. We'll have a members only stream right after today's, when court finishes. We're going to have a members only stream, okay? Thank you, Copper Horse. You're okay now. It's so weird. Look, it's like just a little bit laggy. So it's got to get warmed up as we get ready for court again. I think it's Leticia's fault. It's Leticia's fault. Kelly D says, go back to minus 219. Well, the thing is, when it's live, right, it just keeps on going. So I don't know exactly where to go back to. Sherry says, that's so naughty. I also just want to find something. Wait, court's coming back in. Yeah, they should be back any minute now. I hope I'm in sync with how I'm talking. Am I? A lot of people still ask in the chat, is Al Stauch remarried? Yes, apparently he's remarried. He met a lady at the church. She also lost her son. I'm not sure what happened to her son, but he's remarried. And Al and Landon are in court today. Yes. Linda, welcome to membership. Not Squirrel says, gee, you overwhelmed tech with your excellence. I will show this tech who's boss. Yeah, slow motion G remix. Yes, and Van says, I need more caffeine. I can't fall asleep during another member stream. You better not. I'm in sync. Okay. I'm just waiting for more court time. So, Al Stauch is Gannon's dad. Landon Hyatt is Gannon's biological mother. And Landon was already remarried. So was Al to Letecia, right? Oh my word. They got divorced September 2020, and he's remarried now. Court's back.
The jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up at this point in time?
Okay, wait.
All right. I assume we're going back with Dr. Torres at this point? Oh, no, that's right. We're in the middle of the video.
We'll just
Okay.
play when the court tells us to.
Okay. All right. Do we have everybody?
What?
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
Come on, judge. Camera on. Yes. We're going to see some more video. Oh my word. Are we ready for it? I brought coffee because I don't know if we're ready for this. More Letecia. Welcome to all the new members. I'm excited for the members only stream later. Snark it up. Yeah. Mrs. Melissa, like 200,000 members by 2-year anniversary. At this rate, yes. Okay, wait, let's see. Can we see Letecia nicely yet? There we go. Not that I ever really want to, but I know you guys like a
Can you,
close-up.
Send a message to Todd when he gets him in here and ask him if he can go back to my chambers and get my laptop. I left it on my desk and just
I need to talk like that too.
I just forgot.
I'm going to ask Mr. Grizzly like that next time. Please go back to my chambers.
All rise
and
for the jury, please.
I need my laptop.
Oh, you did it. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Let's make sure.
I just forgot.
Lots of coffee, yes. Are we ready? Welcome to the afternoon session. Welcome back. If you are watching the stream, I should probably type this in chat. Wait. Just people when they go back, catch
May
up
all be
again.
seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of a video, and that will resume. Maybe.
I think Mr. Evans.
Just to let the court know where we're at, we're gonna start it at 1:13:41, which is where we stopped it.
Okay.
And then we're gonna stop it again at 1:49:07.
Okay.
Like, I have a hard time even believing, like, some days I just, I'm like, just hanging out in this one space until, you know, things clear up in my head. Some days I'm in a bad depression and despair because I can't even, I've never, ever, the one thing I prided myself on. I wasn't consistent in my life on a lot of areas. I'd be in and out doing crazy stuff all over the place, very impulsive, manic, doing this, doing that, but I've never, ever. I mean, yeah, I might have not showed up somewhere, but I'd be on a plane somewhere, but like nothing that would anyone ever take. You're like, you could say her and ask Harley, you could ask anyone. He taught kids, had them across the country, this place to that place. Like sometimes I would just be manic and get everybody in a plane and end up somewhere. You know, no one ever. But it's a part of life. You sit all together and just looking at evidence, and then you look at evidence and you're like, that's.
When I spoke to you last time, you had mentioned and you thought it was an intruder, escape, and that you and Elena had moved the body before you even realized.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was saying. We got to go to the hospital, but like, I didn't know it was until we got to. We have to go out the house, up the stairs, or whatever. Like, I never even knew what was going on until we got to the house, and I heard that noise. And I was like,
Yeah. And I guess my question is, why even where the body was, why move it?
that was the question I can answer for you. That would have been something that would have been like an instinct from another part of my body to do, because it definitely wasn't to hide or conceal or do any harm in any other way. 100% probably more than likely that would have been like Maria's interpretation. Like, I mean, looking back and forth. But in Maria's mind, if it's a person who is child molested, then they need to be eliminated. Yeah, I know you guys have a hard job for it. There's not a person here that can stand to you. That's just natural. Rape. There was definitely a lot of the in and out and definitely switching back and forth. Because I didn't even realize. Not even the thought of being an intruder, it was more so the thought of someone in a cave. I told you the cave was red flag. To me, if I had been having thoughts of me and my stepdad throughout that whole time prior there, this man is dead. And I'm haunted with that off and on my entire life, like him being there, him being in a certain situation, or me being back in that house that I grew up in, or in the night terrors of all the abuse that we had lived through. So that's why it would be. If he's come now and I'm dealing with all this with Gannon mentally, which probably 100% his stepfather is messing with him, like how could it be? This is how protection instincts work. Right? If you were to give me a test on protect instinct, I'm score 90%, because that's how our brain works. And I think I got upstairs, being upstairs. So, and how Maria works is it's not always to eliminate people that take them out. It could be just to remove people from the situation. And she has extreme powers of that, you know, to actually carry somebody and to do those things. Like when I'm in the Maria mode, like I have extreme power. Unbelievable. Special powers, I guess you could say. Something like that. People come back and tell me, oh, this happened since I was young. We support so when I was young. Yeah. Power to eliminate a threat.
You know Maria pretty well.
I can like an audible conversation, but I can't really read. But I can have an audible conversation. Or over time, I've been able to. Incidents started happening. My grandpa used to always say, "Something's wrong with that youngin." You know, think country stuff. It's always wrong with that youngin. She's always hanging out with all these people. And my grandma would be like, "Oh, it's just imaginary friends." Like, no, it was beyond imaginary friends. Be like, I would try to bring my grandpa to people. You know, like everybody always thought I was just different. And I hit my head. As it kept going on, situations kept happening, or like I ended up in a situation and like dead straight would not even know what it was. I went to a doctor in Florida about it one time, but I think they tried to give you all that information, but Dr. Bushman had deleted his feeds every 5 years or something like that. Tried to sign that form from like 2 years ago, but I guess now the 5-year mark or something that they don't have it. But like I ended up in places like that in Florida, and that's how I ended up at his office. It happened so much that finally I became to know who it was. I was hearing. I was going not visual of Maria, but like, I can see Taylor, I can see Victoria, but I can't just say it has to be an extreme emotional perspective. If you wanted to see her and talk to her, you'd have to put me in.
Did you say you can have a conversation with her, meaning you can ask for something and she?
Yeah, because like the people that come and see me, they've been coming up and they've been trying to figure out if I can find out why I have so much traumatic stress about drugs. And I figure out why I feel the way I do about how conversation, if they wanted to feel why I feel the way I do about drugs. But through a lot of those methods, they could talk to Maria. Was younger, my stepdad used to take me to Rainy Ray's house, which was his nephew. And during Rainy Ray, they always said he was just something was wrong with him, but he did bad drugs or whatever. That's when she triggered things in my memory that I came back to myself and I remember taking Rainy Ray and my stepdad at a very young age to go get the ride in the car. It's just big shit. So that's why I have to wait. That plus, you know, like I'm pretty sure my mom has ritualism or whatever. You always wanted to switch. So
So, sorry, going back to what I was asking before. No, it's okay. You said you have an audible conversation with Maria. You also said that there are people coming to see you. I assume doing some sort of treatment or therapy with you.
yeah.
Associated with this, and that's how you talk to Maria. So,
No, so like during it's been a couple weeks that we've been doing this, but they wanted to know why I felt that way about drugs. So, you know, when someone kind of gives you a certain small thing, like you start having those intrusive memories. Like you could not remember something, but then see something that like triggered that memory. And so as I was doing that, it triggered that memory, and that's how I could hear Maria and have the conversation with her. So it was part of those methods that we're doing. Find out.
and who's doing these methods with you now?
Whoever might be.
All right. Well, I'm wondering, Maria, so you can have an audible conversation with Maria. I have the question now, if you can tell Maria, you know, what she was thinking and what she was.
I think if you bring it up like traumatic stuff, I can dig myself into harmony, which in depth what any kind of abuse is like. It's very hard because that's the only way you get it like extreme. So like, well, the surroundings like what it feels like. And I've had to do that once for this process, and it's very difficult because, you know, for the other person having to hear it, you know, I go back and read their, you know, the report of what they typed about what I said with harmony, and it's very disturbing. So yeah, so it.
I definitely don't want to take you back to your childhood. I'm just wondering about, you know, at the time, the alleged defense.
Oh, future
where, you know, for you, the memory gets fuzzy,
right,
between, you know, you're looking for getting, you're thinking someone's gonna have you see the shadow. You're having kind of that repeated thought of, you see out these 33, time to kill, time to heal.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next thing you sort of remember is being in the car. And on some level, it sounds like your perspective is an assumption Maria took over at that point in time. And that Maria is your protector. She comes up in these situations where there's a threat. So I'm wondering, you know.
Can you talk to Maria through me is what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay, if you just said it that way.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You said it a lot clearer than I did.
Yeah, how we got into work before was I had to just kind of put my mindset, like I'm conditioned to hang out like that. So like I have to take my mind to hang out in those, reliving it, you know what I mean? And then that's how I can do it.
So I guess I'm wondering why Maria might have moved the body.
I don't think you guys have any other stuff, because I probably did it before, if we have like the evidence, she's doing that. Don't have any of that. Would have to have something. For me to switch or trigger me, like going into that thought process or to, it's not really daydreaming, it's like just. Would have to have something. Do that in order to hear. Can't just be like, oh, beautiful. Yeah, yeah.
Have any other questions about?
I'm still a little unclear about but these gaps. When you can't remember, is that when?
Usually when I can't remember or when there's a blur around me, like let's say I would be in one of those states right now. You guys could be in here and I never even know you're in here. Things around me would not be the same. You know what I mean? So during any time, so okay, let me explain to you from how it started. So when I would get abused, sexually abused by my stepdad, I was noticing the Letecia, but then I didn't want Letecia. So if I went, I trained my brain to go somewhere else and would harm me to get abused. So that way, if anyone, like when the counselors and stuff like that at school would ask, you know, like, Letecia, have you been abused? I always kind of like, no, because harm is the person that is abused. So, back to what you were asking, that's why those gaps come into play, because I can take myself to the world. Like, when one of the worlds is Christina, and how Christina works is when I was younger, my mom used to leave me by myself, take care of the kids, and she would try to leave my stepdad with me. But then she'd leave us by herself with this place, and I would be taking care of kids while she was on his house. So that's how Christina came along. She's a business. So like if I have a gap or I go somewhere, I go with when I was a child, I go to Christina because that was during the time of the Olympics, the 1996 Olympic Games. Everything in my house became like a gymnasium and apparatus. So everything around me was like that. Not like crazy stuff where people be like, oh, there's an alien. It's just that the surroundings are like that, where, you know, like my body gets put in the surroundings. And that's how I had, so that's why whenever there's a gap in it, I went to this place and then something else. Or I make a mess of things if I deal with the trauma. Really. Nothing straight. If I didn't do that, I couldn't have been a teacher. I couldn't have got my degree. I couldn't have done a lot of things because of how I had to deal with them. It goes on into my adulthood. It doesn't stop at my childhood, you know. Right there because I'm conditioned to move out there. Something else might be going on in that world. It's not like I just am driving on the road and I'm like, oh, over here. That would be dangerous. It's not like that. If something happens that causes me not to want to deal with it, then I can switch. But the thing about Maria is I cannot just switch to her personality. It has to be in the form of protection, or it has to be in the form of like getting me out of it. So like the other day at the jail, I say the other day, I don't know. I ended up in a total sleep. I didn't know how I ended up in a total sleep, right? So I'm trying to let you see how that got worked. I remember being on the phone, getting ready to dial a number, and I heard them say, hey, you have to move to cell 9 because they have some construction going on at the jail, right? So they took us out of our ward, and so I can't go to the tower, so I have to out of segregation until the ward finished. So I remember hearing them say cell 9. Well, cell 9 is where I developed Janelle because so much trauma in segregation. That's where I developed Janelle. Well, that was the last thing I remembered. Then next thing I know, I ended up at SC, and SC was because I was in a turtle suit, and they said I was trying to hurt myself. So I'm trying to put it all together. I'm like, why was I trying to hurt myself? But what happened was the trigger from cell 9 brought back those memories of the fact that I was going to have to be able to survive in segregation right now, meaning, you know, no book, no radio, no food, nothing, started us, all that, because there's no instruction. That apparently I called my friend Amy, Maria. I called my friend and she was talking in another language. And during that time, they said that I went upstairs at my body, Maria, and the deputy gave me a play-by-play. Deputy Lee said that because she was watching from another camera. She said that Maria looks this way, looks that way, and then tries to jump off. So you know how the jail, and they have the rails, and there's like rails like this, tries to jump through the rails. But once I was able to come later on, I pieced everything back together. Maria had called my friend, she was talking another language, and then she tried to rescue me. How she tried to rescue me was, she wasn't trying to kill me. She was trying to like bungee jump off. Because in her mind, I was bungee jumping off. But I am the one that ended up in the trouble. So then I had to go through the whole protocol of why are you going to hurt yourself? Like, so the deputy, when she came, Deputy Browder came to SC, is when I came back through. She said I was talking to her first as Maria, but then she was like, when I came back to myself as Letecia, she said, you were just Maria. And then I was like, why is my turtle suit? But then once I got everything back together, you could piece it together. So answering the question, what you just said, that's how it works. So the only way I'm left to piece stuff back together is like the evidence stuff, or like, okay, well, this has got to be clearly you on the camera, and I see myself. Okay, yeah, that's clearly me on the camera. Looking at it, like that's me. I don't know that upstairs, you know. That's kind of how, I don't know if I hope you understand what I say about the gaps, but it's not like I'm just like, hey, I don't remember. It's, I'm not there.
So, like when you find yourself in Orlando,
Mm-hmm.
who gets you there?
Well, I found out through this, is that fire?
I will bet you large money to drill.
Mm-hmm.
As one friend of mine used to say, I'll bet all of your money and some of mine.
Okay.
Where was I? Okay, yeah, so you find yourself in Orlando. At the end.
All right. Try not to focus on it.
Distracted.
Well, no, I'm telling you, it's just like crazy because I'm like, I told you how to throw my fires. So what I've learned throughout this, investigation is that at least they found different things where someone said she met me before and I was Aubrey. Someone else met me and I was Cayuse. So there are personalities that I'm aware of. 'Cause, like, one of the reports, they were asking about like the FBI talking to her and she always knew you as Aubrey. I'm like, I don't think about that. So I think that's must be one of the person that wasn't Taylor. That's not me, Letecia. So it just has to be one of the ones I either don't know about, or here I just stayed out for minutes and hours because obviously a plane ride from Colorado to Orlando, 3 to 4 hours. So you got to imagine what it's like. I did this before and ended up in Jamaica, and my daughter been like, "Why are you in the middle of the ocean?" Right? I also think that sometimes that's part of like one of my personalities, which is me, Letecia, is very polar. So I think you got to factor in the manic part too, when I just am so impulsive that there's what's going on around me, you know. So I've been asking myself this question for years. In places like schoolwork, and not even know that I did schoolwork. Like, wow, I did it. Oh, I thought I didn't do my homework, and I didn't do it. Guess that came in handy for the fact that I didn't struggle with degrees, but I also don't remember a lot about doing anything with it because there was so much of that going on. And I was living in, when Chance died, that was the time I was thinking, that's just not been very traumatic time.
So it was other personalities doing some of the work
Right.
for your degree.
Right. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
But presumably when they would turn things in, it had your name.
Right, but they know about me. You understand? That's always been a thing. Like I tell the people to jail sometimes, like me, they can call me what they want. But then when I'm Taylor, sometimes the deputies like will come by and be like saying my name, and I'm just like, "Hey, that's Leticia's name. Taylor's name, you know." So it's just hard to like help people with it. Or someone else who's on the outside looking in, they always thought I just hit Letecia all around. Well, fight too much, or you know, impressions.
How would these other individuals get on a plane without ID?
And control my body. So now they do know that I did have an ID and everything that was Maria Sanchez. But they do know that. So yes, the times that I crossed the border, which work with people in Border Patrol, times I've crossed the border have been as Maria Sanchez. How we ended up in Canada as a whole situation. So they were working on the Border Patrol for that. But that's why, like, on some of the questions, when I answer and I'd say, like 5 or 6, 4 or 5 or 6, because, like, when this would happen, it's not like all the time, it's only when certain things have to trigger it. You know? It's not like every day I just wake up and then, oh, I don't know what happened. Like, I don't have cognitive, I don't think I do. You could say memory as far as like you do your little memory thing. Of course I'm great at that, but you catch me in the middle of that situation, I may not even be able to tell you the date. Right. So like, it's still the same. When I was talking to the people that come and see me, like at the jail, like I said, I had to hit my hand, but I didn't feel it hitting my hand in Maria. So when they come back and show me all the pictures of how my hand looked, and this girl had she had drugs or whatever, and she had flaked this, and she was in depth stuff or whatever. Last thing I remember is I tried to get the deputy's help, and then when they hit me. So when I switched to Maria, that was a perfect example. I didn't remember anything after that because her instinct is protective. So when I hit the wall, it's Maria, and then hers. So by the time I came back to myself, they're all like, "You need something for your hand." Hurt my hand. But I do. The reason the whole thing happened with the shit was because when I was little, I wanted a dog, and some of the dogs were dirty when I was. So they used to make me sleep outside, like. First. She was like, "Here, dogs put shit everywhere, dogs are gross," you know, so that's another example of why I'm clear with some, because situation like that, I'm not gonna be the one getting shit thrown on me, you know what I mean, or I'm not gonna be the one falling.
You said Maria was speaking another language, Spanish.
Maria can speak Spanish, but my friend said when Maria called her today, she was talking Russian, because I guess my friend had to figure out what was going on, or whatever.
Maria was speaking Russian.
That's what she said. Her name was Amy. We said that when I called her as Rita, that she didn't understand at first what was going on. She heard the Spanish, but then she heard the Russian. She was like, "Wow, this person speaks Russian better than my own friends," what she told me later on. She didn't know that I and my brain do have a Russian.
You speak Spanish?
Mm-hmm. I don't really think about Putin in Russian.
So where would Maria have learned these languages?
I don't know, because I mean, I'm one of those, like I told you guys last time you asked me about what did I call it, like when I'm like, oh, these missions that I'm on, like, probably doing something like missions that, when things like that happen, like, don't get me wrong now, when I'm in mania, Letecia didn't make me, I get excited about everything, and I want to try everything new, I'm this, I'm that, I'm gonna fly planes, I'm do that, like, yeah, but I'm never, I'm Russian, so I don't. And they basic, like, hello, you, but not. What did you say the phone call was? Been going on, and I've been in the hole, but I'm not like in trouble. So it would have been somewhere. Well, yeah, because that I had to be in that ward for 13 months, okay? And I had to survive a lot of traumatic things. Not to mention, during the time being in this ward, since being back in there, 2 people have died. So you add all that in, there's a reason why Maria would show up. You know, my person does the radar told the person don't even know their name, because a lot of people have seen that died of the jail lately. Reasons it was triggered it. I can't say, like, I have nothing to do. When someone has nothing to do, it gives me time to think. And that's how I think, it brings up church memories, I start avoiding family, I'm paranoid, I'm looking behind, I'm looking under this. When those things are happening, you know about to go into protection. Mention the thing happening with the flickering love. And like as Letecia, I have a jaw problem. You know,
I'm sorry, guys.
like TMJ.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but like, if they give me like a certain diet and stuff for me when I'm at the jail, because I have TMJ on the jaw. But like if I'm Taylor, I could eat whatever and it don't hurt my jaw. Craziest thing, and people be always like looking at me like, That's how they kind of can know the difference, you know?
Yeah.
And how I experience.
Forget. One item here for one. Yeah.
Oh, that's why I didn't do it, because I was confused by that, because if you have dreams that you don't remember, then how do you know you had dreams? You know what I mean? Like, everybody.
Okay, so you're just not sure how to answer that.
Right, and like, it says having dreams that you don't remember the next day, how would I know if I don't?
Yeah.
Unless I'm reading that wrong, that's really how I.
No, that doesn't make sense.
That's an interesting question. I mean, it kind of goes along with some of the problems. I think you have personalities that you don't know about. How do they know about you?
Mhm. Well, that was what I was telling you about when I saw the stuff with like the Aubrey and the Coyote, like. I don't know, I didn't know they existed, you know what I mean, like it had, like, and the crazy thing was like, it's full, like, when they looked, showed me the stuff, it'd be like full-blown email account, full-blown, like, whatever, like. And then there was one of our personalities is Jasmine, and they had this whole thing where Jasmine went to Dubai. I'm like, oh my goodness, booking tickets to Dubai. And so like, you gotta imagine what it's like too, when you go to like a job, like say a job interview or whatever, and then like another personality intervening while I was filling out application. Someone asked me about something and I'm like, just looking at them like, oh. And the reason I bring that up is I had saw that in one of the evidence pieces too. It's like, oh, you don't know what you think about that.
We stopped it at 149.07, Your Honor. Dr. Torres, we take.
Dr. Torres, if you would resume your seat in the stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I kind of want to pick up where you stopped there. There was a piece of paper that was slung over or under the glass to the defendant. Do you know what that paper was?
Yes, I believe that that was one of the papers associated with one of the tests that we had given her that morning, the multidimensional inventory of dissociation.
And apparently she didn't fill out some of the questions with regards to dreams. Is that what?
It looks like there was one question that she didn't fill out.
Okay. She talked about Dubai and going to Dubai. Do you recall just hearing that?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence whatsoever in this case that the defendant was in Dubai?
No.
When she alludes to talking to Amy in Russian, you recall that conversation?
Yes.
She said that was a jail phone call.
Yes.
Did you have recorded jail calls from the defendant to various people in this case?
We did, but I think that they were closer in time to her to her arrest. If she was saying that they had occurred within that past month, I don't think we had any access to those.
Did you ever see any phone calls where the defendant was speaking Russian to anyone on a phone?
No.
Did you see any phone calls where the defendant was speaking Spanish to anyone on the jail phones?
No.
Some kind of alarm went off during the interview. What was that all about?
It was a fire alarm. They do them at the hospital every so often, and usually it's a drill.
Okay. And so when that goes off, the defendant seemed to be worried about that.
Yes.
Did you see any change in her personality, any triggering event where she turned into someone else at that time?
No.
Did you at any time during either this interview process or the interviews in March
No.
You asked her a couple times if she could talk to Maria. Is that what you were asking?
Yes.
Did you ever ask to talk to Maria yourself?
I think we were addressing that with her in terms of whether or not we could have access to Maria to ask her some questions. And as we saw, she explained that it doesn't exactly work that way, but she did say that she could have some sort of audible conversation with Maria, which is what, again, we were trying to ask if that could be possible. But then she seemed to suggest that the only way to do that was if she herself was under some sort of emotional distress or triggered in some manner. She talked about bringing out some of the discovery to put her in that particular mindset. But we were not prepared to do anything like that with her.
Now, is yours and Dr. Gray's insanity evaluation the first insanity evaluation that took place with the defendant?
Yes.
You're familiar with Dr. Lewis's insanity evaluation, that the interview was in November. The report came fairly close to trial, before the trial started.
Yes.
When she says how we got it to work before, when she turned into Maria, was there any context given about that?
It's unclear. I know we asked her if she had she had said that she was seeing someone at least for a couple of weeks. We had asked if that was some sort of therapy or treatment that she had been undergoing. She seemed to imply that it was, but it was never clear to us exactly what sort of meetings she was having as it relates to that, as she told us that she was informed not to talk about it, so we left it alone.
Would that be a reasonable triggering event for someone who suffers from a dissociative identity disorder, showing them a photograph, for instance, out of discovery?
I honestly don't know.
Okay. Dr. Gray was asking questions about whether or not when she was in school, other personalities help her get through school. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And Dr. Gray asked whose name was on your assignments, and or words to that effect. You recall that?
Yes.
Why was that question asked? Do you know?
Essentially, he asked that question because if Ms. Stauch did undergo schooling under one of her other personalities, you would think that that personality would be more in control than Ms. Stauch and would be filling out assignments using that personality's name as opposed to Ms. Stauch's name.
And you recall her telling you that she had identification with regards to Maria Sanchez and that name?
Yes.
And she would use it to go across the border in Mexico and get back that way?
I think she had said Canada.
We'll talk about Canada as well. Did you ever see any identification with the name Maria Sanchez related to this defendant?
No.
Did you ask the defense to provide everything that you would need to make your determination with regards to insanity?
Yes.
Was that ever provided to you or Dr. Gray?
No.
Speaking of Canada, I'm not going to play this segment, or maybe I will, but let me ask you first. Do you remember her talking about it? And she talked a little bit about it in this last segment about having issues at the border and family members had to help her get back from Canada, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Did you recall her telling you that she had a conversation with one of the Border Patrol agents about golf and Myrtle Beach and that kind of thing?
I vaguely remember that.
Do you recall her telling you that you could look at her passport and see that she's been to Canada?
No, I don't remember
Okay.
saying that.
Did you know that her passport's in evidence?
I think I do remember that.
You know that there's no stamp for Canada.
I don't remember specifically the details of the passport at this point in time.
I'm not going to ask you anything else about the passport then. Did you ask the defense to provide to you all the documentation of her prior medical visits?
Yes.
What did you get?
From defense, I'm going to look at my report as it's listed here.
Sure.
From defense, we were provided with records from Naval Health Clinic from Charleston, North Carolina, Evans Army Community Hospital from Fort Carson, Colorado, and Fort Greely Army Medical Clinic from Greeley, Alaska. And these records detailed general medical and mental health treatment that was received from February 2016 through February 2020. We also got a letter that said it was accepting Ms. Stauch into intensive treatment at House of Freedom from Kissimmee, Florida, but it was undated. We received Doctor's Care Carolina Forest records from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and this just documented one medical visit. So it wasn't anything related to mental health treatment. We got records from Grand Strand Regional Medical Center from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And these detailed, again, general medical visits. There wasn't anything associated with mental health treatment there. It covered varying dates in 2014, 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2020. We received South Carolina Department of Social Services employment records. We also received employment records from Whitefield School District. We received an unsigned letter from Rhonda Niederhauser. And that letter talked about stress-related health and mental health symptoms experienced by Ms. Stauch in December of 2019. We received emails from Ms. Stauch to State Trooper Rusty Sanchez related to some accident follow-up that she references to us in our interviews. We received Humana military records. This only detailed bills associated with general medical and mental health services from 2015 to 2018, but there was no details. It was just billing. We also received a number of documents that were authored by Defense's social worker, Mr. Kyle Varville, that were related to in-person interviews that he conducted with different individuals who were familiar with Ms. Stauch.
Any of those documents that you just read, did they have anything to do with any inpatient psychiatric treatment?
None of them.
You alluded to Dr. Niederhauser's visit in that report. Do you recall in her medical record whether or not she asked the defendant if she had any prior psychiatric treatment or psychiatric inpatient treatment?
If Dr. Niederhauser asked that?
Yes. Is it in her medical record?
I don't remember. That is a question that is typically asked, but there was no indication of inpatient psychiatric hospitalization.
Do I need to show you her medical record, or do you recall it not being in there?
I recall it not being in there because I don't recall it being in there, but I'm also happy to look at it if I'm misremembering something.
No, and I guess that's a good way to put it. Obviously, if it was there, you'd probably do some follow-up to see what that was all about, right?
Yes.
Same thing when she booked in the jail. I think we talked about that yesterday. She denied having any prior psychiatric treatment, either inpatient or outpatient.
Yes, I think the only time she's really mentioned the inpatient psychiatric treatment would have been from that hospital that she wasn't able to tell us what hospital it was in Canada.
Okay. I want to go back to you trying to talk to Maria during this last segment we saw. Did you have an opportunity to look at Dr. Lewis's interview with the defendant, Ms. Stauch, in November of 2022?
Yes.
And did you see times where she was able to at least appear to have Maria come out and talk to her?
Yes.
Did you see any triggers, anything that she had to use to trigger some kind of traumatic event to have Maria come out?
It didn't appear that there was anything associated with a traumatic event during those particular interviews.
In one portion, does she appear to write something on a piece of paper, slide it over to Ms. Stauch, and then Ms. Stauch responds using her right arm and it goes back and forth, and then she switches to using her left arm.
Yes, I do.
Then Maria somehow appears and she has a conversation with Maria, and Maria has a Spanish accent. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, you didn't get an opportunity to go back to talk to Ms. Stauch after that evaluation, I think.
Correct.
Anything about that interchange impact your opinion as to whether or not Ms. Stauch has dissociative identity disorder?
No.
Why?
In terms of dissociative identity disorder, we've talked about what it is and what the criteria is. And throughout this entire evaluation, we've always had concerns about potential feigning and exaggeration. The reason we have those concerns is because the things that Ms. Stauch talks about are symptoms that pretty much anybody who has watched movies or had some sort of access to television would know that this is what multiple personality disorder, dissociative identity disorder looks like in terms of speaking about amnesias, blackouts, different personalities. We've talked about how the typical presentation for a dissociative identity disorder tends to be more subtle, and at the same time, how someone would have seen something, someone who was close to Ms. Stauch. But there's no corroborating data from collateral interviews or even from the mental health record. Ms. Stauch talks about having this mental illness since she was 16 years old, and it's never repeated anywhere. Essentially, individuals who have genuine dissociative identity disorder do experience significant problems with their functioning. Usually it does rise to the level of needing some sort of psychiatric treatment, probably inpatient hospitalization. Those individuals are disturbed by what they are experiencing. And there's a quality to dissociative identity disorder that is involuntary, and it's not something that can be controlled, which is why it is disturbing to those individuals. They tend to be overwhelmed by the symptoms that they are experiencing. In addition to that, they tend to be ashamed about their experiences. So there's a tendency for them to essentially try to withhold some information, maybe minimize that information. They don't want to readily put it out there for people to know I have dissociative identity disorder. They don't enjoy having this condition. And Ms. Stauch's presentation in our interviews would suggest otherwise. One of the most striking components to me is that she doesn't particularly seem to be disturbed by having all of these personalities ending up in different states or different countries. And that's meaningful to me. So taken together, the lack of substantiating information outside of Ms. Stauch's self-report is not enough for me to be convinced that she actually has this illness.
And did you consult with Dr. Gray about the reasons why you felt it wasn't there?
Yes.
Does he agree with your conclusions?
He does.
And I'm not going to ask you about that again when we go forward, but did you have enough information to rule it out, to not even consider it as a rule out in your diagnosis?
We felt that we had enough to substantiate that this is not what was going on with Ms. Stauch.
And even though another forensic psychiatrist, Dr. Lewis, wrote a report saying she does have this, she diagnosed Ms. Stauch with that disorder. Anything about her report or the interview that you reviewed change your and Dr. Gray's opinion?
No. Again, looking at the timeline of everything, considering the fact that we saw Ms. Stauch in 2020 for the competency evaluations, her presentation then, her presentation when we saw her for the sanity interviews, we noted that this claim of dissociative identity disorder and the symptoms that she was proposing, they change and they seem to increase over the course of the 2 years from the time of the offense to the time that we saw her and even to the time that she was seen by Dr. Lewis.
Okay. I'm not going to show him your clips.
Okay.
We're going to talk about your report, okay? Is your report and the way it's written, is that dictated by Colorado statutes?
Yes,
Could you explain that to the jury?
sure. The Colorado statute indicates certain information that does need to be included in these types of evaluations. So the evaluation that we submitted is pretty standard, meets those requirements in terms of outlining Ms. Stauch's background, all of the information that we had access to, the information that we attempted to seek but didn't actually get by the time we were able to do the evaluation. And then in terms of the sanity analysis, within our test, within our report, we have the culpable mental states outlined, what they are, what the definitions are. We have the general account of what occurred from the police reports. We have Ms. Stauch's self-report and the analysis of whether she, one, has a mental disease or defect as is defined in Colorado statute. And then we would have gone into the analysis of how does the mental disease or defect impact the behavior at the time of the crime, except Dr. Gray and I determined that she doesn't meet that threshold for a diagnosis that would be considered a mental disease or defect here in Colorado.
And I want to talk about that a little bit later in your testimony. Is part of the insanity evaluation in Colorado also include another competency evaluation as part of that?
Yes, it does.
Please explain that to the jury.
For these types of evaluations, regardless of whether the individual has already been evaluated for competency, it's important to address the issue of competency at the time that we are doing the sanity evaluation. That step comes first before we get into the defendant speaking about what happened to them at the time of the crime, because we want to make sure, since mental health issues are usually involved in these types of referrals, we want to make sure that the individual is not currently experiencing symptoms of mental illness that would impair their understanding of the evaluation that they're doing, of their defenses, of moving forward with this. So it's an ethical component. It's in the statute as well that it's a part of these types of evaluations. But if we were to find that somebody had a current mental health symptoms that were impairing their understanding of issues associated with court, we would stop the evaluation right there, refer them back to the court saying they were not competent so that they could get some form of treatment before returning to finish the sanity evaluation.
And so obviously in this case, since you went forward with the evaluation, did you and Dr. Gray find her to be competent back in March of 2022 into June of 2022?
Yes.
And is that in your report?
It is.
Is your report 22 pages long?
It is.
Who gets this report?
This report is submitted to the court. I believe we directly submit it to the clerk, who then distributes it to prosecution, defense, and the judge.
So the basis of the report is to go to Your Honor.
Yes.
And then we get copies?
Yes.
And then you get a subpoena, right?
Sometimes.
Okay. Who wrote this particular report? You or Dr. Gray, or
Both of us.
did you consult on the entirety of the report?
We did. Essentially, I took the lead on one part and he took the lead on the other part, and then we reviewed each other's parts and added anything additional that needed to be there.
Let's talk about what diagnostic impressions you had with regards to Ms. Stauch as part of your insanity report.
Okay.
What did you find?
Ultimately, we stuck with some of our impressions from when we saw her for competency. So we diagnosed the personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic qualities. We also provided a rule-out diagnosis for post-traumatic stress disorder versus unspecified anxiety disorder.
And why did you not seek further information with regards to those two disorders?
Regarding those two disorders, Essentially, we felt that we had all of the information that could be provided to us at this time. We noted that in her history, there's a lot of mention of generalized anxiety disorder. We wanted to give credence to her self-report of the abuse that she experienced. She did report nightmares, some intrusive thoughts, the idea of flashbacks that could be associated with a post-traumatic stress disorder. There just wasn't sufficient information to reach the threshold to say with confidence she has these diagnoses at this point in time, or rather at the time of the alleged offense.
Did you look at other dissociative disorders with regards to Ms. Stauch besides dissociative identity disorder?
We considered them.
Were you able to make a diagnosis on any other dissociative disorders?
No, the way that she presented her mental health symptoms, it was pretty clear that she was outlining symptoms associated with dissociative identity disorder. There are other dissociative disorders, but she doesn't quite capture the nature of those specific conditions.
Is there anything else that I'm missing with regards to what you put in your report with regards to that disorder?
Which disorder?
The dissociative disorder. Anyone?
Okay. Yes, we did not diagnose dissociative identity disorder.
Now, I want to turn to the question of legal insanity. I think yesterday we talked about that being a legal term.
Yes.
Is there any relation to the type of disorder that you may diagnose someone with to insanity, the legal definition?
Here in Colorado, it's a mental disease or defect, and the definition associated with that is essentially a mental health issue that impairs somebody's understanding or perception of reality.
Is that kind of the first step in the evaluation, or in Dr. Gray's evaluation with regards to legal insanity, to see whether or not there is, in fact, a mental disease or defect?
Yes.
If you do not find a mental disease or defect, do you stop there?
Essentially, yes. If there's no mental disease or defect, then there can't be anything that impairs their capacity to form intent or their ability to understand right from wrong. Both of those things have to be tied together. So if one condition doesn't exist, then legally there would be nothing impairing the definition associated with the sanity evaluation.
And so, just to make sure I understand you correctly, are you saying that the mental disease or defect has to be the cause or the reason why an individual may not have the capacity to know right from wrong or have the capacity to form the culpable mental state?
Correct.
So if that's not there, there's no reason to look at the other two, correct?
Correct.
I want to do that anyway.
That's fine. That's fine. Yes.
What are some of the things you look at in determining whether or not someone may have the capacity to form the culpable mental state?
For that, we look at what the specific culpable mental states we're talking about, which are included in the definition of the charges. I believe I may have said this the other day, but in these charges, we have the culpable mental state of with intent, knowingly, and recklessly. All of those have specific definitions. With intent, the definition is whether that person has essentially a conscious objective to create or have the actual action associated with the statute occur. So more simply, for that one, that's related to tampering with evidence and moving the body. So is that action done with intent, with a conscious objective in mind? Whenever we're considering that, we're thinking, what does it mean to be conscious? We are looking at somebody's ability to think, reason, form judgments. We also take into account issues associated with emotions as well, to see if there's anything that is making it so that that individual is incapable of forming intent. It's a very high bar to meet. I'm not sure that I've ever seen somebody who a mental illness lacks their capacity to form intent. Certainly, intent can be skewed because of irrational thoughts, things like delusions, but that doesn't necessarily seem to be the case here. So we also look at the other culpable mental states, which are knowingly. And knowingly is just, do you have an awareness of what is going on? So again, we consider, what does it mean to have an awareness? You have to be awake, conscious, have some sort of understanding of what's going on. Recklessly, the definition is...
And doctor, I'm going to stop you there because that doesn't apply anymore in this case.
Okay, thank you.
But there is another culpable mental state that I want to talk to you about.
Okay.
It's called after deliberation.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just going to read you the definition of after deliberation, and then ask you some follow-up questions.
Okay.
The term after deliberation means not only intentionally, but also that the decision to commit the act has been made after the exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. An act committed after deliberation is never one which has been committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. Okay? Have you heard that definition before?
Yes.
And I really want to talk about the facts of this case with regards to that culpable mental state. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
When you look at this particular case, do you look at the facts that are presented to you, for instance, things that Ms. Stauch did before the crime?
Yes.
Do you look at her actions during the crime?
Yes.
And do you look at her actions after the crime?
Yes.
And are all those things taken into consideration when you and Dr. Gray are deciding whether or not Ms. Stauch is legally sane or legally insane?
Yes.
Tell me about that. What did you look at in this case with regards to the facts when we talk about after deliberation?
When it comes to the facts, there's a lot of information in the police reports that outline Ms. Stauch's whereabouts. Even afterwards, there's a lot of information that outlines her whereabouts, the varying stories that she told to the police as it pertains to what actually happened with Gannon. We take that into account. I feel like when we're conducting a sanity evaluation, we do tend to focus more on what it is that the defendant is telling us in terms of their perception of what happened. Hopefully what they are telling us is somewhat in line with what the facts of the case are. However, even in this particular situation, Ms. Stauch outlined having some, she says, paranoia. I might say it sounds more like a hypervigilance or being on guard that someone is watching her or tracking her associated with this accident that occurred. And the accident did occur, so it's not a delusion. It's a reaction to something that did happen in her life. We are very focused on the time of the actual offense and her perception of what was going on with her, as well as what's going on afterwards. All of those times we are looking at, is there some sort of mental health issue that is impacting her behaviors, her thoughts, her thinking, her emotions at all of those stages? Usually the police reports can't tell us the perspective of the defendant, which is why we rely so much on what it is that the defendant has to say. As I said, we're looking for a mental disease or defect. And if we can identify what that is, we are looking at how does that impact the behaviors, the emotions, the motivations, the intentions that are happening throughout this period of time. In terms of what happens afterwards, there is always the question of how does the person respond to the actual crime? Does the person call the police themselves? Does the person try to hide evidence? Does the person run away? All of that's important when considering whether somebody's insane at the time. And what's even more important is the why, if you can get to that.
Fortunately, in a lot of murder cases, you don't get to that why, right?
Correct.
And that's usually because there's only one person who survived who knows why.
Oftentimes.
Now, we didn't talk about the capacity to know right from wrong, but it sounds like you incorporated that into your answer a little bit. Is that what you were saying?
Perhaps. I know I was saying a number of things. I mean, we're looking at both of those definitions as it pertains to the issue of sanity. And we've gone on about capacity to form the culpable mental state. And the other one is whether or not a mental disease or defect impairs the individual's capability to understand right from wrong.
What about the autopsy report and the nature of Gannon's injuries? Does that help you and Dr. Gray evaluate whether or not she had the capacity to form the intent to kill or the capacity to form after deliberation with regards to execution?
Autopsy reports give us some information in terms of what happened to a victim factually, but it can't tell us exactly what was going on with the person who committed the offense.
What about the capacity to know right from wrong? The fact that Gannon's body was discovered in Florida and the evidence suggests that Ms. Stauch drove his body from left. Does that impact any opinion with regards to the capacity to know right from wrong?
Again, I don't know if it's so much those details that weigh in on the analysis of somebody's capability of understanding right from wrong. For us, it's whether or not there's a mental disease or defect that would undermine or impinge on that ability. And Ms. Stauch, even if we were to believe that she had a dissociative identity disorder, she speaks about how after the actual act of shooting Gannon or the person in the cape, how she dissociates and that it is her personalities that are trying to help cover up what it is that occurred. Even so, there is no particular mental illness that is impacting Ms. Stauch's ability to understand what is right and what is wrong. And there's no clear mental illness that would appear to impact any of the personalities that she told us about as it pertains to understanding right from wrong.
Does that also apply to her decision making, her ability to make decisions? Does a mental illness come into play when you're rendering opinions as to legal institutions?
Yes.
Same analysis?
Same analysis, that there is no mental disease or defect that impairs her understanding of reality that would make it so that she was incapable of forming judgments or thinking things through. Even in her own words, at least as it pertains to the shooting, Ms. Stauch talks about how she thought that there was an intruder in the home. She reaches for a gun. She hears these words, Ecclesiastes 3:3, time to kill, time to heal. All of that suggests that there is some capacity to form some intent. She's not lacking in that.
I think you answered this question already, but knowing me, I'm gonna ask it anyway. The diagnosis of other specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic traits, does that raise to the level of a mental disease or defect?
It does not in this case.
Ultimately, what is your final opinion, along with Dr. Gray, with regards to the defendant's sanity at the time that Gannon Stauch was killed?
It was that Ms. Stauch was seen at the time of the crime.
And did Dr. Gray sign the report, this 22-page report that you both authored?
He did.
And obviously you signed it as well?
Yes.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Cross-examination.
Here we
Okay.
go. They're all talking in the corner there. Here. Gotta find those papers. Find those notes quickly. Sorry, I know they're just doing their job. I'm just like, what are they gonna ask? That was pretty solid testimony there.
Dr. Torres, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am very good. I want to kind of first just clear up some procedural history on this case, so I think that everybody has a little bit better understanding of how some of this stuff occurred. You're aware that myself and Mr. Cook are not Ms. Stauch's first set of attorneys.
Correct.
She had a different set of attorneys for a little over a year.
Yes.
And those were the ones who were actually involved with the first competency evaluations.
Yes.
And then at some point in time, Ms. Stauch was pro se.
I feel like I vaguely remember that.
Okay. And are you aware that when somebody is pro se, they would be given all of the discovery and access to the body worn camera and everything else for the period of time that they were representing themselves?
Yes.
And so there wasn't the fact that she had reviewed all the stuff and had access. There's nothing, there's nothing wrong with that.
I agree.
Okay. And then at some point, I think it was May of 2021, myself and Mr. Cook took over the representation of Ms. Stauch.
Yes.
And when the statute, the not guilty by reason of insanity statute in Colorado is kind of designed for a flow of information from you to me and me to you and the district attorney. It's trying to get everybody as much information as possible.
Yes.
And generally, when you guys, if there was something that came up in one of these interviews, sometimes then you would either email me or call me and said, can you get this type of documentation that we're looking for?
Yes.
And there was efforts. I mean, it appeared to you, there was efforts we tried, when you guys asked for stuff, we tried to get it to you.
I agree with that.
Okay. And there was cooperation by the defense and the prosecutions. Everybody cooperated to try to get you guys as much information as possible.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, you don't judge differently information given by the defense than information by the prosecution. And what I mean by that is you were given reports written by my social worker regarding interviews that were done in South Carolina.
Yes.
You don't necessarily disregard that or give that less weight or reliability or credibility than you would necessarily with police reports.
Correct.
The social worker is a professional person, and a professional person, you would assume, is going to try to give you accurate information.
Yes.
And kind of, on that train of thought, is there concern by forensic evaluators at the state hospital regarding implicit bias?
Could you say more?
Well, and I'm asking this, and I'm doing it, not making any accusations or disparaging or anything. I'm just exploring the implicit bias. You would agree with me that things are difficult at the state hospital right now, as far as staffing, bed space, and so forth.
Okay. Yes, it's having its difficulties.
Okay. The state hospital is actually currently under a contempt order by a federal judge.
Yes.
And that's in regards to competency.
Yes.
And that's in regards to that the state hospital had been taking too long to get competency evaluations done for people that are in custody.
Yes.
And it puts a strain on the state hospital.
I would say yes.
Okay, and there's actually a significant backlog for people who are in custody in jails to get into the competency evaluations completed at the state hospital.
That remains true.
Okay. And if Ms. Stauch was to be found not guilty by reason of insanity, she would more than likely be housed at the state hospital.
Yes.
And if she was housed at the state hospital, she would take up resources at the state hospital.
I can see what you're trying to say. And I would say that that doesn't go into the analysis of a sanity evaluator. And to the best of my understanding, the beds that they have set aside for individuals who are adjudicated not guilty by reason of insanity is separate from those that they have for people who need competency restoration treatment.
No, and I understand that as well. But as far as one of the issues at the state hospital is a lack of staff, is as far as like forensic nurses, other forensic types of staff, that's difficult at the state hospital right now, correct?
They are having that problem, yes.
And wouldn't somebody who, regardless of the bed space, if they were on, you're adding an extra person who has been adjudicated not guilty by reason of insanity, isn't that person going to take some resources away as far as staff?
I could see that, but again, as an evaluator, that's never something that we're considering.
I know, and I understand that. I understand the professionalism of both you and Dr. Gray. But is there, I guess that's my question, is there any concern that there could be implicit bias? So a bias that you're maybe not even aware of that could affect an evaluation?
I don't think that there is an implicit bias in the way that you are describing it here. Obviously, biases are a thing, and we do our best to check our biases as often as we can.
Okay. And then, like I said, I wasn't meaning that in a disrespectful way. I was just asking questions regarding it. So thank you. Let's talk a little bit about, first start with disassociation, and then we'll kind of move on to dissociative identity disorder.
Okay.
Have you ever actually treated anybody who had dissociative identity disorder?
I have never treated anybody with dissociative identity disorder.
Have you ever diagnosed anybody with dissociative identity disorder?
Not yet.
Okay. And so then when you are presented with something that you may not have a ton of personal experience with, what both you and Dr. Gray will do is you'll go to literature to see, what is dissociative identity disorder? How does this look? How does this present? And you will use that in making your evaluation.
Correct.
And that's what you guys did here.
It is.
And you guys were actually kind enough. We had emails exchanged. I gave you guys some articles on dissociative identity disorder, and you guys gave me some articles and everything as well that end up actually a very lengthy book on dissociative identity disorder that you guys, used to make this diagnosis and determination of Ms. Stauch.
Yes.
And so as far as disassociation, it's kind of a tricky term, isn't it? I mean, as far as what exactly it is, there's some differing standards, especially in the book that you guys gave me, as far as what exactly disassociation is and when it occurs and what causes it.
That's one of the issues of the controversy around dissociation and dissociative identity disorders.
Well, and let's talk, I mean, historically, it's been somewhat of a controversial diagnosis.
Yes.
It goes, I think initially there's diagnosis of it all the way back late 1800s, there was diagnosis of it. It was kind of there and thought of a lot. And then it kind of, as we started learning more about the brain and how the brain chemically works and everything like that, it kind of fell out of favor. Would that be fair to say?
I think that's fair to say.
And then we had, kind of pop back up again in the 80s and in the media and the movie Sybil, which everybody watched as a kid, or at least I did. And it was kind of in the forefront nationally, but still there was a lot of controversy regarding it amongst the mental health community.
Yes.
But it would also be fair to say that in the last 10 to 15 years, there's been a lot of scientific study and data that has come forth to kind of confirm that disassociation actually occurs and is a real and actual phenomenon.
I think that that's fair to say.
Okay. And while the exact definition of what occurs off, it's more or less, it's an altered state of consciousness.
Dissociation?
Yes.
Yes.
And it can be anything from, I'm like I do almost every night for the last month and a half. When the day is done, I get in my car and I leave my office, and all of a sudden I'm home and I have no memory whatsoever of the drive. That's kind of a disassociation, isn't it?
Yeah, they describe that as a normal,
Yeah.
non-pathological type of dissociation that anyone can experience.
And that kind of gets me into the next thing that I wanted to talk about. Disassociation, some of the literature and everything kind of breaks it down between adaptive and maladaptive disassociation.
Okay.
And adaptive disassociation could be when disassociation is positive and it helps a person, in their day-to-day life, and it's useful for them.
I feel less familiar with the research that makes this particular separation, but I am following you.
Okay. Well, I mean, as far as the altered state of consciousness and disassociation, I mean, to some degree, in kind of personas. I mean, and some of it uses personas and disassociation a little interchangeably, but oftentimes people have different personas, and it's adaptive. For example, we talked about this with Dr. Grimmett, when I come into court, I've got a tie. I speak differently than I do with my children. And once I come into the doors and everybody's here, I don't have to think like a lawyer. I take on the persona of a lawyer. And that's a different persona that I have with my children.
Sure. We all tend to behave differently depending upon our context.
Yes. And kind of the theory or the thing with dissociative identity disorder is that is amplified to a degree that it's become non-adaptive or maladaptive, that the person has different personas within them, but they don't have the authority or ability to control the shifting between the two of them, and they're much more pronounced as far as the differences between the personas.
I think that that is a fairly accurate description of one of the criteria of dissociative identity disorder.
Okay. And again, for it to be a disorder, it would indicate that it's impacting my life. And so by just calling it a disorder would indicate that I don't have the ability to control it.
Yes.
And that's one of the things that you're using as far as whether or not somebody has that disorder or not, being able to control it would be much more like me. I'm a lawyer here, and then when I go play with my kids, that I'm not serious. I laugh. I do stuff.
Right.
Like that.
It becomes a conscious decision, so to speak. And as well as with the idea of it being a disorder, that would suggest that it has to have some sort of impairment in your functioning. So is it impairing your relationships, your ability to work, your ability to have an education, some other part of your life?
And also, a disassociation can affect how memories are stored.
Yes.
And to some degree, would you agree with me that happens? That can be adaptive, and that can happen with normal people. For example, a soldier who is in war and has experienced trauma in that, So they have their soldier kind of persona, and then they come home, they're on leave or anything with the family, they'll have a different persona.
Yes.
And they may try to disassociate the memories of those traumas and keep those trauma memories over here while they're at home interacting with their family.
Like just trying not to think about it.
Yes. And trying to keep, and it's easier because that memory, and this is part of the theory of disassociation, because that memory was stored when I was in my soldier persona, it's a little bit easier to keep it over there when I'm in my other persona.
Okay.
Then have you seen some of the literature that reflects that?
Again, I haven't specifically read anything that outlines it in that matter, but I'm following you, and I believe that that is something that can happen.
Can happen, and that would be adaptive.
Yes.
And people you're exposed to a lot of secondary trauma in your job.
Yes.
They're exposed to a lot of secondary trauma in their job. I'm exposed to secondary trauma, and keeping that memory at bay when I'm at home with my children may be an adaptive or semi-form of disassociation.
I don't know that I would use that term. And at the same time, I think that that is something that we all naturally do.
And again, then part of the theory when we go to dissociative identity disorder is those memories are stored with the other persona and they don't necessarily have access to it.
Sometimes, yes.
I mean, and that's kind of in the theory and kind of going into that, into how dissociative identity disorder is informed or caused. I mean, the literature is pretty much in agreement. It's almost, as far as dissociative identity disorder, is almost always and exclusively caused by childhood trauma.
There is a very high correlation with that.
And generally, it's not just one instance of childhood trauma. It is complex or long-standing childhood trauma.
I think it either has to be fairly severe, it can be prolonged, and everybody responds differently to the issue of trauma.
Sure. And I guess that's actually a good point. Not everybody who suffers childhood trauma, not everybody who suffers complex childhood trauma develops dissociative identity disorder.
Correct.
And what are the different types of factors that would cause somebody who suffered complex childhood trauma to develop dissociative identity disorder?
Some of the factors are going to be related specifically to that person's personality, how sensitive they are to issues of trauma. Some of them might even be related to the context or environment in which they are raised and whether they have support in place to help them deal with trauma versus not having that.
Especially the lengthy book that you gave me, a lot of it, sometimes it talked about how dissociative identity disorder can be connected or can kind of grow through attachment, especially disorganized attachment.
Yes, it is, again, correlated with that type of attachment style.
And just what is disorganized attachment?
Disorganized attachment, like I'm going to take a step back from that question. It's a much lengthier response. There's different attachment styles. All of us have some sort of attachment style. There's healthy attachment styles, and there's less healthy attachment styles. Secure attachment, that is when essentially you've been raised in a family, you've learned to trust your caregivers. I would also go ahead and say that attachment is something that forms when you are very young, probably within that first year or two of life. So there's secure attachment whenever you have learned to trust your caregivers, that they will be there for support. And for the most part, relationally growing up, you don't tend to have too many difficulties as it relates to attaching to a romantic partner. And then there's less healthy forms of attachment. We'll just go straight to disorganized attachment. I think they also call it ambivalent, avoidant attachment. Essentially, whenever somebody is raised in an environment, and again, thinking you're very young when this happens or when this forms, where things are inconsistent, you yourself have some sort of confusion in terms of whether you can trust a caregiver or not. When we're considering issues of abuse when you are very young, it can result in problems in attachment style. This can affect your relationships in the future. Disorganized attachment or ambivalent avoidant. It's when, or is it anxious avoidant? Anyways,
I think it's anxious.
yeah, thank you. It is anxious avoidant. There is ambivalent attachment, but we won't get into that. Anxious avoidant is when you feel like you need that security, you want it, but you're not sure that it's there. So you might also be semi-avoidant to trust individuals. You see this in the push-pull that you sometimes see in relationships with people who do go on to develop a borderline personality disorder. And even in a dissociative identity disorder, as we've noted, that attachment style can be present.
Okay. And Your Honor, would this be an okay place for a break?
It's your call.
I would, because I was gonna play a video, but I gotta get that hooked up.
All right.
So if we could do that, that
No,
would be great.
It'll work. We can make it work.
Thank
All
you.
right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon break. If we can have everyone back in the jury room at say 3:20, we should be able to start on time at that point. Don't discuss the case among yourself, don't discuss the case with anyone else. And with that, we'll see you at 3:20. All rise for the jury, please.
And I'll show it to you here on break. It's a.
We're gonna show them some of that clip.
Yeah, I'm sure it's from 3:24.
We can use it on this one if you want.
Yeah, we can all hear it.
You wanna hook it up?
I'll look it up.
Okay.
Wait, I don't have the exact. Well, actually, I do. It's 3:24.
What day and what clip?
It's the March 21st at 34:20.
Why don't you play?
Why don't I play it? Okay.
Yeah, just so.
Yeah, because ours are in the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's why we.
Yeah.
It's just-
All right. Thank you. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. We'll be back at 3:20.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Judge.
Sounds good.
Just for you, heads up.
What time, Your Honor?
3:20, 3:20.
320, Will. Oh my word. Oh my word. Don't even, I'm gonna save my snark for our member stream. But guys, yeah, calling for a friend again, says Kathleen. Okay. I know there's a lot of people in this chat, so this could go quite wild. But put a 1 in the chat if you think Letecia will take the stand, and put a 2 in the chat if you think she won't take the stand. Huh? Do you think she will? Because I think the freaking narcissist she is, she will at some point. And then we're going to be there for days. You know when they say the trial is 6 to 8 weeks long? And I'm thinking, well, the prosecution's going to rest their case. They say it either today or Monday. It seems like Monday now. Okay, so let's say Monday. Then I'm like, okay, then the defense will begin. So they don't have much to go on. So maybe like another 2 weeks. Okay, this is pretty even vote. Maybe another 2 weeks or so. But no. If Letecia takes the stand, that'll be the extra 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And she's like, okay. So we start from the beginning. So I was there. Okay. It's downstairs. Hitting my head. Heard a knock on the window. Okay. I'm like, oh no, here we go again. Here we go again. This is just driving me mad. Honestly. Also, I just quickly want to just wait. I just want to change this back to what it was. There you go. Hey, you're pretty even voting. I know I just asked almost 6,000 people to vote. Sorry, mods. You're probably like, why? What is this poll? I was saying type 1 in the chat if you think Letecia will take the stand, and 2 if you think she will not take the stand. She'll be quite a dumbass if she does, but we already know she's a dumbass, so I think she might, actually. I think she might. Yes. Anyway, let's see if I can recap anything that we just heard. I just did a lot of eye rolls. So, yeah, the stream is laggy, right? Someone said the stream is so laggy. I just saw that fly by. The court stream is a little bit today. I saw it already from this morning. I'm like, the quality is not looking great. Okay, let's just say audio and video. Yeah, no, there's nothing I can do. It's just that's how it's streaming today. I think there's a lot more people logging onto this WebEx thing, you know? Okay, so poll done. It looks like an even vote. Some people think she will take the stand. Some people think she won't. Diane, welcome to membership. If you're a YouTube member, make sure that you join our members only stream later. You will get a notification. I'll put it on the community tab as well. And I'll make sure that this stream leads to that stream just so that you're like super safe and will be able to find us. And don't worry, if you are on Patreon and not a member, I would really recommend being on both because it's each only $1, right? So you get both win-win. But don't worry, I'll put the replay on Patreon for those who aren't, who are only on Patreon. Okay. So, yes, why is Mr. T always so red? Let's see if I can go through this without snarking too much. Wait for it. Oh. They asked Letecia in that video that we saw, why the need to move the body though? Like, why would there ever be a need to move the body? And she said, that's a question that she can't answer. I see, I'll get him the American accent. I can't answer that for you. Only Maria can. Sorry, but only Maria can. I cannot. Okay, knock knock. Is Maria there, please? Somebody wear red or black or red and black. I'm wearing it. I know you can't see my top properly today, but I've got red and black on. I'm like super trigger for Letecia today on purpose. Should get red and black only. Get out all my red shirts. Actually, don't like wearing warm colors too much, but I will for Letecia. I will. Yeah, Gigi's like snarking. 3, 2, 1. All right. So why move the body? That's a question that I can't answer for you. Okay, cool. I wrote down here at 4:42:45 the knife. I don't know if she said the night or the knife, but to me, I heard in my ears, and just remember, I don't have the best hearing. Okay. I could expand on that later in the member stream. But I've been deaf in my life before and my ears got fixed and now I can hear. But like sometimes I'm like, sorry, what now? What was that, a knife or night? It sounded to me like she said something about the knife and then she like really like her eyes were like, whoa. And I think she just realized she slipped up. Now I could be wrong. I'll have to go re-listen to that timestamp and let you know afterwards because I was like, did she just say knife? Because we know that there's a knife missing from that kitchen. Even though she's like, they haven't found, you know, basically the weapon from the earlier recap we did. Welcome to all the new members. Amy Beck says she's way worse than Turd. She should not even think about it. Amber Heard. Stepped on a bee? This is worse than my dog stepped on a bee. This is so much worse. This trial, next level. But also because we're talking about a child killer. So, of course, that's already next level. Yes. Nobody says, I'm finding the defense BS cross-triggering. Me too. That's what I'm saying. You'll see my cheeks just go, poof. I'll probably develop a hive or two because I'm getting angry. I'm getting so mad. I'm going to get my rage rash on soon. Oh, my word. It's like, I cannot believe that Mr. Tellini, okay, says a soldier can be basically at war in soldier mode and then come home and have a different persona. And I'm like, excuse me? Firstly, let's not mock soldiers and PTSD, actual PTSD, if they have it, right? You know, they might just be stationed somewhere and not be at war and be fine and come home. But he's saying soldier mode and then come home and then you're like, different persona. Well, yes, manipulator. He talks like a manipulator, sorry. I'm not trying to snark too much at him. Okay, hold it back, rein it in. But yes, soldier mode and then home mode, like family mode. Yes, people, here's the difference. Let me tell you, and welcome to all the new members. Kathleen Tackett says, how long do you think defense will question the doctor? Probably for the rest of the afternoon. And they're going to play a clip. They're probably, I don't know. Yes, thank you so much for your sticker. Here's the difference. If someone has a disorder of any kind, okay, firstly, that's involuntary. But if we talk about something like as rare as dissociative identity disorder, okay, now I've done a lot of reading on the topic because I find it very interesting. And I went down a rabbit hole way before I joined YouTube, okay, because there were some YouTube stars that claim to have D.I.D, okay? they're still out there. So, and there was a whole thing. There was a whole thing that happened, and I went down a rabbit hole. I could expand on that later again in our member stream. I don't want to take up too much of the time explaining here. Welcome to all the new members. But the point is, I was like, what is this? Like, what does it mean? And I went down that rabbit hole like a true crimer would, okay? It's involuntary. When you have dissociative identity disorder, that's the problem with these YouTubers when they're like, switch, caught on camera. And they're like, okay, I'm going to switch now. And then they go like, oh, hey. And then there's someone else. I'm like, sorry, what just happened there? So you literally set up your tripod and your camera, you press record, and then you're like, hi guys, I'm this and this and this. And then you'll be like, switch, caught on camera. That's where I already called the BS there because I'm like, wait a minute, let me read more about this because is it not something people suffer from? It's a mental disorder. Okay, you suffer from it. It's not something cool and quirky and like the United States of Tara. Don't get me started on that. I've only ever watched 2 episodes of that. Forgot about it till you guys mentioned it in chat. Daniel said, blah, 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 yada, 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 defense strategy, baffle the jury with BS. Try to poke holes, but they're not really doing that very well, are they? I don't think so. If I was on the jury, we are on the jury over here. What are we deciding? So my point is, when people have a disorder, it's involuntary suffering. And like someone with dissociative identity disorder, those switches and shifts, firstly, it needs a trigger. Okay, there's positive and negative triggers. So if someone had like a younger personality, you would need to, not need to, that would be manipulative and abusive, but they could be triggered out with positive triggers like a giant rainbow colored lollipop or something, like something, I don't know, that could trigger that out maybe. You're not just like, okay, now I'm going to Disneyland and I'm suddenly going to be little Lucia, as Letecia would say. Letecia is describing having D.I.D in the coolest way. She's just like, and then I have like Harmony, and then there's like Janelle, but then there's also like Jasmine who went to like Dubai, and she went there. Okay, she was what? It's not fun. Why are you describing a disorder as fun? And Mr. Tellini, oh my word, don't even get me started. He's doing the same thing of just like, yeah, but we all have it, right? Yeah, but the difference is it's called a mental disorder. It's something people suffer from. It's not soldier mode and like Family Guy mode. It's like, no, people with D.I.D are suffering. And they're, as I really like how Dr. Grimmett said it, they are suffering. They're generally not aware of these other states. People are reporting to them. They're confused. They've got time loss. They've got actual dissociation. And we saw Letecia hear that fire alarm and not even get triggered by that. I thought Maria would come out, but no. Texas State of Mind says, compartmentalization is exactly, thank you. I'm just reading your first sentence. I'm already loving it. Compartmentalization is totally different than dissociation. Again, I would almost argue that one is controlled, conscious, you do it, you compartmentalize to cope better. Dissociation, involuntary. Ridiculous of the attorneys to claim Letecia has D.I.D. Having worked at mental hospital with a D.I.D patient, there's no doubt. Great job, G. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yes, I'm only getting started for later. I can go all out. Also, we got to talk about Will Cook and his Coca-Cola bottle later too. It's been a while since he said Coca-Cola in the room, right? Okay, so anyway, that just makes me so mad because it's, they're offending people with PTSD, BPD, OCD, D.I.D, and now generalized anxiety. Even the way they say like just generalized anxiety, the way they're doing that, I'm like, anxiety is no fun either. People suffer from it. It's not like I'm just like a little anxious, you guys. No. Suffer. I don't see suffering the way Letecia talks about it either. And I don't think that Mr. Tellini grasps the suffering, right? Sure. Okay. So I like the way I don't like it. I'm saying it because it's just like, how do I word this better? The way that she says, and then I just like ended up in Jamaica in the middle of the ocean. I'm like, yeah, literally, that's not how that works. You ended up in Jamaica? Well, damn. I mean, she needs sunshine as a positive trigger, just to ground herself again. She didn't use the word grounding, but the correct term she's trying to use is grounding techniques. She just needs a little sunshine, a little cocktail, and then she snaps back right into it, basically. Paula Street, Maria. Yeah, Maria totally missed the fire alarm. I almost thought it was a test. I was busy typing it to you guys, but then I'm like, wait. That would be very unprofessional of the mental health experts to on purpose have a trigger like that. So no, I don't think that's what that was. They said it's just an alarm that just goes off periodically some days, right? So, but yeah, she was just like, is that fire? But there was no switch. We didn't see no switch there. Welcome to all the members. Anxiety is debilitating. Exactly. As is OCD, BPD, DID, PTSD, anxiety, all of these things. Suffering. Suffering is the key word. Now, this freaking narcissistic child killer is trying to convince the world that she's got cool characters. And it's actually this one, a sniper that trained in Mexico that can also just speak Russian. Maria, she did it. But no one can access her. No one can access her, okay? She would need to be shown the discovery file. Sick. She needs to be shown those photos or discovery file in order. I wonder what they're going to show. What video are they going to show? Are they going to show the Dr. Dorothy Lewis video now to us or what? Oh, my word. I don't know. I don't like it. You know, in all my reading I've done about D.I.D, they did say a red flag because there's an increase. I told you guys, there's a huge community on TikTok. You know, I do deep dives, okay, on whatever topic I'm doing. And I've deep dived a lot of topics in many genres. But like this D.I.D rabbit hole is like, wait. So I started seeing, because you know how the algorithm works. Once you start looking at things, it serves you up some more of it. So I'm like, what is this? So on TikTok, they have big D.I.D communities as well as on YouTube. And I'm like, why are there so many people with it? Like, what's going on over here? And they say, the big red flag is, of course, firstly, it's involuntary switches, not switch caught on camera type stuff. Secondly, welcome to all the new members. I just see green. I'll do the second one now. Rondala Souza, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Rondala Souza, I hope I'm saying it right. It's involuntary, number one. Number two, a big red flag is, they say this, be careful of therapists who are hypnotists, who first hypnotize and then later diagnose you with D.I.D. And I'm like, ooh, that sounds a little bit hectic. And I'm sorry, but from what I'm understanding so far, it seems like that's what Dr. Dorothy Lewis does. I just see hypnosis in the mix. I've seen a little trailer of her insane, not crazy documentary. I haven't watched the whole thing yet. I don't know if I could bring myself to. Maybe I will this weekend. I'll be like, Mr. Grizzly, I need this and this. Can you find it for me? He's like, why? And we'll probably watch that. Anyway, but I was just like, oh, the hypnosis thing. I just see it and I'm like, red flag. So yes, there's that. C minor op 67 says, LS is going to sing. How do you solve a problem like Maria? Yes. Oh, man. I don't know. But yeah, Letecia goes to Dubai as Jasmine. She wakes up in Jamaica. Okay. She crosses borders as Maria Sanchez into Canada. She can speak Russian, but she has no idea how she learned that. I mean, she's literally, as no, I forgot your full name. C minor op 67 said earlier. She's confusing possession with D.I.D. She's making like all these personalities. Each have their own special skills. Like one can speak Russian. Ooh, they're back. Hold on.
1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom.
Now that the camera's on.
Right,
Camera's
yes.
on. There we go.
Oh, all right. Look at that.
Want to be?
That is where I want to be.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Welcome.
Dr. Torres, I just remind you that you're still under oath. Now it sounds like we're good to bring the jury in then.
Yep.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury back.
Okay, let's see what Karen says. My daughter-in-law is diagnosed with D.I.D, has had suicidal attempt. Yeah, 75% is what they said, right? I'm so sorry. She cannot recall any childhood trauma, but I feel like something happened. I believe that's also common in sufferers of D.I.D, that there's a lot of memories that are completely blanked out, right? Ooh, they turned off the witness camera, otherwise they're going to show the jury. And we don't want them to do that. I see the judge's camera is not on yet either. Hey, judge. Okay, anyway, thank you so much. We'll talk about that more later after court. Whew, I'm excited to see this video. What's going to happen here?
Don't go you.
Look at me.
Oh, she's yawning her butt off now.
All rise for the jury, please.
I think she probably watched Sybil, United States of Torah. Maybe Split. Yes, get ready, everyone. Buckle
Thank
up.
you, may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury have returned to the courtroom. Mr. Delaney.
And Dr. Torres, I'm going to play a short clip from your interview with Ms. Stauch. For the record, this clip is from March 24th, 2022 at time mark 34:20, and it's just right about 3 minutes.
We'll talk a little bit about the abuse that you suffered.
Yeah.
Were you ever physically abused? So like, some people might not consider it physical abuse. It depends on your perception of it. But like belts, mop, broomsticks, switches, like, wasn't a bad kid at all. I mean, I might pop off with a mouth and have a smart mouth, but I know.
We're having some technical, let's give it a second. If not, then I'll just ask you about it.
The way the upbringing of people, like, you know, the whole spirit of God is for a child type thing from scripture is very Bible Belt, Southern Baptist, like that's what the community is. So feeding people with sticks and making go get some switches and stuff like that. It's common, you know what I mean? Now, the part about putting me in the closet all the time, that's like the extreme because that's not part of the spirit of God for a child type thing. To keep me from finding out what my stepdad was doing and my mom. Okay, was it like abuse and stuff? That was them to keep me. Because they knew I was smart enough to figure it out. You ever see your stepdad? Your mom, yeah, your other. So when he got demoted from tax sergeant to staff sergeant, that was when we were living on the base. That's, I call it military police, 911. I got in trouble because he got demoted from tax sergeant to staff sergeant because he hit my mom and she went across the kitchen table and busted her head open and an ambulance had to come to the base. I was always told that that was my fault, that he lost money if he got demoted. We were on base, and they told us, like, my mom would be like, oh, so like, you know how bases are by range, like the different houses you can live in. So we had to move into a smaller house because he got demoted, and like everything was my fault for calling 911 for it. That was the first time that like I like really remember vividly like how the abuse was, and then it only got worse and we went back. It would be consistent fights, consistent blood, consistent sleeping in cars, running from him. His own family wouldn't even like when he was like that, wouldn't even come over there. And like my stepsister Amy, we lived like adjacent to the house with her grandma. We wouldn't even stay with us on weekends because she knew how bad it was. Like everyone knew, no one wanted to like. Basically, I used to stay across the street because the community, you know, they didn't want to come over there because he'd get so bad.
And so she's basically describing an incident where her stepdad hit her mother so hard she was knocked unconscious and busted her head open. She called the police. The police came, and then her stepdad, because he was in the military, was demoted, and the family suffered. They had to go to a smaller house and lost income, correct?
Yes.
And that incident was documented both by Aunt Brenda and by her mother actually confirmed that incident took place.
Yeah, I remember her aunt, because we spoke specifically with her aunt, largely corroborated that there was abuse going on in the home.
And that specific instance in the reports done by Mr. Marvel, that was given to you, and the mom admitted that occurred.
I don't specifically remember that simply because I don't remember every single detail. Um,
If I could approach. Okay. I'm approaching you with the report from the social worker that we provided to you.
Thank you. Yes, it does
Okay.
summarize that.
First, you got it. You may go ahead. And then in other parts of that interview that you did with Ms. Stauch, she talks about James sexually molesting her, and that she would go to her mother to try to say, he's doing this, intervene, help. And that what she relayed to you is that her mother wouldn't do it because last time we got the police involved, the family suffered financially.
Yes.
And as far as the impact that would have on a child could be substantial as far as trauma.
I think
Both-
it counts as trauma, yes.
And and not only the sexual molestation being the trauma, but then the rejection by the primary caregiver of protecting.
Yes.
And again, just for the record, the book that I keep referring to is Disassociation and the Dissociative Disorders, Past, Present, and Future. It talks about the correlation between children who suffer childhood trauma and the ones that develop dissociative identity disorder. And it talks about one of the issues that there is a significant correlation is betrayal.
I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. And betrayal, it could be, but this is that type of instance that you have a step parent or something who is committing the act, and then the child goes to the caregiver to try to get help, to get safety, to get this stopped, and they refuse to intervene. That
I think all of that can be subsumed under emotional trauma.
emotional trauma. And kind of when we're talking about the phenomena of dissociative identity disorder, this would be the type of thing that could cause it in a child who still, she's describing the sexual trauma starts 9 and continues on until she leaves home.
Yes.
And so a 9-year-old child still needs their mom. They still even need, the stepdad for food, shelter, and kind of how we went back to attachment. Children need emotional support as well. And so they need that attachment from their caregivers, correct?
Yes.
And the theory behind dissociative identity disorder is, especially when the other primary caregiver is not intervening, the child has to make a split. And the abuse memories, the emotional trauma goes in one personality, and those memories are shielded from the other personality, who can then go to the mom, go to the stepdad for food, shelter, and emotional support.
That is the theory around how dissociative identity disorder can come to be from issues of trauma.
Okay. And both the reports that we gave you and your interview with Aunt Brenda described a very turbulent upbringing.
I agree.
It seemed James was a very violent and abusive alcoholic.
Yes.
And while there was no direct corroboration of the molestation, would you agree with me that James seemed to engage in conduct that it would at least raise concerns regarding molestation?
We're not negating
Okay.
the abuse that Ms. Stauch says that she experienced when she was young.
And there is some comorbidity between pedophiles and substance abuse in the DSM-5.
I'd have to read the DSM-5, and I would say that there's comorbidity with substance use
And
with
just
a
about
lot of disorders.
Sure. And also when you talk about one of the things when you look for molestation is somebody who crosses boundaries can be a concern.
Crossing boundaries, yes.
So, and there was documentation that Aunt Brenda talked about to us, and I believe with you, of James would often walk around in his underwear with the kids present.
She mentioned that, yes.
And James giving her, after Miss Stauch had moved out, giving her younger siblings alcohol to the point that they passed out.
That detail I don't remember.
Okay. That could be a concern as far as somebody crossing boundaries in regards to molestation.
It's certainly a concern about
Yeah.
parenting behavior.
Sure. It's somebody who has dissociative, well, let me rephrase this. The theory and the literature seem, the theory and the literature supports that dissociative identity disorder is a defense mechanism, is primarily a defense mechanism dealing with substantial childhood trauma.
Yes.
And kind of in that vein, and I think you were, stating this in regards to some of the questions Mr. Young had, because it's kind of a defense mechanism and it's impacting, a child when they were growing up and everything like that. And every child is different and the trauma is different and everything like that. It often presents itself differently in different people.
Yes.
Sometimes it can be very subtle and sometimes it can be more pronounced.
Correct.
And there's lots of theories, but nothing really definitive for an explanation as to what causes severe, substantial D.I.D. and what causes minor D.I.D. or what causes a child who could suffer this horrible type of trauma and seem to relatively function okay, and another child who could experience this type of trauma and be an absolute mess.
Correct. There's no consensus.
There's no, and that's with a lot of psychiatry. It's not, I don't want to say not an exact science, but there's a lot of nuance to it because it's how different people's brains develop and how they react to different factors.
Correct.
There is some differences amongst how much memory would be shared between different personas.
Yes.
And there are differences between how aware, and for lack of a better word, I'm going to use the term host persona, how much awareness they would have of the other personas. There appear to be differences between different people with D.I.D.
Yes.
And how much memory would be shared between, and again, I'm going to refer to a host persona and memories that were encoded in other personas. How much of that is shared? It appears to vary between individuals who suffer from this disorder.
Yes.
And there's lots of things that we look at in determining if somebody has the DID. And obviously, one of the main things that we would look at initially is, was there childhood trauma? Because it almost seems you don't get DID unless there's childhood trauma. Would you agree with that? That would be one criteria. Okay.
It's not a defined criteria for dissociative identity disorder. However, given that there is such a large correlation between the two, you would expect one to be present for the other to also be present.
And I've seen different literature as far as the occurrence of dissociative identity disorder, anywhere between 1.5% of the population all the way up to possibly even 6% of the population.
I think I've seen similar numbers, and it tends to be based off of different countries.
Sure.
Or potentially even, I want to say, one substance use treatment center where possibly it was more present.
And and in fairness, the 6% estimation seems to be more of an outlier.
I think so. More generally, I've seen about 1%, maybe 1 to 2%.
Well, yeah, any 1.5, 2%, that is more consistent in the literature than the 6% outlier.
Correct.
Generally, and I think this is one of the things that you talked about with Ms. Young, and one of the things, here, for the most part, its appearance and presentation is more subtle than we would, appear, that we see in the movies and so forth.
That is the more typical presentation of it.
Oftentimes people who are eventually end up being diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, oftentimes they will be in mental health treatment for between 6 to 12 years before they are accurately diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder.
I read that.
And oftentimes they'll have a lot of misdiagnoses. I think some of the literature says 3 to 4 incorrect diagnoses before they are correctly diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder.
I certainly think that can likely happen depending upon how much information is available to whomever is providing the treatment and how consistent the treatment is.
And would you then agree with me that asking people who've only maybe missed out for an hour and had an hour-long interaction or a shorter period of time, if they notice drastic changes in her personality, would not necessarily be that helpful in determining whether or not she legitimately suffered from D.I.D. or not?
I think it would be really difficult to diagnose it in about an hour without any other indication that it might be present.
And would you agree it would be kind of misleading to suggest that somebody in an hour-long conversation would notice somebody with D.I.D.?
Just off of observations, I think it's unlikely to happen.
Okay. The DSM-5 indicates that one of the conditions that people with D.I.D. Will initially seek treatment for is obsessive compulsive disorder.
I don't specifically remember reading that in the DSM. It also wouldn't surprise me that people might seek treatment for issues of depression or anxiety.
And the records that we have given you, I mean, they definitely document that since 2016, Ms. Stauch had been seeking treatment for anxiety.
Yes.
And we do have records from 2013. We don't have specifically, but there appears to be billing in those records that she was seeking mental health treatment since 2013, while we don't know exactly what that treatment entailed.
Correct.
One of the things that correlates or is often seen in people with dissociative identity disorder is suicide attempts.
You do see that.
Ms. Stauch talked about being in a turtle suit.
When she was at the jail?
Turtle suits at the jail you're aware of put on people who have attempted suicide.
Yes.
One of the things that you will see in people with dissociative identity disorder oftentimes is a sporadic work history.
Yes, you do see that.
And in some of his interviews that you have reviewed of Mr. Stauch, talked about Mrs. Stauch's sporadic work history.
Yeah, and I would agree that it was spotty. I think she noted to us that her longest period of work was approximately 6 years. Maybe when she was in her mid-20s to early 30s, and that she didn't work for a period of time specifically associated with taking care of the children. Other than that, there's a little bit of jumping around from one job to another in the later years.
Some of the literature notes that sexual promiscuity can be present with people with D.I.D, but that they actually don't enjoy it.
I don't remember that specifically.
Submitted
Oh,
an
man.
article, dissociative identity disorder, a controversial diagnosis by a Dr. Paulette Gillig. If I could approach with it.
Sure.
Go ahead. I can give you my, another copy of it. Oh, you got a copy? Yeah. This one or this one? See, this one I got. If I may approach?
You
Sure.
may go ahead.
Thank you.
And so you had a chance to, these are some of the articles that I sent to you, both yourself and Dr. Gray.
This one does not look familiar. And I printed out the 8 articles you sent me and read 6 of the 8.
And with this article, however, does it appear to you to be the type of peer-reviewed journal that would be relied upon people in your profession?
I'm not sure if this is a peer-reviewed journal or more of a newsletter. I'm not 100% familiar with it.
Okay, if you go to page 28 of that article, it has references.
It does have references.
It appears to have over 43 references.
It does.
This article, if you go to page 27 of that article, in regards making the diagnosis a clinical description.
Okay.
If you go about so if you go about halfway down on that, it says patients who have been diagnosed with D.I.D. frequently report chronic suicidal feelings and some attempts.
Yes.
And that would be consistent with other literature that you've seen.
Yes.
Sexual promiscuity is frequent, but patients usually report decreased libido and have inability to have orgasm.
It does say that.
We've given you a lot of medical records of Ms. Stauch.
Yes.
Are you aware, do you recall those medical records? She's had multiple treatment for sexually transmitted diseases.
I don't remember that specifically.
Also had both multiple miscarriages and terminated pregnancies.
That I do remember.
Could that be consistent, especially the terminated pregnancies? Could that be consistent with somebody with D.I.D.? For example, one persona wanting to get pregnant and have a child and another persona not.
I suppose that could happen. I also don't know that it would be specifically consistent with the diagnosis. It's not outside the realm of possibility.
Okay. One of the things that the literature indicates to look for or can be a sign of D.I.D. is depersonalization.
Yes.
And that could be talking about oneself in the third person. Could that be a sign of depersonalization?
Not necessarily in and of itself.
But it could be. I'm not asking for it in and of itself.
Sure. Okay. Well, depersonalization is more of a subjective feeling of feeling detached from one's body. So I'd say just because somebody speaks about themselves in the third person doesn't necessarily mean they're having that experience of depersonalization.
And would you agree that using different names could be an indication of dissociative identity disorder?
I think that's one of the indicators that one would look for when it comes to the different personality states.
And it's verified from both Al Stauch and Harley Hunt that Ms. Stauch did use the name Taylor.
Yes.
Are you reviewed the discovery in the case?
Yes.
Do you recall an FBI report regarding somebody who was in training to become a flight attendant at Spirit Airlines?
I remember Ms. Stauch wanting to become a flight attendant. I don't remember this detail where it was coming from or specifically what the FBI report said about it.
I may approach. You may. This is an FBI report dealing a conversation with Maria Boyer. Take a look at that. Go grab it. Okay, sorry. That's okay.
Sorry, I'm moving the cord so we can see L. He must be like, what? Sure, you could testify to that. Jeannie, thank you so much. I don't blame you, Jeannie. You need the horror hog. Let me just try to reposition this.
Okay.
In that report indicates the FBI interviewed a woman who was in training at Spirit Airlines,
Yes.
that she had had a communication over text and Facebook with Ms. Stauch,
Yes.
but that she knew her as Aubrey.
Yes.
I may approach? You may.
Wow, she had an
Do you want this
alias.
back too?
That, while not positive, could be consistent with somebody who suffers from D.I.D.
The only question I would have about it are the details that Ms. Stauch provided to that woman that are consistent with things that Ms. Stauch told us that are in line with her history as she is related.
Part of the thing, when the report by Dr. Lewis was provided to the district attorney, there were some underlying data that was, or underlying things that she based that on that was provided as well. Was that shared with you?
The underlying data that Dr. Lewis
Yes.
relied upon?
Not data, but as far as collateral information.
I can't remember specifically what it noted.
Okay, specifically, there was a packet of signatures by Ms. Stauch that predated the offense. Do you recall reviewing those?
I did not review them.
Would somebody having different signatures as far as how that signature is presented, that predates the offense, could that be evidence of D.I.D.?
Possibly.
Okay. I'm gonna ask, what is the difference between structural disassociation and alterations in consciousness?
Structural disassociation and alterations in consciousness?
Yes.
I feel like I would need to understand a bit more about what you were asking me to define.
Well, in the dissociation and dissociation past, present, and future, it talks about in a clinical setting, how it can be difficult for a clinician to distinguish between structural dissociation and alterations in consciousness. And at least my reading of it seemed to be structural dissociation would be kind of more what we were talking about originally as far as adaptive dissociation, where a person may go to a different place or be different, maybe not paying attention to what the person is saying. And then alterations in consciousness being more consistent with D.I.D. as far as the changing in personas.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. I would have flipped those. And
Okay.
at the same time, to speak to the issue that I think that you are raising, there, in terms of it being subtle and not being able to readily observe it, a person can switch from one personality to another, but not necessarily show any behavior demonstrating that. It is something that happens internally, which is why a lot of the research and even the DSM says that typically dissociative identity disorder presents as multiple states kind of being present at the same time, and why it's subtle and one wouldn't necessarily notice it.
And I think sometimes it even talks about it's not necessarily, and again, the Sybil, where I'm a young kid and I'm an astronaut, but the personas will kind of shift as to which persona may be better functioning in a certain type of situation.
Yeah, that I'm not so sure. I understand it more as something that happens involuntarily that can't be controlled, as opposed to adapting to the environment.
But could it involuntarily shift subconsciously to a persona who would be better able to handle a situation?
The shifts can happen in response to some sort of trigger,
Okay.
and they can also happen randomly, to my understanding.
And when we're talking about triggers, one of the things that can be perplexing or difficult or cause the confusion to somebody with D.I.D. is they could be triggered by something that relates to a memory that is shelved in another persona, and so they don't even understanding why something is triggering them. Why the host may not understand why something triggers them.
Well, there would be that amnesia, so the host wouldn't have the realization necessarily that it is happening. And that's where the confusion and the distress that comes from having dissociative identity disorder can come into play.
Because a lot of times trauma and the trigger is that's stored in the body.
Yeah, there's literature that says that.
Yeah, and so the body can be reacting to trauma, but the host personality fails to connect why this is triggering or why this is causing this kind of trauma response. And that can be one of the things that can be very confusing to somebody who suffers from D.I.D.
The whole thing can be confusing,
Sure.
especially because there's some component of amnesia associated with it. And then at the same time, the literature talks about how there's some awareness, sometimes even among the personalities, that it's a bit more porous, even though you would expect to see amnesia.
Well, and sometimes literature reflects that clusters of personality may share certain memories.
Yes.
And when you were talking about whether or not somebody else, a family member or something, would have noticed these types of things, are you aware that Miss Stauch left the home when her brother Dakota was only 2?
If she told us that, I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. But if they weren't necessarily raised in the same household or had a lot of contact with each other, that may be a possible reason why he didn't notice any of these issues.
I think that's possible. I don't remember off the top of my head how much interaction they've had
Absolutely.
from her ages of adolescence forward.
But whether or not somebody would pick up on the subtle cues of somebody who legitimately suffers from D.I.D. would largely be based upon the amount of time that they interact with somebody.
That can certainly be helpful, consistency and amount of time interacting together.
And when Ms. Stauch was speaking, with you about her relationship with Al Stauch, the history that she presented is they actually, even though they had been married for, I think, 4 or 5 years at the point in time of the event, they actually hadn't really lived together for very long.
That's correct.
And so the sustained long interactions between the two of them may not have been as substantial as you would normally expect in a married couple who had been living together for 5 years straight.
That was my impression.
And, you know, Mr. Stauch, in the interviews that he did talk some about her varying moods. As far as like 1 week she would be a great mother, and the next week she may act like she doesn't pay attention to the kids at all.
Yes.
And again, he talked about her sporadic work, and that was a thing of frustration for him.
Yes.
In regards to Harley, we provided you with a memorandum regarding our interview with her in South Carolina.
Yes.
Do you recall that memorandum reflecting Harley being somewhat confused by Miss Stauch changing her name to Taylor?
I remember, and I don't know if it's written in that report specifically, I remember her noting that she added Taylor as her middle name and used it with individuals outside the family.
Let me approach.
Yes.
Okay. So I can review that, see if that refreshes your report.
Thank you.
It's on the second page, I think the last paragraph off the top of my head.
They're probably going to take another break soon. They're going to need it. Roro, thank you so much. Yeah. Slicks. Al must have D.I.D since he would switch into believe Tisha mode. Oh man. Good argument though. I like how she takes her time to read this. Look, he's just like, oh man, like hurry it up. I'm just ready to like poke more holes in this. She takes her time. She answers him cautiously. And he's got nothing right now. He's just getting nowhere. Yes, they're just doing their jobs and they've got little to work with. However, they really could have gone with anything else. Anything else. Go with psychosis, psychotic break. I'm just saying this makes no sense. Maybe they thought going with a really rare disorder would confuse the jury, but I don't know. I feel like in 2023, people are quite aware,
Okay.
Of things.
That memorandum expresses that Harley Hunt had either frustration or confusion regarding the name change to Taylor, that she didn't even know what name to call her mom.
Yes.
It also indicates that her mom was oftentimes up and down.
Yes.
There was a lot of travel that she almost felt like she was living out of a suitcase.
Yes.
And she talks about how oftentimes she would find her mom crying in a closet.
Yes.
And that would be consistent with what she kind of described to you, that oftentimes she would sleep in the closet.
Yes.
And would you agree that it's not unusual for children who are raised by parents who suffer any type of mental illness to not necessarily be aware of the unusualness until they have left home for a while and look back and say, now that I see other stuff, now I realize how messed up it was, because the kid only knows what they're exposed to.
Exactly. It becomes normalized for them.
I want to talk a little bit about the evaluation that you did, the sanity evaluation that you did. And I guess initially the main thing that I want to get out of the way is feigning or malingering is not exclusive of an actual mental health issue.
Correct.
Oftentimes in a forensic setting, you can have somebody who has a legitimate mental health issue, and for whatever reasons, they may either be making up something else or exaggerating the symptoms of the mental illness that they actually have.
Yes.
And that makes your job much more difficult.
It does.
Because so much of what you do in making these evaluations, having an unreliable narrator makes it difficult.
Yes.
And knowing that, that's part of the reason sometimes you guys give certain tests.
Yes.
One of the tests that you guys gave here is the MMPI-2.
Correct.
And what is that?
That is the Minnesota Multifaceted Personality Inventory, 2nd edition. And what it is, it's a long test with a number of items. It's used to help with clinical diagnosis because it asks about a number of different symptoms seen in disorders such as anxiety, depression, schizophrenia, antisocial behavior, and other things.
And it's more helpful in a clinical setting because the belief is that somebody who is coming in for treatment is going to try to answer it as honestly as they can so they can get the treatment for whatever is causing them problems.
Yeah, we administer it frequently enough in these types of evaluations because it can be helpful with clinical diagnosis, especially if we get a valid protocol. It's also helpful because it has those validity scales on it. So it can let us know if the person who's sitting in front of us is currently potentially exaggerating symptoms.
But it's not a test that is specifically designed to detect malingering.
There is no test specifically designed to detect malingering. All of the tests that we have can detect exaggeration or feigning.
Okay.
I say they don't specifically address the issue of malingering because there is no test that gets to the motivation that would be important to the issue of malingering.
There are, and I'm going to get to this, and specifically in interpreting the MMPI-2, you guys relied upon an article. I think the primary person on it was a Dr. Brand.
Yes.
You're aware that Dr. Brand has other articles dealing with detecting feigning or exaggeration in people with D.I.D.
Yes.
There are some structured interviews that they indicate can be helpful in making a determination of the validity of D.I.D.
Yes.
You guys did not use any of those structured interview techniques talked about in those in that article.
We used the multidimensional inventory for dissociation, which is another self-report that looks at, again, the gamut of the different dissociative symptoms. And it can be particularly helpful for teasing out whether somebody's experiencing a dissociative identity disorder or a post-traumatic stress disorder or borderline personality disorder, which is why we chose that test specifically.
Okay. But you didn't, as far as the structured interviews that Dr. Brand talks about can be of assistance in a D.I.D. determination, you guys did not use that specific structured interview.
Yeah, there are a couple, and we did not use them. specifically because we were already conducting our own semi-structured interview of sanity, which does include a mental status exam, which goes into a number of the symptoms that one might exhibit for different disorders. And we had asked questions as it pertains to the issue of dissociative identity disorder. And those structured interviews, they simply go off of the criteria as it's outlined in the DSM, and they don't have validity measures. So we didn't see the utility in adding that to our interview.
And in the back to the article by Dr. Brand, dealing with the MMPI too, I mean, and not only Dr. Brand, but there's other literature that indicates people with dissociative identity disorder can score higher on the MMP2.
Yes.
And they can legitimately give answers that would lead for other types of diagnosis would be indicative of an invalid response.
Yeah, the limitation with the MMPI2, especially in these types of circumstances, is that there's a lot of items on this test, and there's a lot of item overlap on the scales themselves. And on some of the scales that detect the issue of exaggeration, it incorporates items that speak to issues of trauma. So when you have somebody who has a significant trauma history or even a dissociative identity disorder, it is said that they can elevate those scales and still be responding genuinely. And the MMPI has a third scale that looks at the issue of exaggeration that takes some of the trauma stuff out of it and just looks primarily at issues of what you would see in psychiatrically hospitalized inpatients. And she still elevated that one as well, which is you could say, prototypic profile of an individual who might be exaggerating issues of dissociative identity disorder.
And just for the exact quote by Dr. Brand at the beginning, or I think it's like the third paragraph, and I think it's a she, so I'm going to go, it's Bethany Brand, so I'm going to make the assumption here. She indicates the ability to classify individuals with severe trauma in D.I.D. correctly is challenging, as individuals with trauma-related disorders, characteristically, it's been a long day.
Characteristically.
Thank you very much. Display high scores on a clinical and validity scales, including on the MMPI2. These traumatized patients may be misclassified as malingerers or psychotic because of the elevated scores on multiple scales.
Yes.
And basically what they do is they do a study to try to figure out what questions on the MMP2 would be indicated of actual patients who have been diagnosed with D.I.D. versus people who are attempting to malinger or feign D.I.D.
Yeah, they compare them to people who have been coached by somebody in terms of what does dissociative identity disorder look like, as well as those who have not been coached. So they would just be going off of what they believe they know about dissociative identity disorder.
Sybil. Awesome.
Potentially.
Okay. And basically what they did is, so they had 3 groups of people, people with D.I.D., people who've been coached in D.I.D., and non-coached. They gave them all the MMP2, and then they compared scores. And what they found was certain scores seemed to indicate were endorsed more by the coached or the non-D.I.D. people than people with actual D.I.D.
Yes.
And you guys use that in kind of making your determination that her scores did not fit with somebody who has D.I.D.
Yes.
Do you have the raw data with you?
I should have the raw data with me. From which administration?
Let's go with the first one.
Thank you. Welcome to all the new members. Please check the community tab because we're going to have a member stream after this court day. He's definitely succeeding at exhausting us.
I'm ready.
And so it kind of, and taking that and then comparing that, and do you have the article by Dr. Brand?
I do.
All right. Basically what Dr. Brand, and there's actually Dr. Brand and like 7 or 8 other people that helped with this article. They had some different scales, and they had basically D.I.D endorsement direction. They had kind of most and then kind of least in comparison of the 2 groups, or the comparison of the 3 groups. Right?
Yes.
And then they kind of went to specific questions and had kind of percentages of, how much of the D.I.D group endorses versus the coach group and versus the uncoached group.
Correct.
One of the questions, there's question number 12, which dealt with sexual difficulty. The D.I.D endorsement group was at 90%. So 90% of people with actual D.I.D in response to that question, which dealt with sexual difficulty, 90% indicated that they had that. And it's a true false question, right?
Yes.
And 76% of the coach group indicated they had that, but only 59% of the uncoached group listed that as a symptom.
Correct.
She actually listed that she had that as a symptom.
Correct.
And so at least with that, in that question, she would be consistent with an actual D.I.D group.
Well, I would argue that I don't know that that is the best item specifically to differentiate, given that 90% is a substantial majority, but I would also consider 76% a majority.
Okay.
And 59% is more than half.
Well, in regards to question 66, which deals with lack of regard for law enforcement, only 1.9% of the D.I.D group endorsed that. That's compared with 28, almost 29% of the coached and almost 50% of the uncoached group.
Yes.
And she said that she would be consistent in her response with the actual D.I.D group.
Yes.
Again, question 123, rejection of law enforcement laws. D.I.D group that had it, 3.8, coached 16, uncoached 53.7. She denied having that. So she would be consistent in that question with the D.I.D group.
As well as the coached.
Yes. Would it surprise you on, well, I'm not going to go through every one.
Okay.
Would it surprise you that she, on the questions that they list as kind of the flags, that 58% of the time she is consistent with the D.I.D group?
And I would say almost the same with all of the others. It's a little bit all over the place.
Yeah. Okay. In your report, when you're talking about how kind of her speech and so forth, at one point you indicate she displayed a tendency to provide unnecessary and unsolicited detail, a shift to unrelated topics, not responding to questions, and requiring redirection.
Yes.
Could that be consistent with loose association?
I wouldn't call it a loose association necessarily. It's that rambling behavior that maybe we saw in watching some of the interviews. Sorry.
In the rambling behavior, and I understand you're not calling it loose association, it appears, at least in the videos that we watched yesterday, would you agree, the topic that she's talking about somewhat seems to correlate it with it. And what I mean by that, of all the videos that we watched yesterday, when that one where she's talking about the abuse, suffered in James, that to me seemed pretty rambling and almost a loose association.
I'd have to go back and look at
Okay.
that specifically. I would say that generally speaking, she had a tendency to ramble. She would usually come back to the main point or the topic, but sometimes she did need to be asked the question again simply because she had strayed.
And so you ended up diagnosing her with a personality disorder, and borderline with narcissistic features. Would that be?
Yes.
What are the similarities between dissociative identity disorder and borderline personality disorder?
There is some overlap, although I'd say that the nature of the symptoms tend to be different,
Okay.
but they both have that identity disturbance. They both have issues with mood swings. They're both correlated, even though it's not a specific criteria for D.I.D, with suicidal behavior and attempts, as well as impairment and functioning.
And in fact, there was some literature, I think almost 20 years ago, but trying to say that there's no such thing as dissociative identity disorder, and it's just a presentation of borderline personality disorder. Are you aware of it?
If that's the article from 1988 that you provided.
There was a different one. It was another one by Dr. Brand, who seems to do a lot in this. It was the separating fact from fiction, an empirical examination of the 6 myths about dissociative identity disorder.
Yes, I did read that one.
And the one that she disproves is the myth that D.I.D is the same entity as a borderline personality disorder.
Yeah, I would agree that they are two distinct things and they can coexist with one another.
Okay. And so they could be comorbid.
Yes.
And what does comorbid mean?
Comorbid means you have both of them at the same time.
And borderline personality disorder has a correlation with childhood trauma.
Yes.
While it's not like the same as D.I.D is almost all 100%, anywhere between 95 and 100% associated with childhood trauma. Just to be fair, borderline doesn't have that strong a correlation, but there's definitely a correlation.
There's definitely a correlation. I don't know what the percentages might be, but since it's a maladaptive personality characteristics type of disorder that develops in late adolescence into adulthood, it's usually stemming from some of those problematic issues that you see in abuse or neglect or disruptive homes.
And similar to D.I.D, it also has a correlation with disorganized attachment style.
It does.
And that kind of goes on. One of the main features of borderline personality disorder is a almost irrational attachment to a romantic partner.
For borderline personality?
Borderline, yes.
With borderline personality disorder, as it pertains to the issues of romantic attachments or even familial attachments, people that you're close to, you see a pattern of idealizing them and devaluing them, and it can change very rapidly. So that's where that push-pull comes into effect.
And borderline personality, where does that term come from?
Ooh, it's from a while ago. I do know that borderline personality disorder originated in issues associated with neurosis and psychosis way back in the day, before it became officially a personality disorder.
And the thought was it was on the border between neurosis and psychosis.
Yes.
Because oftentimes people with borderline personality disorder can suffer from psychosis.
Yes, they do have the psychosis.
Okay.
The DSM says transient psychosis. The research says it's not always transient.
Okay. And what the DSM talks about, I mean, so people with borderline personality disorder, especially in times of high stress, can suffer from video and audio hallucinations.
Visual. You said video and audio, but
thank you.
Visual and auditory hallucinations.
And sometimes from delusions.
You see paranoia more so than anything else. I would say that it doesn't always rise to the level of a delusion, because to be a delusion, it has to not be based in anything that's reality. I think that they are quick to be suspicious about other individuals, which is where the paranoia can come in. And it can rise to that level of delusion. It just depends on the person and the severity of the presentation.
And so I guess you have some different, so is there more literature coming out now that psychosis would be longer present as opposed to transitory?
In borderline personality disorder, it tends to be transient, meaning temporary. It comes and it goes. The difference between delusions, as you might see them in a psychotic disorder like schizophrenia, is that the individual with a borderline personality disorder and that paranoia that can even enter the realm of delusion is that they tend to maintain more awareness and insight, and they're able to test whether something is based in reality or not. So they still stay within this realm of reality compared to a psychotic disorder that tends to not do that, and they tend to believe the things that they are hearing, whether it's an auditory hallucination or even the delusions that start to develop in their minds.
And would you agree that the characteristics of borderline disorder can kind of foster somebody who will make falsifications or distort the truth or lie or almost pathological lying?
That can happen.
And part of that reason is because people who suffer from borderline personality disorder, they lack kind of a consistent identity of self.
They do have trouble with their own identity. That's one of the criteria.
They kind of have contradictory towards views of themselves. Sometimes they think they're wonderful. Sometimes they think they're the worst thing in the
Yes.
world. They can be prone to loose and unstructured situations, and sometimes they can have a transient loss of reality.
That's what I'm referencing. Yeah.
And they're also one of the things with borderline personality disorder, they can also be very impulsive.
Yes.
And so all of those features can lead to somebody who may almost pathologically lie.
Potentially.
Something that we may have.
It's going to depend on a case by case type of thing. You don't see pathological lying in all cases of borderline personality disorder, but
It can be seen in people with borderline personality disorder.
yes.
And again, not in all cases, but the underlying cause of both D.I.D and borderline personality disorder can be similar as far as like the childhood trauma and disruptive household.
Yes.
And just to be clear, there is nothing in the Colorado statutes or in any case law that precludes borderline personality disorder from being a significant mental illness that could in some cases rise to the level of insanity.
Yeah, I don't know any case law associated with that. And the statute explicitly doesn't speak to what disorders can or cannot rise to the level of a mental disease or defect.
Well, it kind of excludes antisocial personality disorder.
Thank you. It excludes antisocial personality disorder and issues associated with substance use.
Okay. But any other type of mental illness, depending upon the circumstances, is not necessarily excluded by the statute.
Correct.
And the DSM-5 doesn't make any distinguishing between the level of severity. The DSM-5 itself doesn't make any differentiating between the level of mental illness between a personality disorder and even schizophrenia.
There's no severity level specifically associated with the DSM criteria.
Okay, the DSM itself doesn't say this is a serious mental issue and this is just nothing.
Because that's going to depend upon how much it's impacting the individual.
And that's kind of what we look at, is to see, we judge it by how much it impacts that individual's life.
And that's part of the analysis of a sanity evaluation.
And you talked about generally with somebody who is going to rise to the level of insanity, we would have to have, generally, I mean, especially when we're talking about, I can't distinguish right from wrong, you're generally talking about psychosis.
generally speaking, given that the definition of mental disease or defect is a mental illness that impairs perception and understanding of reality, psychosis tends to be the one that we see most frequently.
And conceding that Ms. Stauch is not the most reliable narrator, especially in the second interview that we watched. She does relate symptoms that could be consistent with psychosis.
She says that she experiences them, yes.
Yes.
Well answered. She says it.
And finally, lastly, in the definition of insanity in Colorado, is whether or not you know right from wrong, not whether or not you know something is a crime.
Correct, it's different.
And somebody can know something, think what they're doing is right, but still know that it's a crime.
Yes.
And I think that's what you were kind of alluding to. You could be insane by definition, think I am killing somebody because I think they're the Antichrist and going to bring the end of the world, but still try to hide that so that I don't go to jail for something that I think is good because of my mental illness, but know that I could suffer consequences for that.
It comes up.
And so it would not be the fact that I am trying to avoid punishment because of it's criminal. That in and of itself, while it could be a factor that you're looking at, doesn't necessarily exclude insanity.
I would say it's one of the data points that we consider looking at a variety of data points when coming to a determination.
Absolutely. But again, kind of Mr. Young was kind of indicating on his, direct view, I can't remember if it was you or Dr. Grimmett, that, and this happens, sometimes you will have people who, I've had clients who are insane, who are paranoid schizophrenics, who have gone off their medication, and they may brutally kill their own children, and then they'll just be sitting there in the blood waiting for the police to come. That happens.
Yes,
And that makes it pretty easy.
it does.
I mean, it's, they're talking about I had to get the devil out of her, and she's sitting there, and that's an easy determination. But you can have people that could be suffering from a psychosis that they think that they have to do this, but still try to cover up the crime. And that person could, not saying always, could still meet the legal definition of insanity.
It would depend upon the circumstances.
Absolutely.
And it's not outside the realm of possibility.
Okay. And it's not excluded by the statute.
It's not excluded by the statute.
We have just a moment.
It's like, no further questions. But Will's like, okay. Man, this lady's so patient. Dr. Torres, my word. Home stretch, you guys. This has been an exhausting day. Welcome to all the new members. Spooky Moopsy says, dude, lastly. Look, Will's like, just ask. What's this gonna be? What's this gonna be?
Thank you very much, Dr. Torres.
Thank you.
Redirect
Ooh.
Mr. Young.
Yes, thanks, Judge.
Oh, yay. Okay.
Let me clear out of here.
Oh, he brought books. The DSM is flying around. DSM-5.
Anything's possible, right?
Many times.
I could go through the DSM-5 and read you all kinds of criteria and say, hey, this is possible, correct?
I would say it depends.
You probably hate when lawyers do that. I didn't get one depends with him. I'm going to read something from the DSM-5 and then ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
It says, because deceit and manipulation are central features of antisocial personality disorder, it may be especially helpful to integrate information acquired from systematic clinical assessment with information collected from collateral sources.
Yes.
That comes right out of antisocial personality disorder diagnosis, right?
Yes.
And so deceitfulness and manipulation may apply to many mental illnesses.
I'd say yes. And at the same time, with these types of evaluations, the issue of not being completely forthcoming or truthful is something that we're always taking into consideration.
Especially in a criminal case where you're doing a forensic evaluation?
Yes.
In the DSM-5, we talked about the cautionary statement, maybe not with you, but other witnesses, you're familiar with that?
I am.
Caution should be used when using this manual in forensic settings.
Yes.
Did you consider antisocial personality disorder in this evaluation?
We didn't see sufficient information to diagnose an antisocial personality disorder here.
And is that because you didn't have enough information since the age of 15, which is kind of the first step in that?
Well, you are looking at lifetime functioning for many of the personality disorders. But when it comes to antisocial personality disorder, there was just not very much there from what we had access to.
Let me go through 3 criteria because it says you need 3 criteria to evaluate if you have information from the age of 15.
Okay.
Criteria 2, deceitfulness as indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure. Consistent irresponsibility as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations. Lack of remorse as indicated by being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another. Do you think those 3 criteria apply to Ms. Stauch's case?
I think it's possible. I also think some of the other things that we see in the personality disorders that we noted could account for a little bit of that.
And so antisocial personality disorder is not a mental illness, correct?
It's in the DSM, and it can certainly cause impairment in functioning. And when it comes to legal issues, antisocial personality disorder is excluded because it's associated with criminal behavior.
And that's right in the definition of insanity, is it not?
Yes.
When you state in your report that there is no credible evidence to conclude she has a condition that conforms, to the definition of mental disease or defect, what did you and Dr. Gray mean by that?
We mean that we diagnosed the specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic traits, and we ruled out the issue of post-traumatic stress disorder and an unspecified anxiety disorder. But essentially what we're saying is that in none of these disorders do we see Ms. Stauch presenting with symptoms that would impair her perception or understanding of reality.
Are you giving your opinions because the hospital has overcrowding issues?
No.
What would happen to your license if you came in here and did something like that?
It would not be good.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do the job you're doing right now, right?
Correct.
D.I.D is a rare diagnosis.
Yes.
And in the DSM-5, it talks about a study that they did with a group of classified people.
Yes.
What classified people are we talking about?
I don't have access to that study, but it does mention something about substance use. So I wondered if it wasn't conducted in a substance use facility or potentially in some sort of inpatient setting.
And they list out the percentage of people in that group that had D.I.D as 1.4 or 1.4%.
Correct.
Out of that small group.
Yes.
Who has mental illness issues.
Yes.
So that's not related to all society. Although I think, well, I'm not going to ask you that. You know what I'm saying? I think anybody who goes see a psychotherapist is probably going to be diagnosed with something. It's like when you go get your car changed, you need tires.
I would hope not.
At least you didn't say it depends. But we don't know who's in that group, but needless to say, it's a rare diagnosis.
Yes.
Are there any studies that indicate how often that diagnosis is faked in a criminal setting?
I wouldn't have percentages associated with that, and I'm not sure that I've read that anywhere. Um, when it comes to dissociative identity disorder specifically, it is cautioned when it is used in a criminal setting because of the gain that a person might receive by saying that, essentially, that it wasn't them, that it was a different personality.
It's kind of like a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, right?
Correct.
I have another personality who happens to be a psychopath or antisocial personality disorder that I can't control.
Correct.
Pretty easy thing to just say, right?
Sure.
I just said it.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the childhood trauma that's associated with Miss Stauch. She told you, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to say she was 10 to 12 when this happened.
I think once she told us she was 9 and once she told us she was 12, so we stuck with somewhere between 9 to 12.
Now, is this something that's suppressed for over 20 years and just coincidentally comes out during the death of her stepson?
It's hard to believe.
Why is that?
As we've mentioned or talked before, essentially, you would have expected to see it at some other point manifesting itself, especially if she herself is saying that she's had these different personalities, including the personality of Maria since she was 16 years old.
And we talked about this again, but family members, when we talk about, as Mr. Cellini said it, sometimes it takes 6 to, I believe he said 12 years for it to be diagnosed, is because family members may not know what's going on because there's blackout periods and they can't explain it, things like that.
Potentially.
Is it rare that the individual themselves would know what's going on with it, or would they have to seek help and get into therapy for 6 to 12 years until they figure that out?
That's another, it's going to be, it depends on the presentation and what it is that they are going through. If it is so severe that they are blacking out, finding themselves in different locations, cities, acquiring objects that they have no memory of acquiring, you would think that they would say something to someone.
And the first time that you or Dr. Gray ever learned anything about the potential of Ms. Stauch having dissociative identity disorder is based on a psychological test that you did during the competency evaluation. Is that right?
Well, during the competency evaluation, we weren't looking for dissociative identity disorder. It was never brought up. She did not mention it. Her attorneys did not mention it.
Well, let me, I could be wrong, but I thought yesterday you said there was a test that you asked her about because she answered it a certain way. Am I?
Yes. No, that is correct. Because we gave, during the competency evaluation, 2 psychological tests. One was the personality assessment inventory, the PAI, is the first one that we gave, and she invalidated it. Given that we saw her the following day to finish up our interview, we asked her specifically about some of the items on that test that caused the invalidation, just to see if we could get a better understanding of what happened here. Why was this test invalidated? And one of those questions happened to be an item that asked about whether or not she felt like she had 3 or 4 personalities inside of her. And she had said true. So we simply read the item to her. We ask her, what were you thinking? What does this mean to you when you say true? And even when we asked her about that, she did not talk about having different personality states. She did not name any of these other personalities. Her response to us was essentially talking about different mood states, saying, well, sometimes I feel very competitive when I'm playing sports. Sometimes I feel more compassionate, or sometimes I feel like I lack empathy with my family.
And then was it during the second competency evaluation where Dr. Grimmett actually looked into the D.I.D. diagnosis and said it doesn't apply here? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that was well after she had been in the jail for months.
Yeah, I forget exactly how far after our evaluation, Dr. Grimmett conducted hers?
And Dr. Christine Moore, who is a psychologist at the jail, who was meeting with Ms. Stauch almost on a weekly basis, would she be in a good position, based on her weekly conversations with Ms. Stauch, to make a decision as to whether or not she had dissociative identity disorder?
Potentially, and it might depend upon what Ms. Stauch told her. As I imagine, I mean, I bet Dr. Moore could tell you better than me, but I imagine that those meetings could potentially be pretty brief.
Do you recall reviewing her notes where she indicated there's no symptoms of dissociative identity disorder based on what Ms. Stauch was telling her?
I remember those notes suggesting that situational anxiety associated with her case was the predominant thread of a diagnosis that they saw during her jail time.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Those are my questions. Thanks.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Torres?
Yes, ask a question.
A couple?
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Good.
if you would retrieve those in council approach, please.
I love their questions. Also, can't wait. Let's see what they ask. Oh, you guys, don't you feel like you need to get up? I need to get up and stretch my legs. I'll get up for like a minute before we do the member stream, okay? Welcome to all the new members. Thank you, Linda. You say you created the very best community. I love this community. Thank you so much all for being here. Okay, now they approach so we can't see Letecia. I like how Dr. Loandra Torres confirmed that Letecia had no symptoms that showed any impaired perception of reality. And no matter what that defense, Mr. Tellini, I tried to ask her, she didn't give him anything. She answered very, very carefully. It was great. Welcome. We'll do a member stream right after this. It's on the community tab. So if you're becoming a member now, it's there. And as soon as I go live there, you'll get the notification, okay? I like Leticia's face when he's like, so these people have low libido, right? They cannot have orgasms. Like her face. She was like, yeah, that's you. She just like, excuse me. He's like, STDs. Miscarriages. Low libido. She's like, no. Wait. Kim K, remember? I'm hot. Welcome, knitted cat. Okay, I'm just waiting. I can't wait. I'm so excited. Can you tell? Jury questions are always so good. Juror questions, yes. The person would be convicted as a whole. This has never really stood in court that only one personality would be responsible. So, based on everything I've read. So, yeah, let's put it that way. If the personality, not that Letecia has this, but if the personality who did it is convicted, yeah, then the whole body is going to prison. Welcome. So many new members. Oh, my word. The whole chat will be green soon. We're a sleuth. A group of bears is called a sleuth. So, Grizzly true crime. We're bears over here. You guys are making this trial bearable. And I'm so glad that I'm watching this with you because I'm like, what? Now, what they got? Let's see the view like this. Oh, the jury questions. Welcome, the Medic 68. Yeah, I'm pretty nervous for that. How about you? Dr. Dorothy Lewis. It's going to be quite something. Probably next week, right? Welcome, Roller. Eileen's like, gee, they all want to hear your snark. Right? They don't know what they're in store for. They're like, what is the snark all about? And I always forget because we've done member streams for so long. So the OGs, we've been there for so long, but there's so many new members that new members are like, what is this? We're getting snarky. And we're debriefing. Much needed. I know. Why are they not saying that? Why? This is the one problem I have with Dr. Torres. Why? Like, yes, it can be from childhood trauma. Like, D.I.D, from everything I've read, is exclusively from repeated, frequent childhood trauma before the age of 7 to 9. That's why it's D.I.D, dissociative identity disorder. And it used to be called multiple personality disorder. But now it's D.I.D, right? And it develops before the age of 7 to 9. Some studies say before the age of 10. But it definitely is from childhood trauma. I just, hate how Mr. Tellini's like, okay, so he's comparing BPD and DID. Jury questions, are we almost ready there? Saying, childhood trauma, but childhood trauma can cause so many things. Depression, anxiety, OCD, so many things. I mean, we could go through all of them, the whole DSM. It's like, there's probably childhood trauma there for 99% of the disorders. Right? But he's just comparing those two. I'm like, oh my word. And Green Eyes are like, shh. Shh, everyone. Oh, he's whispering something to Letecia. She's loving it. Oh no. Yes, an archangel. If you missed the beginning, you won't know why I'm saying that. Okay, the judge has turned his camera off. Doesn't want us to lip read that. Damn it. They're checking the microphone is off. Okay, wait, let me show you this. There we go. Woman taking fire. Welcome. Yes, she's well known for the Ted Bundy case as well. I remember that. When I wrote a book on Ted Bundy, I was like, oh, Dr. Dorothy Lewis. She believed he had D.I.D. And he's like, look, Ted Bundy was like, I'm a hybrid situation, but I don't have multiple personalities or something like that. Because he was just like way too narcissistic. He's a hybrid situation. Is what Ted Bundy said. If you guys didn't know that. I wrote a book on Ted Bundy. Go check it out. You can listen too, because I narrated it in my pilot voice. Okay. Microphone's back on. Christina says she looks scarier than usual. A little bit. Okay. Questions?
Dr. Torres, would a person with multiple personalities refer to themselves as I when describing the actions that a different personality carried out?
I don't think so.
And let me know if you need the exhibit for this. And I'm sorry, it's late Friday and I'm not even sure if you were the witness that had this exhibit, but that's where we're going to start. We were shown how the defendant performed the clock test well on the first competency test. We were told she performed the same test poorly on the second competency test. And I think you were asked the question about, were you aware of the test that was done by Dr. Lewis? Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
we gave the clock drawing. Oh, is there more?
Yes, there is. I just wanted to make sure that we were thinking about the same thing.
Yes.
Why would the same test be used twice when the first one could train the defendant how to perform or not perform on the second?
Okay. I'm just going to say a little bit to clarify this situation, but during our initial competency evaluation, we gave a brief cognitive screener to see if there were any cognitive problems on it, which is where that clock drawing came in. And she did it fine with us. I don't think the issue of the clock drawing comes up again until Dr. Lewis's evaluations, meaning I don't recall that Dr. Grimmett gave that specific test or knowing any results associated with the clock drawing test there. And in Dr. Lewis's administration of that specific test, the clock came out very different and looks impaired. In terms of why would the same test be given? At this point in time, we would have given that test sometime in 2020. So ostensibly, Dr. Lewis would have given it at some time in 2022. And I think I noted that we gave a cognitive screener, but that test specifically is supposed to be sensitive to issues of brain impairment or some sort of brain dysfunction. If something had happened in between 2020 and 22, like a substantial head injury, it could impact the results on that particular test. But to answer the question more specifically, why would we give the same sort of test at 2 different times? Depending on the test, sometimes the person might respond differently. So for example, we talked about the MMPIs being administered multiple times, 3 times in this case across the years. That test is more sensitive to what is going on with the person right now. So you could give it last year and you could give it this year and get different results depending upon what's happening with the person if they're receiving treatment. With cognitive tests, those tend to be more stable across time in terms of any issues associated with deficits. But like I said, if something is happening or if something has happened, it can change the results on the test from one administration to the next. And we even see it with issues of severe psychosis. Somebody who's acutely mentally ill with severe psychosis might perform cognitively worse, get treatment, and then perform cognitively better. So there is benefit to giving it at different times.
All right. And then I'm going to rephrase this question a little bit. But let's assume that you believe everything that the defendant has told you and everything that she said in her story. So you're not looking at, I guess, correlating information or anything like that. The question is, if you believe everything the defendant said in her story, would you diagnose the defendant with dissociative identity disorder?
Just basing it off of her self-report?
That seems to be the question, yes.
I think I still would not, because the way that she describes creating the personalities, being able to have some sort of control switching between worlds, to me, that is inconsistent with the nature of a dissociative identity disorder being something that is involuntary, overwhelming, and uncontrollable.
I will allow reasonable follow-up to those questions only. Prosecution?
Just briefly, Your Honor. You don't know why Dr. Lewis administered that cognitive thinking test.
I don't know why.
Consult with her prior to her doing that?
No.
Did you ever consult with her?
We never spoke with her specifically. We just read her report and saw some of the testing and watched the videos.
Defense?
Whether or not
Oh boy.
somebody with dissociative identity disorder could refer to themselves as I when relaying information that another personality did, wouldn't that be somewhat conditioned on that individual and how that disease is presenting themselves in that person?
I suppose it's possible, but whenever I hear somebody say I assume they are talking about themselves.
And then lastly, the question, if you took as face value everything that she said, I understand some of the stuff would be inconsistent with D.I.D and not having control, but at least in relationship to how she described Maria, the Maria personality, that would be more consistent with somebody who had D.I.D, in that she said she did not have control of Maria or access to Maria's memories.
I would be looking at the whole presentation as opposed to just a part of it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, Dr. Torres. You can step down.
Thank you.
She's
Am I
so good.
excused?
Yes, you are, ma'am.
Thank you.
I suppose I should ask, you're under subpoena by the attorneys. Prosecution?
We want to play some more videos with her.
Okay.
Kidding.
All right. Defense? Okay. Yep, you are. Thank you, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our weekend break.
Not lying.
Again, I'm going to go through the long instruction that you're probably tired of, but I want to keep reminding you of it because it's important. You have probably already guessed that there has been some media or public interest in this case. You must guard against exposure to the media or interaction with others because you will be required to decide this case based on the evidence presented and the instructions that I give you. Again, you can tell your friends and family that you are on this jury and how long you think it will go. You can ask for their help in avoiding exposure to stories or even opinions from others regarding this case, but you cannot otherwise discuss anything about this case with anyone. And you should not listen to any opinions regarding this case from anyone else. If someone asks you why, just tell them that's what the judge told you. That puts the burden on me and not on you. You can still blog or communicate with others, just not about this case. You can't do any blogging about your jury experience or communication with other jurors. You can still watch TV. You can go on the internet. You can still do your Amazon shopping, except for a DSM-5. If anything regarding this case comes up through your feed, change the channel, turn the page, do not give it any attention.
No Grizzly.
You are
True
not
crime.
allowed to look at, read, consult, or use any material of any kind, including any newspapers, magazines, television, and radio broadcasts, dictionaries, medical, scientific, technical, religious, or law books or materials, or the internet in connection with your jury service. I want to emphasize that you must not seek or receive any information about this case from the internet, which includes all social networking, Google, Wikipedia blogs, and other websites. You simply are not allowed to do any research of any kind about this case or this kind of case. So with that, if we can have everyone back in the jury room at 9 o'clock on Monday morning, we should be able to start on time at that point. Have a good weekend. All rise for the jury, please.
Man, just look at her. Look at her. My word, it really looks like The Ring, The Grudge, The Exorcist. It's really hectic. This is not her color. Welcome to all the new members. Oh my word, I have so many members now. Thank you.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. What are we looking at on Monday?
We should just have our final witness on Monday, Judge.
Okay, how long do you think that'll take?
What's that?
How long do you think that will take?
It'll take a chunk of time. There's quite a
Okay.
bit of territory that we need to cover.
But not the whole day?
Hopefully not.
Okay. I just need to, do they need to have their expert ready to go on Monday or? Okay,
Yeah, I think I think we'll be able to tell by the time we break for lunch whether we're going to
That's
get to
fine.
that, and obviously we'll coordinate with them too on
Okay.
timing. So
all right. Okay, that'll be, and she's going to be staying here, right? Okay. Okay, so that should be fine. Okay. All right, then we will see everybody on Monday. You can leave everything here if you want to do that. It's up to you. The courtroom will be closed and locked.
The other thing that we're scheduling.
Go ahead.
I've already talked to the district regarding the jury instructions. All except for one, particularly out of Colgy. Might have an objection to one that's out of Colgy, but all the rest of them. I think
Is that the statutory language that's
Yeah.
based on the one? Yeah.
And
Okay.
so that's gonna, and we can talk about that later.
Right.
Just give the court a heads up on scheduling. I don't think we're gonna need.
Okay. The other thing that I want to talk about or get a better idea as we get closer, I'm not going to put time limitations on this, except for I'm probably, and I know neither side even came close to using the time that I gave them for opening statements. I understand that. I understand we're at a different place now. So I'm not going to put time limitations on, but I most likely would interrupt you somewhere after 90 minutes because I don't want the jury sitting there. So we may have to figure out a reasonable break or something like that.
I guess. I don't know how to do this, I'm just speaking out, like a fairness with rebuttal. They do theirs and I do mine, and then, rebuttal takes, 2 hours, I don't. Sure
Right.
That would be, you know, appropriate for her, and this, and I don't know how to solve, you know, but I think.
We have that issue in every single case where there's not time limits. And as you know, my typical practice is to put time limits on everybody, but I also understand that this length of case is rare. We're at, I don't know what, somewhere in the mid 700s for exhibits. I also, I frankly am going to have to figure out some logistical issues because we can't get all of this back in the jury room and get the jurors in the jury room. So probably what I'll do is put the exhibits in one room, the jurors in another, and they can get whatever they want to get to take back with them to the jury room. The other issue that I will need to advanced problem solve, or at least be aware of, is I think everybody knows that when we get closer to where the closing arguments are going to be and the verdict, we're going to have more crowd control issues. I also want to know what other family from either side may be here. As per my other order, family will have priority over anybody else. And then we will, so I'm going to need some help from the attorneys to give me some idea about how to manage all of that, and may need to draw on other resources. So anyway, those are logistical concerns that I have, but we can talk about it as we get closer to that.
Yeah, just initial thoughts on that. I think the space that we had reserved at the very beginning of trial for family probably will be sufficient, but we'll check with them to make sure that we have a good handle on,
Okay.
at least from a victim standpoint, who will be here
Okay.
and can give you that information.
You're talking about the opening statement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. All right. And defense, let me know. And then we will go from there. And my guess is if there's not a whole lot of change in the instructions, I bet I get through them in 40, 45 minutes, something like that.
I would guess. Yeah.
So that gives you a pretty good, decent part of the day. As I said, I'm not going to put time limits on. It'd be nice to get everything done before the lunch hour so that not ever had one. I can't think of one that I've ever had where I've broken up the closing arguments with lunch somewhere in between, but we may end up having to do that simply because that's the way that it is. So just be aware of that. Okay, court will be in recess. Thank you.
Hey, Judge.
Okay, let me just do this real quick. Now I'm flying, and I got to change my name. Man, that was so good. That was so good. I love how they asked Dr. Torres at the end there. So the defense is like, but with Maria, that's like D.I.D, right? And she's like, no, we look at the whole presentation, just not just one part. I'm like, oh, that was so good. Okay. Now, that was a very, very long day in court. I will do the timestamps as always, so I've still got lots of work to do. But right now, what we're going to do is a members-only stream, which will just be a bit of a snarky debrief. You know, we just need to vent a little bit here and there. So we'll be doing that. If you are not a member, please don't worry about it. Just know I made my membership $1. Literally, I don't know if I've seen... you say no sound. Can you guys hear me? Just checking first. Can you hear me? Hit the thumbs up if you can hear me. Ha! Got you to hit the thumbs up. It's $1, right? I don't know. I've never seen on YouTube it's $1. That's like super affordable, right? Same on Patreon. I'd recommend joining both so you get both benefits because they're both completely different, right? On Patreon, you're going to get documents. I put some bunny pictures there for you today, like real trigger bunnies. You will see the rollerblades that I just bought for myself. And there's like all behind the scenes stuff and documents and other cool things on Patreon. And now on YouTube, what we do is a members only stream, number one. And then the replay goes on Patreon anyway. So you don't miss out. Wherever you are, you're not going to miss out if you're on Patreon. So now we're going to do a snarky debrief time. Okay, we've got a few things to say. It's a little bit of comedic relief. No disrespect to the case ever. And just a little bit of snarky time. And we don't have to really censor our words. We can use all caps if we want to, as long as we know that that's in that boundary of membership only. So welcome to all the new members. Thank you so much to everyone who watched today, trial day 16 with me. That was a long whore day, huh? That was tough. I was ready today. I was like, we can do this, but I'm like, whoa. Imagine if I wasn't ready like that. Would be so tired. Oh my word, so tired. Anyway, Lorraine, I don't know if I am yet. I've only been skating around the house so far. I must put that video on Patreon. It's very funny. Anyway, so you guys, I will see you now. Now is a South African thing. When we say now, it means like very soon. I'm just quickly going to get up, stretch my legs. Then I'm going to be back for that members only stream. Hawkeye, Seneca, I think you just upgraded. I'm not sure. I can't see, but welcome and thank you and everything. Here on StreamYard, I can't see who upgrades and who joins. So it just goes all in green and says new member. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Please do hit the thumbs up. It helps a lot, okay? It helps YouTube know you like the stream. You like the way that I present true crime. You like my recaps and all my notes. I'm telling you guys, this notebook, it's going to be full of Letecia's beer. So we're going to have a bonfire with it afterwards or what? After this trial, like this book needs to be burned. Right? Okay. Welcome, everyone. And I will see you very soon now in the member stream. And if you're not a member, don't worry. I'll probably see you tomorrow or on Sunday because we got to talk Lori Vallow stuff as always. There's so much going on there as well. Trying to keep up with all of it, and all these other cases going on. So, okay. Have a great weekend, a great Friday afternoon, night, whatever time it is for you. Sometimes if you're in Australia. Happy Saturday to you. And I will see you in the next one. Thank you so much, mods. And remember, timestamps are coming. Pinned comments, description box, and hover over the video. I will do that, okay? Okay, bye, everyone.